All right. Super dope. Perfect. French press.
Ugh, French press is gross.
You just don't like it because you're in the army.
No, I use a Chemex pour over. I don't like
Oh,
French press because of the fucking guy that brought it onto the drop zone.
I thought you didn't like him because, like, yeah, the French keep losing wars. We can't make coffee like them. It might
No,
unduly influence.
there's a guy who would always just bring like coffee. He was always just bringing coffee everywhere, right? And
Okay.
to like the harness shed to the jumps, he just always had a coffee, something to make coffee, jet boil and French press or pour over, all this stuff. And we got onto the drop zone, and the we were like, we jumped one day, and we had sat in the harness for like 8 hours. Like
Oh,
one of the guys was in the plane, and we like kept flying in circles because we couldn't find the safe. Like it wasn't safe to jump, and then finally it like cleared, and he, one of my buddies like stood up and like fell down screaming, and apparently like a blood clot had formed, and it started like going up his leg, and oh, it was bad. There was just like a whole bunch of bad shit, and we jump, and I hit the ground on the drop zone, and I look at this guy, and he's just like sitting there in his little ATV with a French press. He's like, I was waiting for you. He's like, do you want coffee? And I just smacked the French press. Um, I was like, fuck your French press coffee. It's not even good. So every time I see French press coffee, that's what I think of is a day of 8 hours sitting in a harness.
yesterday was good.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna ask if you could send me the recording because I'd love to chop up that clip of when I
Yeah,
was
we have to
talking
chop it
about
up.
like teaching leadership and stuff like that.
I would have cut it up, but like, do I even have the? Okay, so I have the. I'm still waking up. I have the scissors thing at the bottom. The other time I didn't. Like yesterday, I didn't have the scissors. I couldn't cut up anything.
Yeah, I don't know why it's like it's there or
It's
it's not
annoying, dude.
there. Maybe it's just because Twitter's still like, um, introducing it, so it's not like a full
Hmm.
function. Maybe.
So the episode yesterday might take a little while because it ended up being like 13 hours, something stupid.
Yeah,
Didn't
well,
realize
and
that.
so I
That is
was thinking about this last night. Is we got to figure out a way where
yeah.
one, you don't know when it starts and ends, so you don't have like a timeline on it, right?
No.
And number two, how do we know where the good parts are without Amy's sentiment analysis?
That is Oma, right? So Oma's been sending me, one thing after another. And I just have to he's cleaning everything up. What I'm gonna have to do is um like for example, once I do the speaker diarization, right? The speaker diarization is like shows you when the speakers are speaking, right? And what they say. So all I can do is collapse all the speakers and look at Zach. Good point, good point, good point, done.
Hey, I gotta run. I'll message
Yeah.
you in a second. I'll be
hmm
right back.
hmm Morning. I take today a wife, and my election is led on in the conduct of my will enkindled by mine eyes and ears. Two traded pilots twixt the dangerous shores of will and judgment. Now, how may I avoid, although my will distaste what it elected, the wife I chose? There can be no evasion from this, and stand firm by honor. I mean, we turn not back the silks upon the merchant, nor remainder viands we do not throw in unrespected sieve, because we now are full. It was thought meat bearers should do some vengeance upon the Greeks. Your breaths of full consent bellied his sails, and the season winds old wranglers took a truce and did him service. Such the ports desired, and for an old aunt he brought home a Grecian queen, whose youth and freshness wrinkles Apollo's and make stale the morning. Why we her, the Grecians keep our aunt. Is she worth keeping? Why, she's a pearl whose price hath launched above 1,000 ships and turned crowned kings into merchants. Wow. Hmm. Oh, this would be a good time to test out the mic. Here's the truth of the mic. But I need the stick. Okay, and bang, bang. Let's see if this works. How's it going?
Oh, good. How are you?
Sorry, it's been a while. I didn't realize that my phone on mute.
It is. It has been a while. It's my birthday weekend, actually.
What?
Big up,
What
big
are you doing
up.
for the weekend? Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
Monday.
Hold on, I gotta.
Yeah, Monday's
Hold
that
on.
day.
Let me just do it over here.
Mo- Monday's that day. So I'm trying to
I got
do.
my still back.
Yeah, I'm trying to do like a little bit of running around. I was on the way out when I saw you were on, so I said, let me pop in for
Mm.
a minute before I jump out. And say hi. How are you doing? How things going?
Things are
Good,
good.
good.
Actually, uh, some of the people in the group have started attracting investors.
That's good. That's my cue that I want to do.
So,
Investors.
right?
Yeah, that's every
Yeah. So it's happening.
in investors. Well, I've been busy with family stuff with my mom. That's been taken care of, right? So now I'm going to be sending 2 emails this weekend to some angel investors that I got from Ryan's event. I think I was there a month ago in Mississauga, where he had that ecosystem event. Ryan Knight. Yeah,
Okay. Right.
yeah. So I'm gonna be sending them some emails in regards to the electronic magazine that individuals can promote, of course, their business in, right? Balance Connect magazine. I think it's everything. All types of businesses in there where you can promote whatever it is. I have an amazing artist that I'm going to be doing a piece on. She just gave birth and she's going to be in the magazine. So I'm looking for different interesting businesses to put into
Right.
the magazine because it's an electronic format and it can go everywhere around the world. It's amazing and it's an amazing opportunity. Of course, we sell ad space. It's an amazing opportunity for businesses to be in the electronic world, every aspect of the world. Not no one's doing that right now. No
Well,
one's doing that right now. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, now that we know that none of these
Yeah.
analytics from any of these companies mean
Yeah.
anything
Yeah.
because they're all fake
Yes.
bots,
Yes.
like, I think there are going to be organizations looking to say, like, where can I go to actually reach people?
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's an open answer right now,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You spend $100 on a, I don't know, a Facebook ad, and
Right.
you don't know what's happening. What is it? All bots? Is it all
Exactly.
people? I don't know. All you know is nobody's really buying anything, and if they do buy it, they return it.
Exactly. So it's
So you're buying expensive customers. It's like not interested.
true. Very true. I agree with you totally on that. So that's why I created it, right? So youth can advertise. I mean, anywhere in the world that you have a business and you want to go into that magazine, you can, right? And then it just transports from network to network, right? I can send it anywhere in the entire world. And it opens as a magazine. All you do is put your finger on it, flip, flip, flip. I mean, it's just an amazing myself and my youth um, did that. So I'm really proud of my youth when we get together and collaborate on those types of levels, right? And so yeah, it's my opportunity now to get it out there along with my crypto card, right? So if anything should happen with the money chain, my crypto card is ready, unicorn, to jump out, right? It's like a bartering card that we can barter, and that's electronic. You can go any, it's like a MasterCard, and that can go anywhere in the world as well. Any businesses, any part of the world, right? Even in Africa, right? So my youth and I created that, and I'm kind of on pause. Those are the two things that are on pause that I created. It's kind of like you have an idea, create it, park it when you need it, pull it out.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
is my
Sometimes
thing.
it'd be like that. Yeah, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Sometimes you do something halfway, and then you see the window of opportunity, and you're like,
Exactly.
okay, now's the time to finish it.
Exactly. Jump in there, get people on board, tell them the concept and ideas, so they can understand how that's going to work. And it's kind of like you have to look at the vision that is going to occur in the new era that we're moving into. Kind of like have to generate commodities for that era that's about to kick in, right? So all these things that are happening now will come to pass soon. So it's about people just thinking forward when it comes to business.
And so many people are so busy that they don't
Yeah,
have a chance to look up from what they're doing, right? And I
very
think
true.
that's what you're doing. And just
Very
give
true.
them the chance to look up.
Very true. Yeah, we have to look up. We have to start slowing down and really looking up at what's going on around us in these times because we're definitely living, as we're moving forward, we're definitely moving in different times because I just see how things are going, how things are playing out. The government, when it comes to business, we're definitely going to be having a workspace business environment. And if you can't get a job, you have to be creative on how am I, as an entrepreneur, going to create wealth for myself working from home, and where are the niches that I can fulfill services or product so I can generate wealth and income, right? Is how we have to start looking at what's happening around us, right? Is what we have to do because a lot of jobs are disappearing.
Yeah, there was we were talking to an AI artist yesterday, and he
Yeah.
told me that there's a lot of artists who are very upset, and
Yep.
some people are even receiving death threats. And
Wow.
that's not gonna stop,
Right.
right? You know, a lot of the only reason that um, there are a lot of people who are preparing for this moment for at least
Yeah.
10 to 20 years. Does that make
Yep.
sense?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
and
Yeah.
then there's some folks who want to wake up and be like, so what do I do to prepare for the future? And it's like, well, first of all, you should have started 10 years ago,
Yep.
right?
Exactly.
Because I can't build you a fourth industrial skill overnight, you
Exactly.
know? Uh,
Exactly.
the, Now, I'm not saying it can't happen overnight. It just, oh,
Difficult. Challenging.
it's not impossible, but
I agree.
how uphill of a road have you created for yourself,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, while you can be talented at doing a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
I learned early on that there were people who were a lot better coders than I was,
Right. Right.
right? But they didn't like talking to people.
Right.
And so there was my opportunity,
Yeah.
right? I'll do the
Yeah.
talking for people who don't want to talk.
Exactly. Yeah. I hear that.
So I think it's getting in when where you fit in as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
that, and in a world where, artists are being taken over by AI and just about everything else is,
Yep.
you see that, you see why some people are campaigning for a universal basic income,
Right.
because the population has helped create a society where the population is no longer needed in the workplace in the same way it was.
There you go.
So what
You
do we
hit
do
it.
with that? What do we do with it?
Yes,
Right?
because absolutely, because I mean, you go into the supermarket, grocery stores, everywhere, they have automated machines taking jobs from individual persons.
And the
When
thing is, the
persons,
persons don't want that job anyways. You think I
exactly.
hated being a cashier at No Frills. It's the worst.
That's true.
I have to stand here
That's
and
true.
scan chickpeas. I need to be doing something better with my life.
Right? That's true. But I mean, that's just one reference of how they're taking away jobs. And I mean, we are too commonplace to say yes to these slow creep ups. No, that's one small thing. The next thing is going to be automation in other big areas of the job market, right? That these computers are taking over and robots are taking over. People need to wake up at what is going on, and they are not. And I'm looking around at everything. But at the end of the day, what we have to do is try to create wealth with our talents and abilities. I mean, I was giving presentations, I don't know, 6 years ago to youth at Yes, and telling them the work world is not going to be the same. You're gonna it's I told them it's gonna be little cocoons. We're gonna be working it from our own house with our own laptops, and everybody's gotta hone in on your talent and skill and find a niche for it. And if there's not a niche, you better go get a niche, right? With skills that you need to develop and grow. And artists, it's going to be a different platform. Artists got their managers are the ones that should be waking them up in regard to how they have to change and prepare.
Yeah, a lot of it is just carrying the torch, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you carry the torch, people will follow. Show and tell.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not easy in regards to what's happening in the market, but I have this eye of just looking at what's happening, what's going to come. Everything's going digital. Everything's online, so you have to own your own spaces online. You have to try to create your own digital content, right? So you have things to market and sell. A lot of people are not doing that. A lot of people are concentrating. Bricks and mortars are there, but I don't know how long. But you definitely have to transport yourself into the digital world, the online world. You have to have this network of people around you, and they have their networks, and those things must be established now, because later on down the road, it's going to be difficult to pop into people's networks if you've been told so long ago and you're not doing it right now, and you want to jump in when everything's kicking off. They're going to be like, huh?
Yes.
Where were
Yeah.
you when we were doing this? Why are you coming now? You were there from the
Yeah.
ground up. You didn't
And
get it then, and you're just getting it now.
and a lot of it happens because of relationships, not because of necessarily what you built.
Yeah, yeah,
Some people just want to see their friends succeed, and what's wrong with that,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
People are talking about, I heard a space and people were talking about nepotism,
Yes, yeah,
right?
it's big.
And
Yes,
and then they realized, they were like, hold on, but if I have a friend and he wants a job, I'm totally going to help him out. You know, that's my
yep,
boy, that's my girl. And then they
exactly.
realized, oh wait, so you mean when we get in a position of power, we'll end up implementing nepotism too? And they were like, yeah, because we want to help out the homies. And then
Exactly.
so it's not that like necessarily. I think people are slowly waking up to the fact that the things that exist in the world
Yeah,
exist for a reason.
yeah,
What a concept,
yeah,
right? And if you want to replace something that exists, you have to understand why it exists
yeah.
instead of just being like, I don't like that. That doesn't serve any purpose. There
True,
may be a purpose that you can't see,
true,
right? And
true.
so, for a lot of people who aren't in a position to see, you have to be their eyes in a lot
Yeah,
of ways,
yeah.
right?
I agree.
Because what do
Totally.
they know? They don't have exposure to those
Right.
eyes wide shut meetings.
Yeah, for real. That's a very, very true. I mean, in this ever spinning world of technology, things, I mean, every day you get up, you just don't know what to expect when you get up, right? My motto is, just looking at the whole year, right? I kind of look at the whole year when it comes to an end on my birthday and just examine business wise, connection wise, what new markets you can break into, what new avenues, because it's going to get a lot harder in my assumption. It's going to get a lot harder when it comes to businesses if you're not in the know, if you're not in seeing who's there, how can you work together, those types of collaborations, right? As many collaborations as possible you want to have, you should have those and get them done and keep them going, because you just never know when you're going to have to call upon a collaboration to collaborate something
It's
with.
interesting that people talk about that phrase. It's not what you know; it's who you know.
Yeah,
And I think as things get so complicated,
yeah,
you need to know those other people because
absolutely,
you can't do everything on your own.
absolutely, absolutely,
It's impossible.
100%. I agree. But the thing is, I try to wake up my network to those things, because I mean, they're individual entrepreneurs that have businesses right now, and I try to have this conversation with my friend the other day, and I said to him, it's about collaboration and working with individual persons, and you meet people where there are, help them at that level, so when they grow, they're still going to communicate and work with you and make more money and business together. He still doesn't get that initial concept, and I said, that vision is not going to get you very far in the new world that's coming, because you need to look at the whole big picture of what collaboration is. And work within that space. You can't gouge people in the first set. You have to be open to where they're at, build, and as they build, then money and all these other things will grow together. So it's hard when individuals have one mindset on certain concepts. It's really hard to change them unless something really bad happens to them. They don't get it.
And it's I think in a lot of cases it's hard to get people to agree to something when their salary depends on them not understanding it.
Yeah,
So there's a lot of people still getting compensated uh, in a paradigm that is moving
yeah,
away and
yeah.
drifting away. And I
Very
don't
true.
blame people for those golden handcuffs. It's
Right,
just if there is a day where, and I saw this in IT, if there
right.
comes a day where you're whatever you're an expert in
Yeah,
software wise,
right.
all of a sudden almost becomes obsolete overnight,
Yep, yep,
right? You've been
yep,
making you've been making $100 an hour for 20 years on
yep,
the software that was really important, and then
yep.
somebody creates software or a paradigm that
Yes,
completely makes it irrelevant.
absolutely.
Like you
Just in a
you
blink.
you might have specialized yourself out of a future.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, when some people have their concept rooted in roots, it's hard to dig them out of it,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Because they hold set these concepts that, I don't know, like 5 years from now, if that's going to be relevant, or even a year, or even weeks, or even months.
Right.
Because I mean, it changes so rapidly as we wake up. I always say to my network, be prepared for the unexpected when you wake up, but be prepared. Never let it catch you off guard, Because if you are preparing as you go along, when you wake up, nothing should catch you off guard. Nothing can catch me off guard because I'm like, when I wake up to whatever, I know I'm going to be able to deal with whatever comes because I'm preparing for it. Right? I'm preparing for whatever change comes. I'm prepared for it to keep it moving, right? But
Hmm.
you also have to have those like-minded persons around you in the network to understand those types of concepts and ideas that you're trying to deal with, right? Until it happens, they don't get it. But you kind of have to have that foresight to see ahead of what could occur. So yeah, that's my kind of thing of what I'm trying to do right
You
now.
can't do homework for someone else, right?
Yeah, yeah, true. Yeah, that's very true.
They can copy your homework, but
Yeah.
if the questions change, they're gonna
It's
what?
stuck. Right, yeah.
Tough,
They're in a
tough,
jam. They're
right?
definitely
So
they're definitely in a pickle.
it's almost like talking to you is kind of talking to Noah right
Right,
before the
yeah.
flood. You're like, I
Right.
don't know why people aren't building an ark. Why? It's
Right.
sunny outside. Why would you
Right.
build an ark? You know?
Exactly.
What
Yeah.
do you mean? It hasn't been raining. We had a drought last year. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Flooding.
exactly.
And you're
Yeah.
like, you don't hear that? What?
Yeah.
That was thunder,
Yeah.
right? You don't see that cloud?
Yeah,
No, that's a
exactly.
rubber ducky. And you're like, okay, well,
Yep.
I'm gonna keep
Yep.
building the ark just in case
Exactly. Arc syndrome.
it gets a
Yep.
little wet.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I kind of look at myself as a Noah because I
Yeah,
just don't know
sounds like
what's
it.
going to happen. Yeah, because you just don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how it's going to turn. They're talking about A, B, C, D. And as entrepreneurs, business persons, period, you have to have that vision and foresight because entrepreneurs, we look and what people can't see, we try to think about what we need to create. That could be a possibility for things we can use. So it's just kind of having that forevision into these different aspects, right? And it's yeah, I mean that's just me. That's how I've always been. So and I just have an idea, park it, and then look for individual persons who are like-minded that understand the concepts and the vision that need to be out there. Is my thing, and then I'm gonna get it patent so nobody can use my ideas and concepts if I do speak it. All right, or you need to sign a waiver before you
Right.
hear this. Yes, so those kinds of protective ideas are, you learn as you go, kind of thing.
It's interesting because there's protection and there's enforcement,
Yep,
right?
yep, yep. Very true.
So we don't even know what the lawsuits of the future are going to be. You know what I mean?
Very true. Very true. Very true. So, that's what I love about drafting, that I have that legal mind because, whatever people put into your present moment, you can draft and create laws to protect those particular items that they may have, right? So as they speak information to you, you kind of like tune in and see what to create and what concepts and sections you need to create to protect them in their documents. Yeah, I mean we definitely don't know. It's like a day by day situation when it comes to those types of things. But my thing is I'm just happy that I have that legal mind because if anything should occur, yeah, I'm just ready to go because legal mediation, those are services that people will need forever, right? No matter what happens, right? People are always going to need those things. That's something that will never be not needed. You know what I mean? There are always disputes. There are always going to be disputes. There's always going to be a document or a contract or a letter that is needed for whatever, right? So it's kind of like just reference to reference kind of thing with
Well,
networks.
the contracts are now code,
Yeah,
right? So it's almost like the future lawyers are going to be looking at code, not necessarily at semantic text.
right. Yeah. I mean, it's about recreating things as you go along and see. And there are some areas and there are some laws that haven't even been created because they don't know. Like Bitcoins, give an example. There's no, set law or rules around that. They're trying to, governments, you see how technology and things are quickly changing. Governments are now running and trying to scramble to try to figure out what policies and procedures can we put into place for these things that are quickly having to appear. Technology is moving quicker than they are, right? So I'm one of those persons with my mind. It just clicks in whatever you say to me. My mind just starts spinning in regards to what to create and the content to create. Because when it comes to documents, I'm kind of, when it comes to those things. So as soon as you tell me something, my mind just starts spinning, right? In regards to what protection should be in place. And then of course you research whatever present law is in place, right? Yeah, so yeah, it's going to be interesting, no doubt. It's going to be interesting to see,
Wow.
how things play out. But yeah, people should be prepared for things and change and adjust to what's coming, because things are going to change. That is the reality.
What
um
happened? What hasn't happened in years can happen in a day.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they should already even be conscious and aware because of the lockdowns. Look at that, right? I mean, people that alone should have entrepreneurs and individuals on other levels. And for some reason, some of us are too commonplace, and I don't understand. How are you all so at this commonplace where you're not actually looking at what occurred? Lockdowns, how did you business? I mean, the first lockdown, everybody was like, "Oh my God, what?" Right? But now it's not even about the what; it's about being prepared. And if anything should happen again, you don't even have to be in what mode. It's I'm
When
connected
the
here. I'm
first
connected
pandemic
here.
happened, when the first pandemic happened, one of the businesses we launched was a voice acting class for
Right,
digital executives.
right.
Because if you're going to spend your entire life
Yeah,
speaking, like selling with your voice,
yeah, yep,
right?
yep,
Then we have to make sure that you get a little Juilliard acting school so you
yep.
understand
True,
how to command a room, because
true,
because the difference is literally millions of dollars.
true.
In the future, you
Absolutely,
might be pitching for $1 million on this
true,
app right here, and
true.
you don't have how you look, you don't have any of the clothes you wear. It's
Exactly.
just how do they believe you,
Exactly. Text and voice. Yeah. 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 Very true.
right?
Very true.
So we have a few people going through that program coming up, but it's like, if you have a startup, that's great.
Yeah.
Can you express the power of the startup in a
Yeah.
way that moves people to action?
Very true.
And people go to school for like a long
Yeah.
time at Juilliard and blah 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 to be
Very true.
convincing on stage.
Very
So the
true.
idea was to bring those lessons, like the character cross, the triangle of interaction, the tone diamond, the five fingers of self-direction, the totem pole of auditioning,
Right.
just so that people from the business world would come in and know those things. With Zach, what he's doing to make sure that people do what they say they're going to do is he's in the military. So
Right.
he allows civilian startups like us get
Mhm.
access to the military doctrine that they use to
Yes.
plan missions.
There you go. Yeah.
And it's, again, changing my life because
Yeah.
it allows me to go from management to leadership.
Yes.
So,
Absolutely.
man, telling you, it's all in our hands. But I think we're
True.
going to have to be building an ark
Yeah.
during dry weather
I'm telling
for a
you.
little bit more,
I'm
right? And
telling
when
you.
the flood happens, there's going to be nothing to talk about. We won't even be
Exactly.
talking to each other. We're just going to be executing our little things,
Exactly.
right? And then seeing each other in our
Exactly.
boats.
Exactly. Some people are gonna sink because they didn't get it, right?
Hmm.
Right? Some people are going to be left behind because they didn't get it when you were trying to tell them, and they're going to lose everything. And I say to people, right? Because I have to go soon. I say to people, okay, guys, what happens if you lose everything tomorrow? How would you live and exist and make money? Because that's a concept and a thought people need to put in their mind. If everything was gone tomorrow, what commodities, additionally from what you're doing now, did you prepare to jump onto and start living again? Some people are just gonna lose their shit, right? And just be like, oh my God, I'm done. Like some of these businesses in the first lockdown, people had their businesses for 30, 40, 50 years. They're gone, right? Cannot reopen their businesses again. Those individual persons did not see this coming. And now they're like, oh my God, what do we do now? We've lost everything. We lost our business for over 50 years, right? And so that's what I keep telling everybody. You should be creating other options, other things. So if you should lose everything tomorrow, how will you live and exist? I keep saying that to my network and to the people all the time. And still, a lot of them don't get it and are not doing anything, right? In regards to it. And so I'm like, wow, you guys are definitely going to drown if a flood comes tomorrow. If a flood comes tomorrow, I'm good because I have other
Yeah, I
things I
think
could do.
somebody said that there were two forces on Twitter Spaces.
Yeah.
There's the force of greed, and then
Yes.
the messianic force.
Yes.
And
Yes.
he says that although we would like to be able to save everyone, not everyone wants to be saved. And
Yes.
so it's like, what do we do? There's only one thing to do: carry the torch,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
And the thing is, people will, unfortunately, I think people will follow out of jealousy more than they'll follow out of admiration. Oh, girl, you got a call? I almost have this sixth sense of like, oh, they're not there? Oh, it's probably a call. What's going on, Dan? What are you saying?
Good morning, friends. Good
We
morning.
made it.
We made it.
We woke up. The casual mirror.
I knew it would happen. I just didn't know when, but then I woke up. I totally crashed last night. I went to bed really early. Well, 11 is early for me. It was like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Hey, dude, I got to tell you that music
Mm.
program, it added reggae. So now we have to go and make our reggae songs. Remember the composing software we were screwing around with like weeks ago? I'm gonna play with that today. They added a bunch of new settings, like new influence profiles, and added drum and bass. Added more stuff, so I'm gonna play with that today. Along with what else is on the agenda, Dan? Well, let's see. We have a whole pile of stuff in the middle of the room in the office, which is it looks like it's something ready to be lit with a match and burn, but it's actually the pile of shit to sort. So we'll go through that, and then we might make some music and do a little music show later. We'll see how that goes. But pretty chilling today. Pretty chilling.
I'm just looking at this sound exchange. Submission history, artist, recording, submission repertoire. Ah, yeah. Let's see how this looks. Because once it's in the sound exchange, you can start really going off.
Peter, I liked your some of your most recent pieces you've been posting. You're getting close. Like that most recent one looked like a Texas guy. It looked like an anime shot. It looked really cool. It looked like a still frame anime. It kind of got me back into working on the anime. I kind of go back and forth, just fucking around with experimentation and different things. I've been really loving using, you know, completely like typical dance statements that don't have any descriptors and just seeing what the computer renders. You know what I mean? I love that a lot.
That's always a fun time. Yeah, I did use Studio Ghibli as a bit of a modifier there, alongside the other stuff that I've been using lately. So it worked pretty nice, actually.
That's awesome, man.
Better than I expected. Yeah, if you enjoy that stuff, Stable Diffusion, it got leaked.
Yeah, so what's the deal with Stable Diffusion? Like I know that Wombo added that, and some other people are adding Stable Diffusion to their products. What is the Stable Diffusion? Like, what's the big deal with that?
Imagine DALL-E 2, but open, completely like open
Oh,
source.
really? That's what it is. Wow, awesome.
It's not exactly that, but it's pretty much the equivalent of that, you know. And that's why there's a lot of people that got up in arms about it, because it seems to do things better than DALL-E 2 did as well. Some things, not all things.
So I just opened it. Disco Diffusion V5.6, now with Portrait Generator. Okay. Credits
Yeah,
and
so
change. Yeah.
someone spent a few months training a model just on portraits, so that they had that in alongside a bunch of other different little models. I wonder if they're going to somehow incorporate Stable as well, because that'll be really maybe game changing. Stable is stupid fast. The leaked version that like a notebook that I got my hands on, At the top it says something like, what was it? Twitter haters, fuck yourself. And there's a big anarchy symbol at the top. It's great. But
Well,
it
that's
generates like 3 or 4 images in like a minute and a half on its base settings, which is pretty unreal.
It's getting one step closer to the full motion graphics suite where it's like, make your own anime, direct your own scene. I'll be like, okay, I'm ready.
But NVIDIA's recently done a
Yeah.
paper on and like released examples of one where it just animates scenes properly. Like you can chuck in a picture of waves and it will turn into a video of waves.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm gonna have to do a tutorial on this Disco. I saw the you know, it's funny, Dan. I was talking to some folks yesterday, and they really wanted that 10-part episode on just introduction to. Doesn't he even have to be a? You know what I mean? Like the tool chain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. And one of the things I realized from the assigned was that he didn't like the idea of installing anything to his local computer. He wanted to use tools that were completely either, online,
Yeah.
right, or at the most like a Google Colab notebook, but as long as it's not running on his local machine.
You know what we should do? We should actually use Web3 and some of these technical guys that know the stuff better. But we should make a Syndicate notebook that is actually a hyperlink to all the notebooks that
Well,
people could use. You know what I mean? So that way we can sort of, we don't have a website yet either. We need to work on that. But it's almost like there's a part of me that says I kind of don't want a website as much as like
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
But I'd like a Google notebook that's a Syndicate notebook. I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Because it
I
kind
think
of has other meanings to it. Like not only could it be linked to some of the cool stuff we like, but we can also pretend we can actually list the members. Like here are the members of the notebook. You know what I mean? Like reframe the whole. Like why not? I don't know. That's just another abstraction way to sort of like re-represent folks. But if you do it in a Google Lab notebook, you're automatically enabling them, right? So not only I just think it's kind of a cool idea.
yeah. I think so. If we made a list, right, of the, I know Wombo, right? I know Wombo is one of the best ways to get people interested
Right.
because it allows them to do something without typing in a keystroke if they don't want to.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Tap,
what we're going to do. I mean, it sounds like we're just going to go through and sort of like classify. These are like easy onboard. These are take more skill. Is that what you're talking about? Or
Well, I'm just imagining like a table of contents, so you want to use AI or whatever it is, right? To do shit. So you want to do shit with AI, right? And it's almost like the initial audience is just people like the assigned, right? And Sandra, right? People who have never maybe laid down a keystroke of HTML and slowly introducing them to, you know, there's Wombo, then there's the other side of Wombo. It's almost like to graduate, you have to be able to run a Google Colab notebook, which technically isn't that hard because all you have to do is press play. But it's, to get to the Google Colab notebook, you have to not be afraid of the interface itself. And that is a hidden
yeah,
thing.
yeah, I haven't done enough myself. I'm sort of like, I'll endure things to a certain point. Like even enduring Midjourney in the beginning was just like, what the fuck is this UX? And then I was like, okay, all right, I'm coming down. I'm all right. There's still things I don't like about it, but it's weird. Like Discord is a whole nother universe of exploring a product. It kind of makes me rethink about how you could experience a product. But yeah, I hear what you're saying completely.
So when I first got into it, like when I first looked at the Disco collab, I was I looked at it and I'm like, yeah, this is a job for another day. Fuck this.
Yeah.
It's
Like,
terrifying, right?
Completely.
what is this plain cockpit I've been introduced to?
Pretty much. Now I know it inside out. It's like, it's great. You know, I even, because I run it through Colab, I also run it on Vast, and on Vast, there's none of those little widgets with the settings. It's all just like the actual code that's written in that you go in and mess with. But there's a list full of generative tools by Pharmapsychotic, which is also equally intimidating when you look at it. I'll quickly link this. I love showing this to people. I love showing this to people.
Yeah, his list is amazing.
You've seen it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I try to go back and visit it every now and then because I'm always curious of updates. You know, I'm like, what's next and what's new?
Yeah, so I've gone in and bookmarked a lot of different little tools so I can just jump in and play with them from time to time. But yeah, even that like the way it's structured, it's just sort of like it just throws everything at you all at once, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. It's kind of cool. Like, it makes me think of a funny story when I used to work in the computer store, or my first job when I was 16, 17 or whatever. I worked at this computer store. Shrink wrapping software was my first task. But one of the things they had in this used computer store is we had a big giant, just trash can filled with hard drives, memory keyboards. It's like I just loved it was just this big bin of crap that it was a discount bin, right? But man, people loved going through that and like reaching to the bottom and going around. It's like really taught me a lot about the notion of sort of gems in the rough in terms of like you know deals. Like it's all in the eye of the beholder. Like it was just a really cool thing. Out of all the places that you could say like what made people go to that section and really spend a lot of time in that section, it wasn't how well you organized it. It was the opposite. It was the fact that you put a trash bin in the corner and you said $5, and then people just went through that fucking thing and they spent all their time there. And so I actually used that for the game section to lure and to keep people sort of in a area where they would create energy and excitement, and then that would lure more people into that area. And now people are shopping, but they're shopping with people around them who are like into like finding the needle in the haystack. And that kind of created a really cool dynamic in the store where you got known for having a nuance of something different, even if you had the same shit in the store every day. You know what I mean? Because you kept on remixing it, and because you kept it playful, you kind of created that harmony effect. And maybe that's what makes me think a little bit too. That's a little bit deep, but I was just coming from a room where we were talking about energy and frequency, and think about that. I think about sometimes am I just always just playing with the notion of what things are in the room and what can I play with it. On Mid Journey, it's like after I saw your piece, Peter, I kind of went back to started. And I really love limiting the color palette. Like I really love doing things where I'll suggest to it, like I'll say things like, intense luminous green palette with, a notion of a really angry black. You know what I mean? And so it's just like I like how it interprets that. That's really mind blowing to me. So it makes me want to even like my prompts now are things like, angst against issue, capital justice. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean? And I just love to see how the computer interprets it. And then I tried to take the really cool nuances of how it takes that interpretation and I like save it in it's almost like in a smear book. I don't know what these smears will do, but I know that these two words are a really cool smear. They can smear a scene, or they can, you know what I mean? It's cool. It's a lot. It's like a whole new way to create art through not just obvious expression, but aloof expression. And then, you create your own language of smears, accents, and you know what I mean? That's just really cool. I love it.
Yeah, it's a fucking awesome idea, actually. Something I've thought about as well is using, because you know how you put your like art style modifiers and stuff like that in as part of prompt engineering.
Yeah.
But then what if you just like write something that's completely, and then you throw in a modifier that's like completely irrelevant.
Yeah,
Say
man.
like you put like I don't know, like a robot dinosaur takes over New York City, blah blah blah, in the style of, and then you
Right.
throw in as a weighted modifier something like, I don't know, like an embryonic pregnancy +1 or something like that. Just
Right,
like
exactly.
absurd,
Yeah.
See how it messes with that, and that's part of the, like, okay, that could make something that's completely absurd but completely unique,
Yeah. One thing I haven't done in Midjourney is I haven't used reference images a lot. I've never done it, and it's mostly because the UI doesn't make it as intuitive, and I haven't learned the pattern yet. But like on Wombo, I use them all the time. In fact, I love Wombo's ability to take an image and really, like, I don't know what it does when it does the referencing of it, but it can create really interesting looks that I can't get in Midjourney sometimes. So I just love the fact that you have choice. I love that there's different programs to sort of help you create the nuance of things. And then, but Midjourney is definitely a place where it's just, it's one of these things where it's like, it's part of me now. It's like, I love that manifestation creativity, and it's a spare no expense thing to my mind. Like, I will give up. Like, I don't need AC this week. You know what I mean? But I need the journey. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've been paying for it since I got onto Access with it. I've rarely used it, but then recently I've just dived in and sort of, because there's, like, if you read their documentation, there are certain settings you can mess with,
Yeah.
which I
I
didn't
haven't.
realize beforehand, right?
Yeah.
So I'd never sort of slept on it a bit. But then as soon as I realized, you can actually mess with these settings and get, like, different results from the same prompts that
Yeah.
don't just look the same. They actually can look wildly different if you mess with those settings. It became a lot more like, actually, like, while I'm waiting on this 40-minute Disco Diffusion render to finish up, fuck around in there, sort of thing.
Yeah. It kind of makes me want to go back. I kind of want to, like, I know you can put aspect ratios in, but I don't know if you can do like actual dimensions. Because what I'd love to do is get the actual dimensions, like for my, like if you go to Canva, you have like, here's your LinkedIn banner, this thing, like it has the exact right dimension for stuff. And I almost want to create a list of all those things. Like, here's the Twitter piece, there's the LinkedIn, like all the different image sizes that you need, so that you could easily just grab those as modifiers and use them, so that you could crank out pieces better. I just wanted to. That was one thing I was experimenting with, and then mostly when I get back to the anime, I kind of keep thinking about um, aspect ratios and that kind of stuff on how I should do it. Plus, I want the ability to tell the computer to do art in a fixed way. Like, I want to give it the constraint of it's 2 inches wide and it's 10 miles tall. Like, okay, now you have to create mastery in that piece. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's what I liked about the Wombo. It was fun when I tried to make all these aquatic scenes in Wombo, because they were just, I loved underwater. It was doing like Bioshock kind of stuff, and I was just obsessed with. Oh, I love that notion. But I also went to the play space of my brain of like, as if I told the computer, like, all right, now I want you to get two artists. I want you to go to the deepest place in the ocean. All right, now I want you to get to the bottom of the ocean. Break out your art set, and I want you to rewrite. It's just the funny things in your head. It makes you want to build the anime, the show. This actually, that the anime show is that they are the art program, and every day they get a request from a human to do something completely insane. You know, Joe, go in there. I want you to blow up a car. Yeah, 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 and then paint it. It's like, I just love that kind of funny story in my head, even though it could be just Saturday morning, wake and bake. But yeah.
Saturday evening, yeah. I've slept so much. Like, these last 2 days, I got home. I mean, I tweeted about it, but I got home yesterday. I think I had like 5 hour nap, or whatever it was, a 3 hour nap, then a 2 hour nap. And I slept a solid 8 hours. Then this morning I had another 3 hour nap, and then got up for a while, and then had another like 2 hour nap just a bit ago. I don't know what my body is telling me, but it's loving the extra sleep right now.
That's
And
good,
that's
man.
really not usually the case. Usually, if I
Yeah.
have those extra little naps, I feel absolutely shit, and like, so
That's cool, man.
embracing it.
Morning, Lagatha. Welcome to the Syndicate. Hopefully you're driving on the Autobahn again today. Always driving. Well, let's see. The time is 10:24 here on the East Coast. Welcome to America, everybody. Here in Ohio, the weather is looking pretty lovely. It looks like we're going to have just a simple day, partly cloudy. Temperature outside 85 degrees. Dan's drinking a Smoothie King Power Punch Plus, everyone. That's right, with whey protein. Love thy smoothie in the morning. We got some chocolate covered almonds, and we have a whole pile of crap in the office. We're going to take that on and sort it out. And then we're going to probably get into a bunch of other stuff and maybe fix the studio, make some music today. That music will be demonized. It's very angry noise, most likely. No plan on what will come out, but it'll be exciting. What I need to do actually is I need to do a set where we play music and we actually stream the spaces into the set so that while you guys are like talking, there's like crazy. I'll try to do that today. I'm just gonna suck you guys, live directly into the feed, and we'll just mix you, and it'll be like one of those new satanic recordings kind of thing, but it'll come from the Syndicate or something, and then it'll go viral. Someone asked me today. It was funny. They were saying, "Yeah, I was hanging out in a space, and then I went into the spaces that you're in, Dan." I'm like, "Yeah, that's cool." And you were there, and that unicorn was there. I'm like, "Yeah, that's my." Well, man, the energy in that room is fantastic, man. I don't know how you guys do that. Like that unicorn dude. I'm like, "Yeah, the unicorn dude." I was like, "Yeah, you got to meet the unicorn. Hey, have you found the unicorn? Get online, look for the unicorn. Follow the white unicorn." We got the sheriff in the background. Welcome, sheriff. Get across as the image. Right. All right. We've got some cool stuff on the sheriff's got some cool pictures. All right, he's got a cool picture from like August 1st. Chilling. Yeah. Hang with folks. Love that. Some nice pictures of nature. Very good. All that's goodness. Dead is the way. All right. Hey, Lagatha.
Hey, Dan, you're like not up to date. I've been in Boston for 2 nights already.
I woke up a couple hours ago. I'm probably speaking a lot faster now, though, because
That's right. I just woke up myself, so and Carrie isn't up yet, so Dr. Carrie is still sleeping.
Well,
so I had. Oh my God, we had a wonderful day yesterday. The Duke and I went on a whale tour, and we saw 2 mama whales and 2 baby whales, and then a giant pot of dolphins on our way back. And then today I'm gonna go meet Casey and his family. And then later we're gonna meet Scarlet Spider, Fitz,
that's awesome.
Dr. Carrie and I are gonna hang out. And then tomorrow we might meet Sunzo. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, that'd be great. That's awesome. It's exciting.
I know, right? And I got a message from United yesterday on a Friday telling me that my flight on Monday might not go because of storms or whatever. Oh, what? How is Casey here? He's supposed to be getting his kids ready and on the train. Oh boy. Oh boy. Something is up.
You can't resist the space. You know how it works.
Oh, why are you trying to get your kids ready? Good morning.
Kids are bowing down on their snacks. Karen's taking a shower. We're ETA 15 minutes to go time.
Yeah. I thought, oh my God, they probably got like monkeypox or something going on.
Ew. Ew.
You know how it is with kids. You wake up, you go to bed, everything's fine, and then you wake up next morning and hell progresses overnight somehow. At least that's how I always feel when I'm surrounded by people with kids.
Sorry, I missed most of that. Karen was yelling at me.
Yell back.
I did. That's why I muted myself.
I said,
So
sometimes how it goes with kids. You go to bed, everything's fine, and you wake the next morning and somehow hell broke loose. You don't know what
yeah.
happened overnight.
So far, it's been a relatively smooth morning, unlike most. So,
I said I'm gonna miss
wait, are you in the blockchain or is that me?
me probably.
Dun dun dun. Hey, do you want to do the aquarium, the science museum, or the arboretum?
I don't know what the last one is.
Like a botanical garden?
Oh, is it outside?
Yeah. Oh,
I would.
right.
I'll probably prefer it outside, but I can put on my mask for a few more hours in the aquarium. Aquarium sounds cool. I think botanical garden might be pretty boring for your kids.
Oh, they run around. They're fine. You know, it's a small fine here or there as they uproot precious flowers and trees.
I'm up for whatever you guys have, honestly. I just tag along. Like any of the three is fine with me. Whatever the kids want, really,
Okay,
or you guys want with the kids, whatever.
cool.
I like. Just tell me when and where, and I'll.
Do you want us to pick you up at
there.
Carrie's place? Or do you want to meet us there? What do you want to do?
Oh, if you really want to have like some hassle, you should come to Carrie's place. Because it's gonna be wild to even get here. It's like a jungle out there when you like just leave the door. It's wild.
Yeah, I'm familiar with driving Cambridge, Boston. I know how to survive in the traffic. It's okay.
But there's no traffic.
Oh, there
Like
is.
it's just a pile of people. all the streets are like blocked.
It's the
You can't drive here. It's like
that's right. Okay, so
the fisherman feasting is going
right.
on. I don't know when they start, but
There's
it was
always something in the summer. Like every weekend is basically certain sections are blocked off for somebody. Okay.
I mean, I'm sure Carrie wants to see you, but it might be logistically smarter if we do that afterwards, because we kind of told everybody we only meet like after lunchtime, which would be when you get here,
Sure.
right? Anyways, I don't know. Carrie's still sleeping, so
Okay.
I haven't talked to her.
We're pretty flexible. We're basically just like looking at this as like, all right, let's go adventuring in Boston today. Let's see what happens.
Remember, the orange line is broken,
Yep.
right? It's not running.
Yep.
Okay. So
Where's the green line?
the easiest and quickest near Carrie's house is the aquarium. Actually,
Yeah.
that would be 8-minute walks.
Yep. Okay.
And then
We'll
on the orange line,
at the very least, we'll meet up at the aquarium.
Zach,
Yeah.
I hate Zach's profile picture because every time I look at it, I think I cracked my screen because in the top left upper hand corner, there's like a airline capture, and I'm like, fuck, I must have dropped my. Oh no, that's on the image.
I did the same thing to myself yesterday. I was like, oh shit.
Well, that's smart.
Wait, are you guys
Doing it to
in
yourself.
Boston?
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Lagatha's
Yeah.
in Boston visiting. I'm in New Hampshire.
I was
But you will be in Boston in a few
Yep.
hours.
I was in
And so will Fitz.
I was in Boston this summer, and my wife now
Oh.
thinks she wants to move to Boston.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Well,
I haven't seen much of Boston yet.
I
can't
loved it. It's like the cleanest big city I've been to, and I've been to many of them.
It's decent. It's not without its ugly side. And Boston's cool. Bloody expensive in Boston. And the
Yeah, but
outliers.
so is every city. In
Yeah,
America.
exactly.
Yeah, is it more expensive than Toronto? Probably not.
I don't know.
You never know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right? Even for us to speculate just tells us where we are, right? The fact that you don't know if Toronto is more expensive than Boston, right?
I have to imagine. My gut, because
Casey,
I don't know.
I'm New York. So let's start there.
Let's start there. That's a good starting point because New York is But it's New York and San Francisco are always battling for top most expensive places to live, I think.
Well, I have a client who's trying to get into tech sales, and he got a job offer, and it was like, you can live in Chicago, Atlanta, or San Francisco. And he was like, well, San Francisco's out the window. And I was like, why? He's like, because of how expensive it is. And I was like, so? He goes, well, I don't even think I'll be barely squeaking by if I live in San Francisco with what they're willing to pay me.
Yeah.
And I go, so? He's like, what do you mean so? It's like, this is not your long-term loving like job you want for the rest of your life. I was like, but the tactical advantages that San Francisco gives you in tech sales, you get your foot in the door there, you can walk anywhere and get a job.
That's fair.
Whereas Chicago, Atlanta, what's the tech scene look like for sales and what you want to do?
Why is it so driven to geographic region? This has always puzzled me.
Because it's the same reason why a McDonald's and a Burger King are on the same block.
They all like businesses clumped together.
It's sports cities, right?
No,
economic follow sports cities.
So what they talk about is what they talk about in it is that the idea of, oh, there's a McDonald's over there. Well, I'm going to move to the other side of town to put in my Burger King, right? People don't have the allegiance to the Burger King versus McDonald's. They just are making the choice by, is it easy, right?
Yep.
So if you make it easy, then they'll make that choice. So by putting a McDonald's and a Burger King next to each other, you're actually increasing your chances that you won't have competition because people are then loyal. But they won't drive to the other side of town for Burger King if their main route is over by the McDonald's. And so if people are having to choose between living in Atlanta or San Francisco for tech, right? They're going to go, well, it probably just one place, a couple of tech places started in San Francisco, and then everyone was like, that's where we got to be. It's the same thing with like hedge funds and, all of the other stuff. If you want to do like movies, you go to LA. If you want to do, Latin music, you go to Miami. You want to
make video games, you go to Montreal.
Yeah. So
I think I'm fucked. Why am I in Ohio?
I'm telling you, Toronto. You guys are going to be assimilated one day. This is a slow start. It's sponsored by the government of Canada to brain train you guys north.
So if you had a stable career job where you were truly remote, it would make sense. Where if you didn't need that geographic representation, it would make sense to live where it's cheapest to live and have the best paying job.
Except for the fact that a lot of companies aren't incorporated in enough states to hire people who are remote filing taxes outside of their state. So a lot of companies right now can't hire some of these remote workers because let's say I have a company like right now, right? If I don't do freelance and I'm paying people jack and shit, then I can't technically hire them because they don't live in Texas. And so the way of paying, out of state taxes for all of the employees, it's different. So it's
restrictive to the smaller businesses. You got to be in that like top, I don't know, 10% maybe something.
Big business can do it. It's hard. Like if they made it easier for small business to hire remote across the country, the border regardless, then I think that we would have a better employment in some of these positions.
Very interesting.
Actually, Dan, what do you think about that? Because you are the one person who's like running something that is, that kind of caliber and size. So I'd love to get your opinion.
I just took the big hit from the bong. Give me it back to me one more time. No one laugh at me.
God, how do I not laugh at you? Okay, never mind.
Right.
No, seriously,
Dan,
you were talking about
with your company size.
I said that one of the biggest issues that we're facing right now in terms of work moving completely remote is that small businesses that are trying to get remote workers are having trouble with the tax burden of hiring outside of their own state and they would need to like LLC and incorporate outside that state so that they can pay taxes, and file their employment taxes in that state and all this other stuff.
That's interesting. I'm not the books guy. I've never been that. I do think that, I still see that sort of the new age of hustle or the golden age of hustle sort of unfolding because of, I just see lots of acceleration tools. So if you can open up your mind to be willing to sort of, rethink the order of how things can happen, you could really leverage this new horizon and replace a lot of what you would traditionally would have to spend for labor on. So if that's possible, it sort of allows you to sort of laser focus your labor then to something that is, the thing that can be more actionable or something like that.
So I want to pitch in real quick here. So working on the New Hampshire Massachusetts border for a while, we see a lot of the employers like, Massachusetts employee, god damn it. The stress and the strain is like 2, maybe 3 forms is the obstacle. It's like I get frustrated. Like a lot of times the business owners are bulking at the strain of doing it, but it's only filling out like 2 or 3, maybe 4 forms. It's not a big obstacle, but I don't know. It's startling to me.
Dude, I hate forms. It just took me like a whole week to get the sound exchange up. But it's necessary. I just hate doing paperwork. I just hate
That's
of all,
isn't
of
that
all the things.
when you say that out loud bluntly, like,
Yeah,
hey, business owner, you can, increase your efficiency by 150%,
but
decrease your payroll by 20%, but you have to fill out these 3 forms
yeah.
and
Fuck
say,
those forms. Yeah, fuck those forms. How do I pay someone to ask me the question such that I don't have to fill out the forms? Because when I'm not
oh,
talking, I'm not making money.
oh, that hurts.
So how much do I have to pay for someone to ask me the question such that they can type form me into the answers and fill it out? Because I have to get back on a sales call, which is the whole way we make money for us to capture an account on, right?
Yeah, but when you're in that business owner, yes, you got a
I'm
point.
just
I'm
saying,
just
like,
like,
I'm
yeah,
just saying it's. I'm not saying they're not hurting me from it. I'm saying it's an opportunity for the
yeah,
people who hate typing things in to get someone to do their typing for them.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, a lot of people are like 4th day work, 4-hour work a day, right?
Well,
That's the whole idea.
All
I
right,
don't.
I have to bounce on. I'm so sorry. I got to
Oh,
bounce on and
Casey,
get the
wait.
kids ready.
Can,
Oh yeah,
can I
yeah.
talk real quick?
Okay.
So the client who I was talking to you about
Yes.
actually found us from the syndicate.
Nice.
Like just
Oh,
like
that's excellent.
we did our first call, and she was like, "Yeah, I heard about you on the syndicate. That's where I signed up." And I was like, "Oh, cool." I was like, and I just was like, "Okay." So now when I say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna have you meet with Casey, for her free like finance consultation," then she'll know at least. But yeah, she said that she's in the room all the time. She just only listens. So,
I
pretty.
like the serendipitous nature of it. You know,
Yeah, and she's like I've already made a bunch of changes in what I do, so that's pretty good. Like,
well,
yeah,
Streets is watching.
I'm gonna have to stop talking about clients in here then, because if I'm starting to get clients from the syndicate, because I don't want people to feel like I'm talking about them. So I'll
Oh
just
yeah, I run into that all the time too. I hate that though. You actually can't. You shouldn't take that path, Zach, because it's basically you're gonna pit yourself into a corner. That's what you're saying when you say that. You're like,
well,
you know what I mean?
I think there's a difference when some of the concepts and some of the things that people tell me are much more private than it is just their
Yeah.
business, right?
Can I rephrase it as tactical tactfulness?
Yeah, I have to be more tactful because I am an asshole sometimes when I talk about people. Because that's sometimes what people need in their lives is someone to be like, "No, you're an idiot. Stop."
I didn't
Yeah.
like talking about Mattios yesterday. That was uncomfortable for
You
me.
got very uncomfortable.
Yes, I don't like that.
I saw it immediately, and that's why I was like, Casey, you and I will work together. Don't worry, we'll get better at this.
The thing is, like,
Yeah.
you gotta understand, like, Matthias has thick skin, right? Like, he deals with kids that are like punching him in the face. So, like last night when we were talking, I'm like, yo, I understand you didn't do your homework, but fuck it. You have the cash flow going, a promotion, right? Good for you.
Also, Casey, someone like Mattios with that kind of thick skin, sometimes being able to now he knows that, oh man, he might put me on blast in front of the whole group. So now I have to make sure I'm on my doing things right. So like small things like that, even if you don't like go deep, you can use them to get the person to say, now I need to do what I need to
I
do.
did it with KC with Kappa, right? I was
Yeah.
like, hey, hey, KC, I wonder where we could find an app for Kappa that would help him get a house, right? So we do it to each other for fun.
Well, and that's where I'd been kind of poking at Mattios about his quote unquote homework. And I'd been putting him on blast like every time I saw him in spaces. Mattios, how's your homework going, bud? Hey, Mattios, how's your homework? You done?
Hey,
And
why don't you tell Mattios to sign up for like 2 weeks of Win the War,
Hmm.
and then I'll cover the 2 weeks. It'll be like, hey, well, we're gonna get this shit done, and I'll just pair him with one of the basic accountability guys, so it's not like he's doing the whole like here's business
right.
right, like because some of the lower end guys that I have, they're just there to say get this done, and then they text them like every 2 hours.
Well,
Did you get it
Matthews
done?
is in a unique position because it's not so much, honestly, the homework is not Matthews' problem. When Matthews met with KC, he realized, okay, I need to build a reserve. So what's the best way to start building a reserve? All right, so I'm going to increase my cash flow. And so over the past 45, 60 days, he's completely changed what he's doing to make sure, because KC showed him the known unknown, right? So the next step for Matthews is not only to do what he's doing with KC, but to meet with someone who may potentially help him start his own thing.
Yeah, and that's one of the some of the people that come to us. They come, they're like, look, like I want to start my own side hustle. I have a trouble doing it, like getting out and making the calls and doing the sales. And we're like, all right, cool. You have 1 hour to make 10 phone calls. Call me back. Text me in 1 hour. Oh, you didn't get your 10 phone calls done? All right, 20 push-ups. All right, you got 1 hour to do 10 phone calls. Go. Oh, you didn't get them done? All right, 25 push-ups. And by the end of the day, the next day, guess
They're the
what they're doing?
strongest motherfucker in the world, but they still haven't made any calls. No,
Yeah, but then the next day, they don't want to do any more push-ups.
they don't want to
So
do
they
it.
make all their phone calls.
Yeah. They're like, my arms
So,
are killing me. Yeah, the
yeah,
second day, right? The second day syndrome. Yeah, I like it.
it's just funny. Like sometimes, like what did I say? We're not trying to be someone's manager. We're trying to be someone's like foxhole buddy, right? Like a lot of these people, by the time like 3 or 4 hours happens and they haven't made any phone calls, that's when we're like, all right, what's going on? What's preventing you? What's stopping you? What is the issue? What's going through your head? Oh, like this is an actual like psychological thing. All right, we have another person you can talk to. Hold on. And then we have like, you know, veterans who have degrees in psychology, and you talk to them. And it's like, oh, okay, now, and we have like veterans who are certified life coaches. And then all of a sudden you go back and you're now crushing your phone calls. And then by the end of the day, you're like, oh, I can do this. And then at one point we're like, yeah, well, why would you do this for somebody else? Why don't you just start your own business? What do you mean? Why don't you just start your own thing? Like, why are you going to go work for somebody else? Like you have all it takes. Well, okay, then don't do it. Like having that conversation and just trying to see where that limit is. Now we know how far to push them, right? Okay, they're not going to own their own business. They don't need to go this route, because people start focusing on all these things that don't matter because they're like, oh, well, you know, it could turn into this. No, you're not going to be a business owner. You already said that. You don't have the self-discipline. You don't have the self-accountability to do it.
Yeah.
So we can make you as best as you can be. Like, I hate it when people come to me and they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to start waking up at 4 like you," and I'm like, "No, stop.
No, yeah,
We're not making you into a fucking SEAL or anyone like me. We're making you into the best version of you. We
yeah.
need to know what that is. If that's waking up at noon, that's waking up at noon, right? If that's meditating 5 hours, that's meditating 5 hours. But what we need to know is we have to start reviewing every single day what it is that's impacting you positively and negatively and start putting more positives into your life. Because a lot of people deal with a lot of negative shit just because they feel like they don't have a choice, and they really do. And when they have someone to talk to that goes, "Oh yeah, just cut that limb off. Oh yeah, kill that thing." Wait, what? Yeah, like stop dealing with it. Like I had a friend today. He called me and he was like, "Well, I have all this stuff going on." I was like, "Divorce your wife." He's like, "What?" I was like, "Divorce your wife." Now, this is a friend and not a client, so no one jumped down my throat that I would tell a client to divorce their wife.
There's
This is
like
one of my
20 people divorcing their wife right now in the
yeah,
future.
this is my best friend, and
Uh,
he's just like, "What do you mean?" I go, "Dude, none of the things that you are telling me in the beginning of the conversation is what you are complaining about for the longest of the conversation. You are complaining about the situation you're in at home more than anything else. And what have you been able to do about it?" "Well, nothing." I was like, "Are you going to therapy?" "No, she refuses." "Okay. Do you have kids?" "No." "Do you have like do you have millions of dollars in assets that, you have to figure out splitting?" "No." "Okay. How long have you been married?" "Like a year." "Okay. Why'd you get married?" "Uh, exactly my point. Like, don't waste any more time with someone who literally is abusive to you just because you're a guy and you feel like you know you can't get out. People just focus on the wrong thing too much of the time. And if you refocus on the things that you can control, everything changes.
things changed for me when I started assigning myself my own missions. So, kind of being my own headquarters, right? All right, your mission should be right. And it started maybe maybe about a month ago that we really started talking about the doctrine. And I think the biggest benefit of what I've learned personally is how to go from managing multiple projects to leading other people to execute projects. It's a completely different paradigm.
Yeah, and I think that one of the biggest things is the way in which we frame them. So that's another thing that the next call you and I do, Mike, we're going to talk about is more of the painting the picture of the mission. Because
Yeah.
I got that the next step is making sure that the framework of the mission is bound by the right parts.
So
Because
I'll give an example. So maybe you can catch this. So right now, I'm working with a comedian, right? And the comedian is about to go on tour, and she has an album, right? And she's getting all these accolades, films she's been in, they're getting Screen Actor Guild Awards, all that kind of stuff. And so now that we have this album and we just got it uploaded to Sound Exchange, now we can really go full court press because we can monetize everything that's happening. And so the first part was giving myself a mission, which the first part was just putting ourselves in a position to actually receive royalties from these individual pieces of IP, the jokes, the comedy recordings from the live recording. So now that we have that, the next step of the mission is it could be multiple things. It could be, all right, so we want to blow up this album, or it could be to generate funding for a stage theater play that she wants to do. Right. So now I'm like, okay, so I have to stop, take stock. What have we been able to do? Okay, that's the hill we wanted to capture. Now we can. Now we know every time we release music, the money will come to us. So what is the next step to blow this album up and generate or attract funding for this stage show that she thinks is very important and needs to get out there.
So it sounds like what you've done is the mission is to, let's say the task is to make this person a famous comedian, and the purpose
Mhm.
is for their financial wellness benefit, right? So that
Mhm.
would be the mission, right? But and then you time bound it, right? No later than X time,
Right.
this person, right? What it sounds like what you're talking about are the sub paragraphs of an operations order. So you have the situation and the mission, right? Which is the situation is exactly what you said. You have this client, then they're doing XYZ thing. Now you have the mission statement. Good. The next part, you have other parts of the operations order which tell you how things go, right? So we use task, so TPMEA. So task, purpose, method, execution, assessment. So now under the operations order, you're able to say, like, okay, for sustainment, right? How are you going to sustain all of this? Well, you're going to get funding. How are you going to get funding? There's a paragraph in there, right? Fires, right?
Purpose, mission, execution, assessment.
Yeah. So each subparagraph says it's so for sustainment, right? Sustainment has its own task because, right, it's different than the mission because it's focused on sustaining the fight. So how do you sustain it? The
Interesting.
task for sustainment would be to
Okay.
provide X amount of gas to all the tanks in the battalion for, the next 72 hours until resupply is able to get there. How are we going to do that? We're going to have 3 tankers on, right? That's the method, on standby.
Call it
Execution.
a campaign, if you will.
Yeah. So now you're doing the sub elements, which is like sustainment, fires, command and control. So now there's these sub elements, which in the 6-0 that I sent you has all
Mhm.
this information. But what you can do is you can create those sub paragraphs. And then when you get to fires, right, how are you supporting it? Because, like, so fire support is how you set conditions for each phase of the thing, right? So you can fire support does the same thing is right. TPMEA. So task, purpose, execution, and assessment are all pretty much, or sorry, task, purpose, execution, task, purpose, method, execution are all pretty
Method.
self-explanatory.
Okay. Method. So the task is something to be done. The purpose is the why it is to be done. The
Yeah,
method is the
is
how the task is to be done. The execution is really granular.
so
Method.
method is the broad scope of
Yes.
what you have to do to accomplish it. It's a resource thing. Execution is how do you then use those resources to execute. And then the assessment, we use MOPS and MOS, which is measure of performance, measure of execution. And so think of those as KPIs,
Right.
but they're
Yeah.
but kind of different. So for us, a measure of performance is numerical. So 6 of 10 tanks neutralized. A measure of execution is 3 tanks destroyed. So is the different. So if I said a measure of performance is 6 of 10 tanks neutralized or destroyed, right? And the measure of performance is 6 tanks destroyed. Do you see the difference?
I see it.
So
I'm
6
just
of
writing down the assignment to myself. So it's like I get this message. I'm trying to put myself in this scenario where I can give orders to myself, right? So it's like,
yeah.
all right, so you get this phone call, right? Like you're Tom Cruise, and they're like, "Da-da-da-da-da-da-da," right? And you pick up the phone. This is headquarters, right?
Yep.
As you know, situation described, right?
Yeah.
And then the next part is, remember you had a specific way of saying it, which is not so much, um, if you were to your mission, should you wish to accept it. That's not the way you say it. You said
No.
it differently.
So missions are not things that you get to choose if you accept them.
Right.
Missions are things that you are told you need to get done.
Right.
But in your COA development stage, one of your courses of action can be lack of resources, requesting this mission be given to somebody else, or
Right.
we can't do it.
So, as you know, situation on the floor. Therefore, I want 3 COAs or 2 COAs.
Yes. So it's always supposed to be 3 courses of action, unless it's what we call a directed COA, meaning like Dan calls me and says, "Hey, Zach, I need you to meet with this person, and I need you to only work with them on this one thing because that's what I need them to be better at." Right? I was just given a directed COA.
So the COA essentially is the project management triangle.
Yeah.
You have quality in the middle, and quality is a function of budget, scope, and time.
Yeah. So the courses of action, course of action development is guided based on, what is it? It's factalcy. Let me hold on. It's just is it feasible, right? You judge your COAs based on, is it feasible? Is it time bound? Oh boy.
No, it's good because the iron triangle of project management is one of the things that I found. Remember how we were looking for those? It's almost like every one of these things is like a pun, right? So you have the military decision making process, and that's kind of a pun for something else in another place.
Yeah.
So if I look at triangle, the iron triangle of project management, let me find it. Simple diagram. All right. So let me put this to the top. So I remember a project manager once told me that this is what I use to manage projects. The client's job is to give me 2 vertices, and I'm supposed to define the third. You tell me how much budget you have, you tell me your scope, and I tell you how much time for a certain quality. You give me the time and the cost, I tell you the scope that can be achieved for that quality.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Is really, because you and I haven't gotten into like really course of action development. We've been at everything prior to, like everything
Right.
I've talked about has been all prior to actually the planning, right? It's all the gathering of the intel that you need in order to plan. The reason why I don't get off of this very quickly, and I keep just talking about the same like mission analysis kind of gathering stuff, and I don't go into COA dev, is because one of the biggest problems every person has is that they go and they just jump into planning, and they are not gathering the necessary intel or information
Yeah.
to go into planning.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
skip over mission analysis.
Yeah.
Even in the Army, they talk about it all the time. Is like mission analysis will completely change the way you do planning positively, but most people don't do it because they even in the mission analysis phase, when they are talking about doing mission analysis, they end up accidentally trying to come up with COAs. And so
Right, and they get okay. So that is fascinating. They're doing a reconnaissance, and then they start going on offense.
yeah, they go right into planning what their course of action will be,
Right.
without gathering. So like right now, if Dan was like, I have a client who's come to us and this is what their project is and this is what they're doing, right? What I would do is I would be doing a deep dive into the founder, right? I would be coming up with running estimates and my own mission analysis of the founder, because that's my part of the syndicate, right? Maybe Sandra's going into a deep dive of like some of like the legal, maybe it's like in her wheelhouse and she's doing some sort of deep dive into like the legal stuff. Mike, you're doing a deep dive into what resources are available on the outside. Maybe Peter's doing a deep dive into what the brand looks like and how can he drive AI to be this visual representation of it. Casey's doing a deep dive into the finances, and then we all come back with our different running estimates of the facts, the assumptions, the risks and limitations, and then questions. Right? The questions can be to the founders. The questions could be to each other. Right? Like if I'm like, well, the founder doesn't have a really heavy tech background. Is it going to be bad if they don't know C++? Right? And Dan's like, yeah, that's going to be bad. I didn't know they didn't have that. Right. And now we have a conversation about that before we ever make a plan of how we're going to take this person from, 0 to 1. We are now gathering all those facts together. And now we throw it all on the board, consolidated from all the warfighting functions. Right. And then say, now that we have all these facts, now what are the 3 COAs that we can come up with? Well, COA 1 is within the next 3 months, we're going to do XYZ. These are our decision points. These are when we're going to make, these choices. Course of action 2 is we're going to skip this phase and go straight to here and try to attack the launch trajectory this way. And 3 is we drop this person and they just are in the syndicate, but we're not going to really try to help them in any significant way because they don't have the right resources, and we're going to put all of our effort into something else. But a lot of people skip that whole first step of consolidating the real facts, risks, and assumptions, and they go straight to like, all right, let's make a plan.
Right. So I have to do that. Facts, assumptions, RFI. At this point, again, it's almost like I have to, like you said, the power in it is the recursive nature of it.
Yeah, running estimates are something that you can that we update more than once a day. So it's every single day because the commander then can come in.
My scoreboard. Yeah. I need to know what the scoreboard is at this point.
Yeah, so it depends on if you're doing tactical or strategic, right? If it's tactical running estimates, you are able to give the commander an in real time assessment.
That would be the happening. API data. Yeah. Yeah.
Versus if it's strategic, now you're doing running estimates on a future problem set that you don't know the true nature of fully right now, and you're trying to gather that information by consolidating it from all the different warfighting functions. Like you said, right? It's like this group of people that you're giving tasks to, right? Well, not only give them the task, but say, hey, here's the running estimates I need for what you think about this task, and just give them 2 hours and say, all right, they come back. Now you know what their facts, their assumptions, and their risks and limitations are for that, and then what questions do they have for you? And then you're like, oh, okay, now I know what I need to answer. And then you can go, okay, here's the answers you need to know. These facts that you put on here aren't really facts. They're actually assumptions. These 3 risks that you have aren't really risks. The other ones, good to know. I'll put those on my radar. And these are good assumptions. I was also thinking of XYZ thing, put it on your list for you to be worried about. Now go accomplish, right? Bring back your plan of how you're going to accomplish now. So
that whole idea of just assigning COA development, right? It's that one thing opened up the heavens to me, right? Because I no longer have to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to do this, and be like, no. Oh, this is what I need you to tell me, and then once you tell me those things, I'm going to show you how to execute it.
Yeah, and all you do is, you let the people who have the information, right? Like, I'm never going to tell Dan, hey, Dan, here's the plan. This is what the founder, no, I'm going to say, hey, Dan, just let me know what you're going to have their company do, right? Like, you're the tech guy. Tell me what you think they should be doing, and we'll put it into the plan, right? And then we consolidate the plan that comes with all of these experts in different areas, right? Most commanders in the military are removed from the expertise. They've been in all these different positions for years and years, but it was years and years ago. And so they have a way of thinking, but by allowing the experts to be experts in their area, it allows the commander to be broader, bigger picture and say, okay, that's good, or that doesn't work with this. Okay, I see the big broad picture of it, because they're not down in the nitty gritty. Because once you get into the nitty gritty, you can't see outside of it.
I just created. Oh, I hope this works. Let's see how this looks. Fuck, dude. Let me send this to you. I just did another animated logo. Usa True, blah, la la la. All right, hold on. Let me send this to you. Do. Come on, everybody. You guys think in a different accent? It's me. Oh, do.
I'm not sure.
Sandra, what are you doing on this Saturday?
I wanted to donate some art to a legal issue that Huddle Knot is having. So I was looking through his info to find out where I need to send it while I'm listening.
What do you think, Zach? Think it was pretty good? Look.
Yeah, I like it. I don't the.
But I do need to call you. I've been accidentally putting it off for a little while, but I need to get my shit together. You can probably help with that, I would think.
I mean,
or someone in your group, yeah.
Yeah, just
get together
go
and
ahead.
serve it. Yeah.
Go ahead and sign up. That's what we do. Is just no BS.
Well, I think
Yeah.
like this would be the exact conversation that someone might have with you, right? All right, so I have like a bunch of clients, and the way I'm working with them has to change if I'm going to be able to expand.
So yeah, Zach, I totally suck, and I need help not sucking. Well, like not literally, but
I am
the other way.
laughing. I had someone come and be like, yeah, I really just suck. And I was just like, what do you mean? And they're like, yeah, I just need help not sucking. And I was like, I don't know what that means. I need more information. I was like, all right, let's just do a running estimate on how you feel about what's going on. And like we literally just write down all the facts and then all the risks and all the assumptions, and they're like, by the end of it, I'm like, I got what you need. All right, let's do it. So yeah, we definitely like I said, just go ahead and sign up for a consult, and then we can kind of get deeper into it. And or I have Eric and John, who are both drill sergeants, who do all of the consultation calls.
Okay.
They're currently on the trail as drill sergeants, so it's really funny when people call and they're like, in the background, you just hear like kids getting scuffed up all day long, which is really funny. I think it's hilarious. But yeah, no, that's I have them do the consults because they kind of get into what the changes are. But yeah, go ahead and sign up. And like I said, I'm gonna start. I got to talk with my co-founder because I kept going like I'm gonna offer a syndicate discount. And she's like, "What is the syndicate thing?" And I was like, "Oh boy." So she just got a Twitter, so I'm gonna have her come in and so she can see what all this is about.
Are you talking about a sin discount?
A syndicount.
Sin discount.
I like that. The first sin is on us. Come on down.
Cool.
I like it, Zach. You I like how you see the benefit, and you sort of are putting a model around it, which is good because we're kind of figuring out that level of engagement with folks, and which is cool. Is all this stuff is kind of unfolding. New abilities, new connections, wider networks, more energy. Good vibes.
Zach, what,
I'm
um,
excited.
is it possible for you to like get a lot of that information up front with folks, like through a form?
Yeah. So we do. Um, the only reason the only reason we do the consultation is because there are once there's certain key phrases and things that we go, you need to see a therapist and not one of us, because
Right.
right, like clinical depression, issues like that, where people won't put that on a form, but when you have a conversation and you can kind of like tweeze at the things you need to tweeze at, um, you know, not saying that's what Sandra has, but like we don't, right. We've had people that are like, yeah, I didn't really put it on the form, but I'm a massive drug addict and I just want to stop doing drugs. And I'm like, yeah, that's like what, like smoking pot? No, heroin. Like I do heroin. I'm like, whoa. Yeah, no, that's not our forte. um, we've had people come in, they've been like, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Because I was going to email you about something, but now that you say that, it's fine.
No, we've had people that have been like come to us and are like, yeah, I've been thinking about harming myself, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna stay on the phone with you, and then get them the resources, and um, we have a couple of like on-call therapists that we've paired with in case of emergencies like that. But that's the only reason we do the phone consultation. Um, the model that we want to go to long term is where our coaches and consultants are listed, and people can go in and pick the one they want themselves, like a Fiverr almost model. But right now we just don't have enough. Some people come to us and they want someone who's uh, really hardcore when they need someone who's really empathetic. And some people come and they're like, yeah, I just want someone who's really empathetic when they need someone who's really hardcore. Um, and being able to have that call conversation, you can kind of dig into, are they saying they want someone that's like this just because they're avoiding what they really need, and they just are hoping that they're going to find some validation here, or are they coming because they want someone really hardcore that's going to like really tell them the truth, when really they need someone to say, hey, you're okay, like things are going all right, like I'm here with you, I'm in the foxhole, like what can we do together to get you to take action, when they don't need someone going, let's go, let's go, let's go, right? um so unfortunately a lot of people don't come knowing what they need, they come knowing what they want, and so we have
Right.
to tweeze out.
Tweeze out instead of tease out. I like it.
Squeeze them, throw them into the combine, and let the combine throw them apart. Only there will we see the soul reach out. Zach stepped over the combine and reached into the carcass of Dan and found the crystal. Here is the crystal of Daniel. May he be set free. He smashed it on his forehead. Dan was released into the atmosphere. So you looked at him and said, you seriously think that shit will work? He's just going to appear on another fucker. We'll have to scan the whole planet. And then the day ended. And there was much rejoicing. Get up and stretch, people. Saturday is here.
Hell yeah.
So I'm looking at the stuff you sent me, Zach. So if we were looking at a social media campaign, would you say the terrain is comprised of the different social media platforms. Like Facebook is its own terrain, TV might be its own terrain, Spotify might be its own terrain, Twitter is its own terrain.
So the way you look at it is, you might be doing urban operations in a city. You might be doing operations in a tree line. You might be doing them in a desert, right? Depending on those things, the the mission changes a little bit every time, right? There are risks to mission in a urban terrain that you don't find in the tree lines. So that's kind of where that terrain comes from. And so for you and your comedian, right, and scaling, right, what's the terrain? Well, you have the terrain of on tour, you have the terrain of um, online marketing, and I think that each of those comes with specific uh, challenges that are unmoving, which is why we talk about the terrain specifically, because those
Well,
are things that you can't control, but they
no.
are.
Well, after terrain, they talk about enemies. I'm like, who might be the enemies? Well, it might be a heckler. It could be, if an enemy could be potentially a heckler when you're on stage. It could be a gatekeeper when
I,
you're trying to get a Grammy.
I always kind of phrase enemy as client, because the main thing that we're trying to do is to influence the enemy to do what we want them to do. And so that's where I like, honestly, like, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get someone to do what you want them to do. So you're trying to get them to buy your stuff. You're trying to get them to sign up. You're trying to, right? I am trying to get the enemy to move in a specific way. I am trying to get the enemy to attrit, right, their resources in specific ways. I'm trying to attrit their defenses. So,
Gee.
but you could also look at it as like it, right? The metaphor framework just depends on what
Yeah,
it is you're
yeah.
trying to do.
I just never considered my the audience to be the enemy, but that's it doesn't matter what the word enemy means. It just means what is the effect that you would like to potentially exert.
Yeah, I mean, and when you get into higher mission planning, um, there's a lot of like PEMDISI, which is talking about kind of those like political, civilian, economic
Right.
considerations in the war planning, that you have to kind of take into account. But for just like, one of the reasons why I talk about the client as the enemy and the customer as the enemy with people is like, you have to realize that if, like, people get fixated on one person because they're like, oh, I'm going to get a sale. Oh, I'm going to get a sale. And they get fixated on like these individuals. And I'm like, they're the enemy. Like, don't get fixated on one of them, right? Understand that the goal is to attrit as many as possible, right? If you get fixated on one, then you're losing sight. You're getting tunnel vision and you're losing sight of the whole battlefield. The worst thing everyone says is like, oh, I'm a leader. I need to lead from the front. Fuck no. Leaders don't lead from the front. They go to the front line, check on their people, go back to the back so that they can see the whole battlefield, right? Too many leaders get down into the weeds. Like Dan's conversation yesterday. It's like, the leader, the person who's in charge, doesn't need to be worried about, right, this minuscule amount of money for scaling. They need to be thinking larger, right? Like, fuck, right? It doesn't matter if you go negative, $1 million if you're going to scale to 100 million in 5 years. Like,
I like the idea. It's so funny. I was sending a screenshot to one of the comedians, and she said, "What's this? Your mission is blah blah blah." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, I'm bossing myself around." And so now I'm thinking about, even with clients, to like just show them the process. Like, okay, so here's what I think the facts, assumptions, risks, blah 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 are, and this is the mission, and this is the COAs. So I could just show the client, hey, this is where my head's at after we talked. And
Yeah,
they can
that's
question
issuing
the disagreements.
that's issuing or an op order or an operations order. Like you can literally issue a full operations order to the client, and then what happens is like if stuff changes where you need to make adjustments, you issue a fragmentation order, and it makes small adjustments. Like, hey, under sustainment where it said you're going to spend $50 a month on gas, Frago, you're going to spend $200 because gas prices went up. And we've already made those adjustments in the budget. And we've already made those adjustments in the long-term planning. Like Frago to you, right? Now you're able to control individuals in the nitty-gritty based on experts coming out with it and issue that. And then all you do is have what's called bottom-up refinement, where they come back and say, hey, we're going into Kentucky and gas prices are 3 times as high as what you planned for, just a heads up. And now you can reissue Fragos to say, okay, spend this much money, but now you need to reduce the amount of money you spend on extracurriculars, whatever. So
I think it works as well as you can define the mission objective.
yeah, exactly. It's if you are just very vague, and a lot of this works, but it doesn't work if people are being super vague, which is why when people come in the room and they're like, well, I don't really want to talk about my idea, I'm like, well, I can't see it because I see everything in this like framework. Like as soon as someone gives me an idea, I'm seeing how I'm going to break all this down. But it's just because that's how my brain works. But when people are like, well, I want to do an NFT project. Well, what's the use case? Well, I don't really want to talk about it, but it's something like this. I'm like, I don't have enough information. I can't get past, MA. So I can't help. Which is one of the reasons why I talk about this with clients all the time is like, half of it is just getting some balls to be able to just like get your shit done and take action. The rest of it's just planning, right? Like that's all life is, those two things.
It's breaking my brain. I'm literally looking at this thing right now, and it's a fundamentally different paradigm and set of glasses to look at this stuff. So it's like, okay, so what is the real mission? And in my head, the real mission is for her to potentially attract funding to a theater show that she wants to do that's very near and dear to her heart. And you're like, okay, so if that's midterm, what's the short term? Okay, the short term is to blow up the album so that people know that she is actually a potentially sure bet in a world of unsure bets, right? So it's like, okay, so how do we do that? What do we know so far? Well, one of the facts that I know is that the most popular video we ever released was 13 seconds. 13 seconds. It is a short joke. She's like, you know what? I know I'm getting old because whenever I pass a bathroom, I'm like, you know what? I better go now that there's a bathroom here. It's a joke about, incontinence with older women. And maybe it was 13 seconds. That's why I did well. Maybe it's because it's so voraciously on target market niche, right? Because that joke is for, potentially men and women that are over the age of 60, right? And that 13-second video did better. So now it's telling me, all right, so let's retake stock of everything that we've learned during the first somewhat garbled campaign. And then with that information, I believe that we can walk through a series of phases, knowing that I don't know how they're going to work out. But to your point, the purpose of a plan is for you to engage in the process of planning.
Yeah, 100%. Because it's not making a plan A or plan B. It's about understanding where decision points are along the plan, and then talking through what those decision points are. Right, like Dan saying, I keep using Dan because Dan, I think, has a really good use case. Is like, okay, Dan's company starts hemorrhaging money. Well, what's the decision point of when to say we are going to seek another outside investment and a third party, right, based on money loss? Okay, well, what's the other situation? The other situation is that they seek an outside, individual to come in just based on the number of confrontations, right? 3 confrontations between him and the co-founder equates to him needing to bring in an outside entity, right? Well, what an outside entity? You think through it. Well, what do we need? We need someone who's kind of complementary, who's going to, dilute the other founder down to 50%, but now you have 2 people who, right, those 2 people together are more, right? So the main founder's down to 49%, and then Dan and this other person are at 50% or 51%, and now any 2 people that agree now are the overwhelming majority. So now you have a way of deciding whether plans are good for the whole or if it's just one person's ego going like, well, we were supposed to make $1 million every day, unrealistic expectations. So I don't know. It's just, I think that there's things here, but I am going to have to run here shortly. I got to get some work done.
Sure. So mission is why of purpose and why of movement, would you say?
Why of purpose, why of movement. Yeah.
You've seen some Orderly's circle of, why of purpose, why of movement, doctrine, leadership, right?
Nah, send it to me.
No? Okay, I'm going to send it to you now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then I will pull down kind of how to write and what mission statements are, and then what the box method of wargaming is, because you'll see those decision points.
You get this. So I think this Wardley is basically the MBA without having to go to MBA school. So before you go, check it out at the top. It says the doctrine of Wardley.
Oh, this is OODA loop framework. This is OODA loop framework in with the why of purpose, why of movement. Got it. Yep.
So I look at what you're doing is separated between doctrine and leadership. The climate is understanding the facts, assumptions, risks, terrain, the whole thing. And then the cycle is updating your running estimates such that you can understand the inputs for which decisions have to change.
It's landscape and climate. So the observe portion is mission analysis. The orient process is COA development. The decide is COA analysis and COA decision. And then the act is the execution portion. And that is where you go from, it's strategic, and then tactical.
I want to understand that again. Can you walk through that again? Because I think
yeah. So observe is your mission analysis, right? It's the fact gathering.
Observe is
mission analysis.
Yeah.
Right. Is part of the mission analysis portion of planning. Orient would be the COA development.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And because it's more focused, you're orienting your forces.
Yes.
You're arraying them across the battlefield. You're developing. You're developing a plan. The decide is the mission analysis, the war gaming, and the decision of which COA you're going to use. Where are those decision points? What are your CCIRs, FFIRs? Which is all of these things that I'm just throwing out are in that doctrine I sent you.
Yep.
And then the act and purpose is where you make the transition from strategic to tactical, right? It's the difference between I'm making a plan for the future and I'm enacting the plan and doing it in real time. And then you transfer from MDMP to RDSP in that act portion.
Right.
which the RDSP is rapid decision and synchronization process, which is a whole nother thing I'll send you.
So let's say that the Y of purpose and the Y of movement is the mission, right? And I wrote down derived from map, but that's
Y of movement is MDMP. Y of purpose is RDSP.
sorry. Y of purpose is
Military decision making process.
yes, exactly, and the Y of movement is RDSP.
Is rapid decision making and synchronization process, because
Yeah.
in your Y of purpose, in the RDSP process, you are comparing your current situation to the MDMP course of action that you've chosen, and then you're making very quick, minute changes in order to get back on track while not focusing on the plan. You're focused on the battle, and so you're just trying to synchronize your forces to make the biggest move towards the mission objective.
Incredible. No, I appreciate that. Okay, because that diagram at the top really helped me a few years ago solidify everything. And now that, and I had a rudimentary understanding of the PEMDAS and all that kind of stuff. But now that I've actually used the military decision making process with your help, basically over DMs, right? I'm like, all right, so what do I do now? You're like, read this 100-page document. All right, wicked. And then I'll contact Zach. All right, Zach, so I read the document, implemented it brutally, and I messed up a bunch of stuff, but this is what we have next. Okay, yeah, this is a 1,000-page document. All right, talk to you in a month. But I'm lucky because I get to check in with you every day. Yeah, it's like, people think this is a selfless process, but I think I benefit the most from it, to be honest with you.
Oh, that's the only reason I answer all these questions and keep trying to say all these things, is because the moments when I'm not speaking, I'm just sitting here soaking in all the information that Sandra and Dan and Web3 and everyone else is saying. So if I'm not speaking and giving value to everyone else when I speak, then I feel like I'm just stealing.
What the conversation we just had, if you were going to receive the best of Zach for today, right? And at this point, I'm talking to Web3. How would you like to see the information?
Hey, can I do a manual override for a second? I have that Jive guy here. Remember the guy I talked to you guys about? He's got a moment here. I wanted him just to jump in and say hello to the folks.
Hello, folks.
What's going on?
Hey, I'm cool, brother. I'm cool. I'm doing what I have to, what I'm supposed to do.
What I was born to do. It's amazing. It sounds like trigger free, but for startups.
Okay, I'm an African. Sorry, let me stop.
Yeah, just start over.
It's just a little chitter chatter that was going on. I didn't really catch what he was asking.
Yeah, just introduce yourself, Jai.
My name is Jai Tapat, and I was born in Africa. Put it this way, I was born in Africa, but I'm 90% American, United States. I was raised here, and life has been beautiful the last 12 years for me. After I stopped doing all the little crazy stuff I was doing in the world, running the streets, trying to hustle. You know how I go.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm trying to I am more positive. So I'm not I'm just trying to upgrade that status.
Yeah, man.
I'm very positive. I just want to upgrade all the way to a point where people that will see my boat before can recognize it and say, well, we know him. If he can do that, we can do it too. Yeah. So I want to pull them in, and keep them positive, and hopefully they'll have the mind state that, okay, they want to upgrade themselves also.
Yeah, man.
So pretty much that's where I'm at, my brother.
That's why you're here. That's why I know it looks like you're working on my yard, dude, but dude, you're actually we're here for this, and for this piece here, and then for the
Uh,
business you start, and whatever you do next. You know what I mean?
bro, I was trapped.
It's also a scam. I'm a Mormon. And by the way, have you found Jesus yet? All right. Anyways, but no, realistically, I mean, this is a cool thing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, y'all seem to be good people.
Whatever
Dan,
we can do, we're
go
at
ahead,
your
my
service.
brother. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Whatever we can do, we're at your service. You're talking to people who can transform anything you have into your head and make it into reality. So, like,
Oh,
people here are involved in creating music labels in Ghana to helping startups raise millions of dollars. So, whatever you want to
but
do,
you
Brandon.
know what? You know what I believe will help all the poverty and all everything in the world is if the world just become one world, the whole world, one country.
Yeah.
Instead of all broken up pieces.
Yeah.
That's where everybody have a right for everything because everybody get each other's back.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
Yeah, man. Thanks, guys, man.
Love, brother.
All right, guys.
Let me
back.
leave y'all alone because I sound weird now.
No, man, you're fine. We're just chilling.
If it sound weird, you can't come over.
All right. Thanks.
All love. I, for one, believe very strongly in a one world government. How do you feel, Sandra?
I do, but I think there would have to be limits. Otherwise you'd have, first world, countries taking advantage of the third world countries even more than they do now, like what happened, post Soviet Union. So, when things split up, it's just easier to take advantage of the pieces. So it'd have to be some sort of discussion about how do we avoid extracting everything of value, from pieces. If we went ahead and did that, and I, being an American, would want a one world government to be America centric and based on the republic principles of our Constitution here, which people may or may not agree with.
Absolutely. Yeah, the one thing that really intimidated me is when Zach was like, "Okay, so now that you see this, there's another level." I'm like, "What's that?" And he's like, "It's the army design process." I'm like, "Oh fuck, let me hold off."
The design methodology.
Oh my god! Because I can see that these essentially the reason that the framework is so effective is because it had no choice but to strip away all of the bullshit because lives are on the line.
Yeah,
And
it's an inflexible framework. It's which is the opposite of what businesses want. They want the flexible frameworks. And so you can, if you start with inflexible frameworks and project out and make them flexible, it's more effective than if you start with flexibility and then try to add inflexible things from the outside in. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like,
no, it does.
you have to start with being disciplined before you can right? Like you have to learn how to not drink before you can start drinking moderately.
Before you go, what do you think? So, listening back to this space, what if you could imagine you get an email, right? Or I send you a link, and you open up that link, and it has information and recordings of either myself, yourself, and someone else. Do you have an inkling of what were the parts in this conversation that you think might be most effective? Or because I know you said that the clips were really driving engagement.
No, I think that I think all of it is what I'm working on now is trying to keep my explanations to less than 30 seconds, right?
Love it.
So every time I've been talking, I've been hitting a timer because I think that I have to start getting that down to under 30 seconds. Not because I think that I don't want to drive myself just because that's what Twitter is, but also that's what TikTok is, and that's what Instagram does. And so like I have to work on hitting something hard in the first 3 seconds and then keeping the rest of it less than 30 seconds. So if I can start doing that more and more, I think that it's impactful. And that's what I tell clients is when you're in spaces or you're doing TikToks, like even if you're talking to someone in real life, right? Like don't speak until you have enough where I have a very impactful statement in the first 3 seconds and I can keep the explanation or what I want to say to under 30, right?
People will start their response not knowing what their response is. And then you hear them trying to find it as they talk.
Yeah,
I
think people want to be heard more than they want to be understood. And I think that people are not realizing that the world is going to get more truncated in the time you have to make an impact. And so if you're not practicing now, then you're going to continue to become less and less, I don't want to say relevant, but impactful in your presentations. So just something I like people to consider. It sucks, but it's the truth.
I like the idea of time to impact. Mean time to impact, you know?
Well, that makes sense. I mean, in context of like juries, they've done studies, and these studies go back, decades, where your jury has a very limited attention span, and if you can't get their attention in a certain amount of time, your client's going to be, in a lot of trouble. So, I mean, I understand the concept, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
Today was good. I am going to use this conversation to communicate with this comedian all of the facts, assumptions, requests for informations, and threats and risks. And I want to have a single page document that shows them where we are in the process, what we're executing right now, maybe some of the running assessment metrics, just so that if anyone asks me anything about how the mission is going, how the operation is going, I could just send them the link. And it's like, this is how it's going.
Well, I might ask you for that link. I don't want to violate client's privacy, but I'm interested in the flow of how things work.
I think, did I put together a type form for it? Hold on. Self-tape, ritual, math. Oh, yeah, I put it on. Hold on, let me put this. I'm going to put this to the top just as a test and see if you think you could customize this. Because when I started doing this, how long ago? It was July 27th? At Santra. How might we order ourselves around? Conversations with Zach. CC. Boop, boop, boop. All right, so let me put this to the top. Because I was like, all right, so how do I just give myself an order? All right, Mike.
Absolutely.
All right, Mike, it's time to get up. Why? It's ordering time. All right, can I have a coffee? No. Right? Coffee's for closers, Mike. Ah, shit. Okay, what do I have to do? All right. All Where is it?
I think we all need like a coffee IV. Wouldn't that just be convenient?
Yeah. And then you can have like the vitamin E and stuff like that. Everything that you're missing. How might we order ourselves around? I called it Cindy. SYNDAI.
Oh, that's close enough. All right, let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. Where are you? That's cool. I like what you called it.
Cindy.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Headquarters is issuing you a mission. As you know, redacted.
Looks like every government document ever produced in Discovery.
Yeah, right? And some is actually the conversation afterwards. It's like, hold on. You actually said yes? Like, you do understand the consequences of failing this, right? You understand what's going to happen to you? So if you understand all the risks, why the hell would you accept this mission? All right, well, since you've decided that the rewards outweigh the risks, you're going to need my help to develop your 2 divergent COAs or courses of actions. And that was July 27th, so almost 3 weeks ago. So now I could probably update it.
How do I share this with myself? Maybe if I do it this way. There we go. Boop. Yeah. All right. What am I doing here? I always swipe out of Twitter by accident. It's so dumb.
Right.
I'm like, what the hell am I doing? And I have to come back again.
It took me a while to figure out how to navigate around Twitter while I was in Twitter. And then sometimes, like for example, now I took my phone off of landscape auto rotate because it closes the space.
Oh, wow. I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Well, and they may have. Oh my god, this is so exhaustive. ArmyStudyGuide.com. Whoa. Oh, there's online flashcards? You got to be kidding me. What does ASAP stand for? Army Substance Abuse Program. Whoa. What is the mission of ASAP? The ASAP's mission is to strengthen the overall fitness and effectiveness of the workforce and enhance combat readiness. What is meant by the deglamorization of alcohol? Personnel will not promote any function glamorizing the use of alcohol through drinking contests, games, initiations, or the awarding of alcoholic beverages as prizes in Whoa. Man, there are other worlds than these.
It sure seems like it.
Well, I'm satisfied. What do you think, Pete?
I love his avatar.
Pete is pointing the way forward in what he's doing. Like, when we talk about the futures here, it's just not evenly distributed yet. Yeah, just scroll through what Pete's doing, you realize just the breakneck speed that this is happening. Absolutely breakneck speed.
I haven't really been paying attention to this conversation for about 30 seconds or so, sorry. Was in the middle of a chat with someone. But what you're just saying just now is absolutely true. It's going that fast that it's I'm worried that if the project that I just did doesn't land in like the next month, it's going to be completely irrelevant.
Right. The windows of opportunities open and close at the speed of light.
Yeah, I hear you. I need assistance in terms of, directions and just tell me what to do. I shouldn't say it like that. I just mean that, I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing at the right time. And I know that that's no guarantee.
You never know how bad luck keeps you from experiencing even worse bad luck,
That's true.
right?
Right.
But now that I realize that like a good decision can lead to a bad outcome, and a bad decision can lead to a good outcome. So what the hell do I know, right? I've realized that there's just we're working with phase space or an environment where inputs and outputs change. It's like almost probabilistic. We think if we do this that we're going to have this output. You could, or you could not. It's based on probability, not on any kind of science you can, work out empirically. So it's kind of like just figuring out a way to get yourself to make bets that won't lead to your ruin.
Oh, true. Usually I just roll a hard 6. It seems to work out for me. I mean, why overthink the probability and the possibility parameters? Just be a wrecking ball.
Or just have a bunch of small wrecking balls. That's the way I look at
Exactly.
it, right? It's like, okay, I know that I'm most likely wrong, but I could have some things right. So how might I separate from the things that may be wrong from the things that may be right? Oh, well, trial and error. It's just going on stage and telling 5 jokes and seeing which one works. Well, all of them bombed. Oh, all of them did great. One hit and the rest didn't. Now, will the one joke that hit another club? No. Will the 4 jokes that bombed bomb another club? Not necessarily. Right? So I think this going through stand-up really taught me the limits of my own supposed omniscience. Is that right? Right? Everyone thinks that, I have it figured out. I know how things are working. It's like, no. Just because you think you have a great joke doesn't mean it's going to make people laugh on stage. And if you can have that humility, you can have a machine that creates great jokes.
Well, I don't have the life experience to agree or disagree, but I believe you. I think you're correct.
Like, is it possible for a certain argument that you write, is it possible that a certain closing statement can work in front of some crowds and not work in front of others?
Oh, absolutely. Sure.
Right? And to me, that was the moment that stand-up became interesting. Because I was like, oh, it's not just about my closing argument. It's about, do I know who the jury is?
Right. Like I wouldn't go in front of Bitcoin maxis and try to have a serious conversation about other cryptocurrencies. That it just wouldn't happen.
No. And knowing that is an opportunity for you to have an effective interaction. Or if you just want to piss them off, you know what to do.
Well, that's true.
Hey, guess what? Fred Wright is Satoshi. Fuck you. All right, here, let me give you a co-host. Right? And then people are like, well, I don't know what to think anymore. Right? I'm like, look, we don't have to be enemies. Right? We don't have to believe the same things. In fact, we may enter into the same business disagreeing with each other in a lot of ways. And that's okay. As long as I'm still in touch. Because I need to keep up. If I'd never met Pete, I would have never understood where this is going. Does it make sense?
Right. Yeah.
No chance would I have known. But now that I know about this Disco Elysium thing. And it's like, oh, I want to try this out. If Peter had a course on how to use this thing, I'm sure a lot of people would take it.
Yeah, it sounds fascinating. I like the name of it alone. Like I don't care what it does. I just want to know everything about it because it's so cool.
Man.
Disco diffusion, gotta love it. It's bizarre, but there's some great guides out there already that are really pretty much just the Bible. The issue is there's less in learning that and more the experimental nature of play that comes in with learning how to guide these sort of models. You can get all the, like, you know, you learn all the different sort of, like, okay, this setting does this setting does that, but it's that whole process of, okay, well, how do I really dance with it? That's part of why they call it disco, I guess.
Are you paying for Google Colab credits to do the work?
Colab Pro, I pay for, which is a subscription model of like $70 a month, I think. But that gives you access to, mainly the main thing that lets you do is it doesn't kick you off. That's the biggest advantage. So it, like, you can run it overnight. You can just keep running a server. Eventually, it does kick you off, but like you know, it doesn't do it in like the time span of an hour or two, or whatever it is. Whereas I rent servers as well beyond that. So
yeah, using it, and it said this notebook is going to exceed your memory capacity on this Google Colab notebook.
Yeah, so like, because they're if you're not paying for Pro, then you're basically just getting like their base hardware. If you pay for Pro, you get access to their better hardware, but it's still, you're not guaranteed that you're going to get like the best hardware they have available. That's all very like, you know, the first month that you're with them, they'll still just give you like, not bottom tier, but, you know, close to bottom tier, and then after that they start throwing the better things at you if you show that you're using it, as in like if you're actually taking advantage of that stuff and running it a lot. So it's priority based a little bit. Which is maybe not a bad model, but it's also kind of frustrating for people that just want to, you know, okay, look, I'm spending the money, just give me access to the good shit.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I'm saying that is frustrating when you pay and then you still don't have the access and the tech that you ought to have.
It is getting better pretty quickly. Like, I noticed even with the Dolly, like, their models took a third of the time now to run when it first started.
Yeah, but the trade-off is with Dali, you're paying for credits to run on their servers based on props, but they have like a huge, like super server full of just, you know, endless GPUs to run all their shit on. It's ridiculous the size of like what they've got. And then what Stability AI had is something like 1,000, what was it, some stupid amount of A100s, I think it's 6,000, which is like one of the best, or if not the best, GPU you can get pretty much in terms of processing power. So these people have like these essential, you know, like supercomputer type setups ready, and Google's sort of there, but the problem with Google is that, you know, because everyone uses Google, so, and they're trying to rent it out on a monthly subscription, which makes it hard. They have to use that priority sort of system. But what I do with like, so there's Vast AI, which supplies people, you can rent a server on a GPU from like, you know, people that are hosting it out independently. So I use that and get like the sort of hardware that I want, but it's, you know, like you pay an hourly rate. It's like 30 to 50 cents an hour. So it's like, there's a lot of different ways of sort of going about it when you're dealing with this stuff. But the ideal situation would be to just have like my own little server at home where I can run this stuff when it's at that point where, you know, like Stable Diffusion should be able to run on like even like consumer hardware. And that's pretty amazing. But Disco, you still need like the stupid good, like really powerful GPUs that are really only like, I think the ones that I like to use, sorry, I'm getting a bit tired, stumbling on my words. Like some of them are like, you know, $6,000, if not more. The A100s are like 12 grand or something like that, which is ridiculous for a consumer.
The future is here. It's just not affordable yet.
Is it ever affordable?
Yeah, right? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have been pointing to this digital divide that's going to be occurring. And I think it was Dr. Wetzel? Somebody said that when we talk about mutually assured computation, you know, like mutually assured destruction, his point was that we're about to end up in a situation of mutually assured quantum computation. And there's going to be a massive difference between haves and have-nots.
I think the cloud tech stuff is really making a huge difference there, because when you start allowing people access to all this stuff through cloud technology, and it becomes affordable, which it sort of is now. I mean, it's still not cheap, but it's not expensive. You know, I mean, you're not going to waste your whole bloody livelihood trying to rent one server for like a few days just to play with it. Whereas back in the past, you might have, you know. So it was extremely limiting back then, and now it's a lot more accessible. A lot more people can actually have access to these things, and you get things like Wombo or, you know, Midjourney and that, which, again, you know, based on subscription models, which I still don't necessarily agree with wholeheartedly, but it just makes everything accessible.
Somebody,
And
yeah. Mhm.
that's a big difference, like, compared to what it used to be.
Wow. What a day. What time is it over there? 4 a.m.?
12. It's
Well,
midnight.
oh, wow. So we're a cool 12 hours apart? Amazing. It's noon here.
Yeah, that's how I usually go by for USA time. I know you got different time zones there, but it's roughly always about 12ish.
Love it.
Well, this has been very helpful, Mike. I appreciate it. And everybody, really.
Yeah, sometimes I just sit down and be like, okay. Okay. Right?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna jump off and get some sleep. I've been sleeping a lot lately, so. But yeah, I'm gonna shoot off. You probably hear I'm really like just zombie mode.
Have a good rest.
Thank you. I'll try. You guys enjoy.
That's all Web3. You feeling good? Good night.
Hello. What'd you watch last night?
I fell asleep hard. You know, when I entered, when it was like 13 hours. I'm like, 13 hours? Was this
Yikes.
thing on all day?
So what's that Jersey Devil documentary you're going to watch? Is it a recent one or not a recent one?
It's not even a documentary. It's some speech that a guy gave.
Oh, okay.
From 1981? Was that what you
Yeah,
said?
yeah.
Yeah, I thought 1981, and then I Googled it. And I'm like, where is this thing? I can't really find it. All right, so that'll help me out finding it.
So you plan on watching Caprica? Watch it first with your
Yes.
wife, because I guarantee you, when you look at it and look at all the things that go on in it, then you'll understand where and why they got to in Battlestar Galactica. Makes a lot more sense. And are you watching the movie or the series?
I think slowly I'm about to watch everything.
Well, that'll be good. It'll take a lot of time.
The miniseries, and then Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, Caprica, and then Battlestar Galactica is what the wife said. The miniseries.
And then Battlestar.
My wife is the expert on all the. When I met her, I met someone that knows way more about Star Wars, Star Trek, and all the sci-fi stuff. So
Yeah, believe me, my wife teaches Magic the Gathering to help kids get better in math. So, like, she's in it to win it down the rabbit hole. Came back one foot in the rabbit hole and 1 foot in reality, kind of thing.
yeah, and one thing last night, who was it? Barb was talking about killing animals and harvesting them and that kind of thing. Well, there was a story that the dogs were barking. I go outside, I look, there's a rattlesnake or a snake next to their pen. And I come back in and I tell the wife, before I know it, she's outside with a sharpshooter, which is a a shovel but a narrow head, and she was chopping it. And next thing I know, I hear 4 or 5 shots go off, and she made sure the thing was dead. So it was an interesting evening. It was bigger. It was taller than she was. It was longer than she was tall. It was almost about 6 foot.
Wow, that's big. Yeah, some expert got killed by a rattlesnake a few weeks ago. It was pretty like he was an expert in snakes, and ironically enough, he lost against a rattlesnake and died.
Yeah. Well, we don't have. That's the first time we've seen a rattler here because they're they're more to the west of us towards Texas. Um, but very rarely have them here. We've got moccasins and garden snakes and chicken snakes, and most of the snakes we have are good snakes. They keep rodent populations and all that kind of stuff down. So
Oh, right, right. You don't want to do anything unnecessary, but sometimes it is, you know. So, do you check your shoes though? You check your boots
oh
before you
yeah,
put them on?
yeah. We never put anything outside. We make sure we change everything inside because we know that that's not a good thing. They and that's like spiders too. And we've got tons of different kinds of spiders, and they're interesting to watch. It's they'll build. I've seen nests. I've seen webs as big as 6 to 8 foot in diameter.
Yes, I'm in Florida, and I haven't seen any recently, but before I've seen some really big spiders. So, I do worry that, oh man, I'm gonna walk into a spider web with a huge fruit spider or something.
Yeah. Well, the wife we create a human zone, and anything that enters that human zone is fair game to be eradicated, especially like ants, any little small rodents, you know, and then the bigger ones like possums, foxes, armadillos, those guys, possum, those are fair game if they come in the human zone. So they can live out in the woods all they want, but they come in this zone, they're in trouble.
Oh yeah, no, I mean most people have that philosophy. There's nothing wrong with that, sure.
Yeah. But
I'm more of a catch and release person. Like I'll run around after like ants and whatever it happens to be, around, and I try to collect them and put them outside, and I talk to them while I'm doing that, so I sound even crazier than just collecting them in the first place.
yeah.
Come on, little critter, get in here.
Well, that's like we're talking about, harvesting animals and hunting. And one of the things we've got is we've made it where the deer, the dogs have a perimeter, electronic perimeter, so they can't. We've used shot collars to train them not to go a certain distance, and now they, psychologically they won't go the distance. And even when the deer come up, they'll taunt. The deer will taunt them, and we have several does and a couple of bucks, and we have probably a decent sized little family, and everybody hunts around us, and pretty much so it's a safe haven. They've got plenty of water. We put food plot out way south on the property, so that they have an area, safe area to
Oh,
we plant pumpkins, and we're going to plant. Probably, I'm not sure what we're going to do next year, but we planted pumpkins this year, so that they could have them for probably starting in September through the winter, the first freeze.
oh, that's so kind.
And then we have grass areas that would we don't cut, and we let them eat in those areas undisturbed and that kind of thing, and we just observe them from a distance. So,
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
but they're the reserve. If everything falls south, we're hunting them and we're going to eat them. If we have to. So,
Oh yeah, no, circle of life and all that. Absolutely. It's kind of how I grew up.
Yeah, I grew up in the city, well, small city in Mississippi, and I was not ever a hunter, but I moved to a city in Mississippi that you either did one or two things: you fished or you hunted.
Oh,
And
yeah. I
and
mean,
what I did is I decided to read books and start learning about computers and any technical stuff that could stuff in my brain, and I would go observe the hunting and I would help cook the fish. So
you got it. Well, I'm a vegan now, but back in the day, in the 70s and 80s when it was tough for my parents, they didn't believe in welfare or food stamps or any of that, and so you either hunt and got something, or set your snare right, or fished or whatever and got your food, or you just didn't.
yeah, that's what I know. A lot of people. One of the towns I lived in Mississippi, they several of the guys would they go out and they'd catch way more crappie or perch or brim that they could eat, and they'd even catch gars. And a lot of times they'd take it to a guy, usually a guy in town, and people would say, "Yeah, we want it," and they'd be able to get free food, and he had fun catching them. So
Oh yeah, no, that's it. That's nice when people do that. Every once in a while, I do like a food donation myself. It's just, I moved to Miami. I, did some of that, and now I'm kind of like, we'll see what happens next.
yeah, and the other thing they were talking about the Louisiana stuff, and I I ended up finishing high school and college in Southeast Texas, and I had a lot of, I traveled all over, Cameron and South, Louisiana, and met a lot of people. And most of the people are really good people, but there's times when you walk like into a bar and people would just turn and look at you, and you had the feeling I better turn around and leave because I was a stranger. And it was really peculiar. But at the same time, there would be groups that you'd meet, and it'd be like all of a sudden you became one of the family. So
Yeah, no, I probably need to develop my skill of being able to read a room like that.
But yeah, yesterday I couldn't listen or talk much. I was traveling and working, and today I'm trying to resolve other people's problems with their networks and their computer systems. So I'm taking a break right now. I just went and looked at the chickens, and they're growing up. They'll be hopefully productive by December or January at the latest.
Yeah,
So
nothing like fresh eggs. Fresh
that's
eggs.
that's what I'm looking forward to, and because we're attempting to be semi self sufficient, um, but not going super crazy over it. We reclaimed 7 acres and cleared and made habitat piles, and made it where it's livable, and you know
Well,
you know
you want to be able to be a survivalist if you need to, but and have that plan. But at the same time, you don't want to turn into like Mosquito Coast with Harrison Ford, where you just kind of go off the deep end. Sure.
yeah, exactly. All the kids, we kept telling them as soon as we got the last one out of the house that we were moving, and they said, "Nah, y'all won't do that." And we did, and they think y'all are crazy. Why do you want to go live in the woods? There's
Well,
peace. There's peace in the woods. I find going down by the pond late at night with no noise. You get to I measured the DP level, and it gets down in the 30s, and it's just it's really peaceful and it's quiet. So,
I think that's the best way of living myself, but that's just me.
and I'll visit the city and I'll deal with the city, and then I'll turn around and I'll return to I'll come up to the top of the hill where I live and then look down and say it's nice.
Well, there's
So
a lot of, and there's a book on it from a few. It's dated now, but there's a lot of there's a lot of studies that say that you know, living in nature is just all around better for your body and especially your brain. It just helps rejuvenate it. So I have to find that book now. Anyway, I have to make a note for myself to go look for it.
Well, the thing that I enjoy the most is that you get to see the natural world, and you get to see it at work. You watch it, go to sleep, wintertime, that kind of thing, and then you get to see it coming back to life. You see death, you see creation, you see the relationships between everything. And like we have a lot of vine issues that try to kill trees, and grow up in them and choke them and stuff. And
Ugh.
there's a lot of old oak trees that we've saved by, attacking the vines, cutting them off at the base. And, and I like that because it lets that old tree live for a lot longer, because it's a pretty thing. And it creatures use that tree to live in, and that kind of thing. So
Oh, absolutely. Now we have a couple of 250 to 300-year-old large trees where I grew up in the churchyard, and the town has done a lot to try to make sure that they have a strong root system and survive.
yeah, we've got let's see, the man who created this homestead uh, planted I know a lot of the pine trees that we have, and a lot of the old oak that's on the property was there before he came. And primarily it was all hay fields, and they ended up coming back, and they planted, I don't know, 20 to 30 years, 25, 30 years ago, pine trees. And now it's 20 to 30,000 pine trees. It's crazy. And
Wow.
and it's I hate to, it's kind of like around us they've clear cut sections of 40 acres, 160 acres, sections to the south of us, and it's sad to see all that go. But I know that those are like Georgia Pacific and paper companies and stuff. I can't. People are telling me you need to cut some of them, and that what we have, and I keep going. I really don't want to, because that destroys the current environment. And so it's kind of like, you look at these things like carbon credits and that kind of thing. So, it kind of offsets each other, but at the same time, there's a lot of potential value. So it's a hard decision to make, and been grappling with that for several years.
There's a big
So
mistake. You don't. It's not worth it. You don't do it because they'll be gone, and it takes so much time to grow them back. It's not worth the cost. But I will say this: my cousins sit on the zoning, and to this day sit on the zoning board where I grew up, and you cannot build in and around our town unless you have over 3 acres per property. So there ain't nothing going to be put up there in a long, 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 long time until everybody in my family dies off. That's on the zoning board, basically. So you zone it out. You make that, you make it very difficult. You make it cost more for them to go after. Like if they really want it, they'll litigate it. They'll do whatever they got to do. But it's not as easy to do that in little old Dare Town, the way the zoning is set up in our township.
that's
So yeah.
that's a good thing. Yeah, to me that's kind of a good thing. Um, especially depending on the forest makeup. If it's got a lot of variety of different trees and different, you know, different types of plants, and it's good to keep those kind of things, because that aids all, that just aids nature. Because the one philosophy that I know that I disagree with a lot is the American spread, where hey, we build something, we live in it for 30 years, and then we decide it's old, we want to build somewhere else, and the town moves and eats up and gobbles up a whole lot of other property. I like what the Europeans do a lot of times is they go in and they renew, and that's one of the things I like about the town I'm in now, is that they've done they've expanded. It's a small town, 18,000 people, but there was a oil rush in the 20s here, and the town went from like a few thousand people to 40 to 50,000, and they built a really massive downtown. All the oil companies built super nice old buildings, and one of the things that they've done is they've maintained those buildings and set ordinances in place to maintain the historical character and nature of the downtown. And they did put some new stuff down there for entertainment and that kind of thing. So they reinvested in the community, which is a good thing, because I've seen other small towns that had lots of old money that the old money decided to pack up and leave, and just left the town. And it's sad
Right.
to see that.
Yeah, the ordinances are everything. Like, as long as they stay intact, people have to, keep that in mind when they build whatever they build. And we have places here, well, where I used to live in New Jersey, like Haddonfield, and there are a few other towns where you had to keep right down to the paint of the house had to be consistent with the rest of the community, so it keeps its value, and that's the way they like it. And I think that's great.
Yeah, the one thing I like is because of the when it comes to ordinances and regulation and that kind of thing, the county really doesn't have any authority over us in the because the from a standpoint of regulating what you can do because of the size of the property, we go to the state, and the state, like, if we do sewer, or if we do like land improvement or modification, that kind of stuff, we go to the state because of this. It's the property size is over 40 acres, and once you're over 40 acres, you as long as you don't have to, you're not governed. I don't have to listen. I don't have to follow the ordinances of the county. I go to the state, and and insurance requires me to build, when I build something or put a building or anything, I have to meet the standards to be able to insure it. So then I'm still following some guidance of doing proper construction and that kind of thing. So it's kind of nice not having that, because that's what we ran into where we lived in Mississippi. They started doing HOAs and that kind of thing after the fact. And I have a little irritation that you come to me and tell me I got to have my yard has to look a certain way, I have to do certain things, but yet what I have is, to me, pleasant, and it may not be pleasant to someone else. But if you want it changed, I always argued with them, you pay for it. And they always said, you're being obstinate and hard headed. And I told them, no, you know, it's, it's like we didn't have that when we got here. Now you're trying, and I told them, I called them communist, and they, of course, I wasn't well liked, but I had my opinion, and I would tell them no, and I always campaigned against it, and all
No,
around us,
that's different. I mean, but right. I agree with that. When someone else comes in and then tells you, okay, well, you have to, that's different.
yeah, that's like when they produced 9 pages of signs defining what signs you can have in your yard, how long you can have, or like if you put a flag up, or if you put up say like a logo of the university you went to, or those kind of things. If it didn't meet their requirements, they turn around and they'll fine you. And I said, this is crazy. Yeah.
That is crazy. I mean, it's amazing that they have the time to hire the resources to go around town and do that,
Yeah. Yeah.
like
But
friend
one of
neighbor.
yeah, yeah, one of the towns that was in the other county next to us. um I mean, the county was really nice. It's one of the most in Mississippi. It was one of the most wealthy counties in the state, and but they also in the like Madison was the name of the town, and the county is Madison County, and they regulated where everything was based on the cosmetic appeal of the community. And I liked some of the things that they did because they, all these billboard signs and all these other things and your signs for your businesses, they regulated everything where you made it minimalistic so that you didn't take away from, the community aesthetics. And they even made Walmart, they made all the major mall developments, all of them to put out, specifically like small, low located, so you didn't have a lot of visual impact, and they have, they required you to plant trees and, they built into a lot of beauty into their, management. And a lot of people complained about it, but at the same time, uh, it added value to their property, and I can see that if I, moved into that, then I would accept that. And then, I would work towards that. So,
Cool. But yeah, I agree. I guess I have NIMBY in the sense that I want less regulation if I'm already there, but I want more regulation if I'm the one controlling the situation.
yeah, you get to choose, and decide. That's the reason why we, excuse me, we came to the woods because it's least past, to me, government causes friction, and and if individuals are good stewards, which unfortunately you have a lot of people that aren't. And I mean, we have properties around here around us that uh are pretty I plain outright just you know trashy, and they store and dump stuff. I had a neighbor that I tried talking to him for 12 years here to remove his equipment and his trash and stuff from property, our property. He was using like a 150-foot strip, 400 some feet long, to store his business equipment and all kinds of things. And I kept asking him, can you move that onto your acreage and take it off of mine? And I went to my attorney, and my attorney said, put up a fence. And that's what I did. I put up a fence. And, he was irritated, and he told me I wasn't a good neighbor. It, and he was the JP, which is like the county supervisor for our township. And, it was just really funny. And then he realized after a few days cooling off that, the I told him, I said, if you need something or you need to get on there, all you got to do is come and ask. I mean, I will, even if you want to hunt on it. And he's been hunting on it for, I don't know, probably 20 something years. And he felt like he could just do what he wanted to on that side because the people who watched over the property, uh, they didn't tell him no. But I decided there's new people in town, and you know, you got to deal with me. So it's like when you drive on the property. I say there's no seatbelts on the property. Drive at your own risk. So
Yeah, we went through something similar. My on my cousin's property. My uncle passed away. My cousins were left with it, and they had this very ornery neighbor, and that's what they ended up doing. They ended up putting up a fence, and it got a little uncomfortable for a while. But now everybody knows, what the standards are and what the rules are now, so it works out.
yeah, and the thing is it's the neighbor on the other side. I went and talked to him. He's got a real nice road that feeds three houses. It used to be a old family, probably about 240 acres, and they subdivided it into about six pieces. And um, and he's been living there for, I don't know, probably 40 years. And I go over and I ask him, hey, if I build here, can I use your road to access that part of the property? And and if we do anything to the road, I'll have it regraded and that kind of thing. And he said, I don't have a problem with that. And he said, oh, you don't have to worry about it. I said, no, if we got a lot of construction equipment coming in, I may damage the road, I would want to put it back to the way it was. And he didn't have a problem with that at all. And I said, and he dug his pond out and drained into our pond. He put sediment into our pond, but I tried to I tried to block the water so the settlement would happen before it got to our pond, but some of it got in there, and that was just the nature of it. And it didn't damage it to a degree that I would get totally, bent out of shape about it. So.
Well, just be careful because that problem, if it's ongoing, could actually like wreck your pond. So be careful with
Well,
that.
he closed it back up, and his overflow from his pond. His pond is a naturally fed spring,
Hmm.
so his overflow feeds the pond that we have because he's a higher elevation, and it works out pretty good. And when he gets a certain amount of rain, a lot of the overflow comes to our pond, and then we have an overflow that goes to a creek, and it works out pretty good. We still have fish in it, and we still have life around it, and the animals come and water there. And we cleared out an area so that if we plan on the future for family activities to have a place down there, so that kind of stuff.
Well, you have a good relationship with him, but if he passes away, you're going to have a control issue there. If I were you, I would talk to your lawyer down there about setting up some water rights with that property for the future.
That's
If
that's
if there's a way to do it.
Yeah, I'll ask him that because I haven't asked him that question because I know about from a sanitation standpoint, I know leaching, because they have where we're at. There's no sewer system, so we use septic systems, and if you do that right, there's no issue. But I have the neighbor I had a problem with that I was telling you about earlier. He leaches onto the property, and then that kind of irritated me a little bit. But that gets into that gets into a whole different bailiwick. And when I talked to the attorney about it, I said, well, if we do anything over there, whatever grade work we do, it's going to interfere with what he's got, and he's not going to be a happy camper. You
Well, you
know,
know, oh my,
he'll have to end up he'll have to end up putting in a pump system to pump it into his front part of, because he's got a couple of acres,
right.
and really, when I was on a urban appeal board years ago in Washington County, Mississippi, and I was chairman of it, and we had people in the county that had issues, with that type of thing, and the guidance there was percolation determined the number of acreage that you had to have before you could actually put a sewer system in, and sometimes you needed 5 acres because of the ground. The minimum was 3, and if you had over 10 acres, then really it just all depend on volume. Like here with the state, I can put three personal uh, houses for family members, and I don't have to worry about a combined septic system. But if they were individuals, I then would have to, if I go 3 or more, like put in, develop a part of it and put in 5 houses or something like that. Uh, I would end up having to put in a septic, system to recover and treat, any of the sewage and stuff like that. So it's really interesting how they've got the laws here, and it protects from, the pollution. But if you do it right, it just assimilates back in, and it's not a, harm to humans, that kind of thing.
Right, right. No, I mean, actually, it's funny. That's surprisingly common that people don't have septic systems. They just do whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah, the animals do it, so some of them think they can do it. So it's funny.
Well, up until like the last few decades of my father's life, his house never had like a modern septic system.
Yeah, we've got one that's was built. Uh, the plumber said, "Gee, this is an old system," and I said, "What do you mean?" And he pulled the cover off the top, and they had to pump it out because it hadn't been pumped out in eons. And he showed me everything, and it was the original guy that owned the property. Um, Probably put it in 1940, 1945, somewhere around there.
Oh my goodness.
And it's it's a well designed, safe, contained. There's no leakage or anything, and it's still going to today. It's crazy. I said, that's amazing. He says, yeah. He says it's better than some of the tanks they put down and things like that. The plumber says, heck, they'll probably last another 100 years because they used interlaced wood, like railroad ties with the creosote and the ceiling between it. And that, I mean, it's really neat the way they did it, and it don't leak. So
Boy, the things we get talking about in this space. Right?
Take it
yeah,
in. Like, all right, so how much does it cost during the apocalypse to get a plot of land about a tent wide with Web3?
uh,
You tokenize your backyard, and we'll all live in little plots of land.
well, that's one of the things that we've we've got on the list is that uh, putting up hunting stands and little places where you can camp, so that people can get back to nature, kind of, but yet still have internet where we would broadcast
Get
the
tent
internet.
breakfast.
Make like an old KOA camp, an old one, like a 1940s one where you bring your tent and you put it up, and you got to.
We only lost two of our guests to bears this month. Oh, that's pretty good. We're
Yep,
making progress. I like it.
yep. So, and that's it, the hunting piece was for, like, we decided that if we're gonna hunt, we'll hunt for ourselves if we do it, if we need to. But at the same time, if the population gets to a point, we'll put out stands, and then we'll contact like local churches and large cities, and if they want to bring kids to go hunting, then they'll have a place they can come that'll be safe and that kind of thing. That's another item that's on the what can we do with the what we have,
You
so.
saw Eden. I like it.
Yeah, but I can't get the visual out of my mind of like having my ass bit by like a poisonous snake. Like, I'll be using like an outhouse somewhere on your property, and I go to use it, and before you know it, I'm like having a problem.
Well, that's like I saw a video of a python coming out of somebody's toilet. It was going back into somebody's toilet to leave the house because it'd come into the bathroom. So it's like it's part of you check everything before you go in, and what we've got is if we'll have any bathrooms, we'll have them on a septic, where it'll be a tank and water will be to the facility and that kind of thing, and the likelihood of a creature getting in it be minimal, but you always have that risk,
Right,
being in
right.
nature. To be in nature, you always have that risk.
Sure. No, absolutely. No, I totally agree with that.
Yeah. That's like we have the risk of bears, black bears, and the laws here you can't shoot them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and especially if you shoot one, you better have really good justification. And if it's got the radio tag on it, you're going to be in big trouble because they don't, because that was one of the ones that are tagged for monitoring. But luckily, about 30 miles to the east of us is a reserve, and that's where they've been seen. We have never seen any evidence here. We used to have trouble with feral hogs, but the neighbor to the west of us, he harvested. He had dogs and drove them into a pen and pretty much, I mean, I don't know, 50, 60 pigs when
Good.
he we haven't had any signs of pigs, and that was about 10 years ago when he did that. And we've had no signs of any destruction because those things, they destroy whatever they get around. They rut and tear up the ground, and it's really bad. So
Yeah, but not so. Now there's a lot of feral bacon for all the non-vegans. But
You don't eat that.
you don't usually don't eat those because it's not like a
no, it's not the
grain
same
fed.
thing.
Yeah, it's way different. But now you get to South Louisiana and you want some big Nutra. That's good eating between that and alligator and some of the turtles that they can catch, and big old bullfrogs, frog legs, all that kind of stuff. And
Uh,
that's I mean, that's their that's their first time I ever saw any of that. It was like I said, "Don't tell me what I'm eating, okay?"
yeah, you know.
And I'd eat it, and then I'd say, "Well, that was really good," And then I said, "Now you can tell me," and I would sit there and go, "I just ate what?"
Yeah, and avoid those Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah.
Don't eat those.
Yes. Yes. So.
But my grandfather would take snapper turtles, and they can
Yes.
get very large, and
Yes.
make a soup out of them.
Make turtle soup. That's right.
Oh yeah.
They got decent little meat in them too. I mean, you clean them out, and I watched a guy do that, and I was totally amazed. And I said, "Wow." And he says, "Yeah." He says, this is good stuff." He was Cajun, and I just was totally amazed. But
Oh yeah. But encountered this huge snapper turtle in my father's backyard, and I was just like, dude, be happy my grandfather is not here because you'd be a couple of meals.
exactly, exactly, yeah. And that's and some of that I know here. A lot of you know I had one guy tell me a problem he had. He was having. He said I never had any problems with skunks. Okay, and skunks, between skunks and foxes and possums, you can have really bad flea and tick infestations and that kind of thing.
Right.
So he said all of a sudden he started having a lot of skunks on his property, and he lives, I don't know, about 5-6 miles southwest of me. And he said, I kept wondering why all of a sudden all these skunks started showing up. And he caught an exterminator that was catching them and letting them off on his property. And
Oh.
yeah, it was like he was just I mean he went rant. He said I ended up telling him that if I saw him there again he'd shoot him, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. And
Absolutely.
so I said, wow. I said, okay, well, we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But the fortunate thing that we have is we don't have any roads on the south end or on the east side of the property, only on the north and west side.
Well,
So
you all have the 3S rule, right?
what's that?
You have a 3S rule, right?
No, what's that?
No, you shoot, shoot, shovel, and shut up. I mean, we have a pet cemetery. It was my father's house, but we had a pet cemetery that wasn't always a pet cemetery. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean, the mafia's got to put them somewhere. Make
yep,
a little money on the side.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's like, well, in Mississippi they passed the castle law, which meant you could defend yourself anywhere on your property. But what was sad is where we lived, if you discharged a gun, they could charge you a $1,500 fine. I mean, so it's like, so if you're defending yourself, you could still get penalized for taking action. And here in Arkansas, they changed the law. The law was is that you had to retreat until pushed into a no-win situation. You couldn't defend yourself, and they passed it where you can defend yourself now. If somebody enters your house, you know, you can defend yourself. But if they're on the property, you can't, you know, you have to say no to using any legal force unless they're using legal force against you. And I like that because you really don't want to have to do something like that. But my wife's an ex-police officer, so you know I'm not. You know, we raised our kids to respect weapons and respect people's lives, and you know, and one of our sons is military police, and you know that kind of thing. So you know, it's
Oh, sure. You have nothing to worry about then.
yeah. Oh no, oh no. That's the reason why we're on top of the hill. We got the high ground, and they're gonna have to come up. You know,
That's
so
right. You keep it flexible. That's the way to
so
do it.
yeah.
You know, people don't think about that stuff anymore, but there may come a time where they wish they did.
Well, one of my nephews was in the military, and he came out and we did a review of defending the property and where we would have to put, you know, station people to be able to protect the property and all that as kind of a, you know, just to use as military. You know, Michael's discovered the military, you know, concepts, and that's, you know, something we went through, and we did a review of the whole property and where we would put stations and that kind of thing if the world went crazy. And so we have a plan, so we know what we've identified everything. And some people think that's, you know, why would you even think about that? But you know, it's just, you know, it's just you have to be prepared, and
Absolutely.
you have to talk about a lot of things. You know.
There's a lot of natural defenses too, like you know, you can have, and this is true. You can like actually set yourself up to have like things that sting when you accidentally bumble into them, and you can kind of like focus anybody coming in towards these objects. So you'll have like hornets, wasps, whatever, you know, set up to like greatly inconvenience people who want to take your shit.
Yeah, briar patches.
Yeah,
That briar patches. You got lots of those all over the place. So, and it's hard for somebody to go through those unless they mow them down somehow.
right. Oh, they can be miserable for
Yep.
sure. They're fun though, you know. It's fun thinking about that stuff sometimes.
Yep. Yep.
Like, do you read survival blog?
No, I don't. I've read a few books and read a few things, but you know, pretty much it's try to just use common sense.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, check that out. It's run by a guy. Last name is Rawls, Rwles, and he has guest writers that come on and they write about all kinds of different topics relating to defending your land and, you know, taking care of friends and relatives around you and things like that. It's
Yep.
interesting.
Yep. Survival blog.
Right.
Okay.
I think you like him. He's like very like no nonsense, common sense sort of person too. You know, very secretive, but who isn't?
That's like one time we were here, and we were. This is before we moved here, and we came and we were just doing four wheelers and you know going around, and we did some target practice, and uh, all of a sudden we started hearing all kind of gunfire. You could tell, you know, the difference between an AK and somebody had some, and they were definitely doing a lot of practicing with them. And I said, well, we're gonna go driving around and see what's in that direction. And there is a compound that's about 5, 6 miles, you know, and it's amazing. You could hear it, and you know, they they got a nice little place, big old fence. You know, you couldn't see in the property, uh, but you know that that's where they were because it was like this is where it's got to come from because this is one of the closest, you know, houses or you know somewhere that somebody would live to us. And I know it wasn't our neighbors doing it, and you know, it just is like this is really okay, this is interesting. And but since then we haven't heard anything or anything like that at all during hunting season. You very rarely hear any gunfire and that kind of stuff. And it's relatively quiet. I'm amazed. So
Oh, that's what.
yeah, except when we go out and we do something like at night, like the foxes come up and they try to get to the food that the dogs have spilt or whatever, and we can't shoot towards the neighbor's property, even though the neighbor's probably about 1,500 to I'd say 1,800 feet away. Still don't like shooting in their direction, and most of the time that's where the foxes come from. So it's kind of like we just shoot and they hear the noise and they take off. So
Well, skunks are like smelly cats. Like the skunks are. I mean, they have the same sort of mentality that cats do, and there are people that keep them as pets. I found that to be
yeah,
crazy, but it's true. It's true. It's interesting. Now, I wouldn't myself do that, but um, it's fascinating. I had a family of skunks on my property for a couple years, and they kind of like took over the backyard at night in the summer because they kind of walk around, hang out,
yeah,
look at me like I'm an asshole.
yeah. They chill. That's the piece that I find really interesting is they do have like they do community, as some people I guess that's the way of describing it, and they do dig and they do get look for things to eat and that kind of stuff. The raccoons, we don't have very many raccoons. We haven't seen many of those. We've seen okay. The wife said she's seen one, and then we have beavers, but they're on the north on the cross the highway on the other side, and they've got a nice little dam there, and if they come on the property, the wife's already said that they're fair game because she doesn't want them blocking up because they kill the water. They kill the trees by using them, and they also dam up stuff which floods and then kills trees.
Oh, they can be a disaster, right?
Yeah, yeah. So it's just trying to be good stewards. That's all. It's all when you do anything. Is taking care of it the right way. It's like cleaning up things. We try. The guy that was here before, he dumped in one of the little washout ravines, and it was really nasty looking and that kind of stuff. And I ended up when we had a mini excavator and we were doing the clearing, I decided that the only way we're going to be able to do this is top it and cover it because it was just too much to try to dig out and remove.
Wow.
And so now I just we put all the stuff that we pulled, all the all the brush that we cleared out, and all the small trees that we cleared out, and we pretty much piled them on top of it so it would aesthetically cover, and then let that area grow and overgrowth, and now it looks like it's just an overgrown area, and and probably in 20 years it'll be have some soil on top of it, and you won't know it's there until you actually dig it up and that kind of thing. But it was sad that they did that because that was something that I've always believed in, that you dispose of it appropriately and try to be as good, do it in the right way. You just don't throw your junk out in the backyard.
Oh, well, people have that mentality. You'd be surprised.
Oh, I know. There's houses that you know you can drive by here and you look at them and go, how can you live that way? And it's just I like being neat. You know,
Oh,
not not squeaky clean, but neat. You know.
gotcha.
So, we've dominated the conversation. I
Yeah.
guess I gave Mike the chance to breathe, and now I've let out all my conversation. So now I'll go back to being silent, unless
Uh,
Mike has some questions.
no, I'm just looking at looking at the stuff that you've done with the JSON files and everything.
Yeah, I've
Right.
talked to Danny, and he said that I've got to run one more test, and I'll be finished with his data set,
Beautiful.
and you know, being able to see what it's done. He reviewed the first audio clip that he put multiple languages in,
Yeah.
and it didn't. What I'm gonna rerun. I don't. I'm not sure what I printed or produced was the multi-language capability. I think I did it where it was English only, and he said it didn't translate it. So I told him I would run that, and that'll finish that set. And then, and I'm working on some other stuff right now that's not that. I've got some. I had a client that I went to see yesterday, and had to get some things squared away at his business, and he gave me some other tasks to do, and I'm trying to, you
And
know,
been working
trying to
more
make
work.
them happy with their
Yep.
equipment. You know what I mean? So
No, of course. The first two use cases that I think are very close to money is the best of Dan and the best of Zach. Right? Those
yeah,
are two people who, especially for different reasons, but especially with Zach. Zach has been telling me that he has people signing up for his service because they've heard his voice in this space. So my assumption is if we just create more of the best of Zach, right? Then
yeah,
only good things will happen and he'll make more sales. Same thing with Dan. Same thing with Ahmed. My fundamental hypothesis here is that if you're going to buy from Ahmed, you want to have a relationship with Ahmed. And how do you have a relationship with Ahmed if you never talk to him? Well, maybe you hear him respond to other people's similar questions.
yep,
And
yeah.
if you have
That's like.
the
Go ahead.
best of Andy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like KC singing last night. KC doesn't think he can sing. You know, you know, he just, you know,
Does it in a
he,
self
he's higher than what he thinks because the style he did last night. If he was in a bar in the Delta of
Oh,
Mississippi, they would have just cheered him off the table. Okay.
well, the thing is, people don't realize that there's a difference between port city comedy and rural, you know what I mean? Friday night at a bar. Those are completely different audiences.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, Leonard Cohen shouldn't exist, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the people that we think are the best songwriters of American history are really terrible vocalists, but amazing vocalists at the same time. You know what I mean? Along different dimensions. Like, I don't know, can Billy Joel hit every octave that Mariah Carey does? No, and he doesn't need to.
Yep. All
Yeah,
right. Well, I'm gonna go silent. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing, and
I'm gonna go silent too. I'm gonna go
well,
back.
this is the one thing that you run into with the clients. They all of a sudden say, "Hey, this is the guy said it's infected with viruses and all that." Well, it was a Windows 7 machine. You updated it to Windows 10. Okay, it won't take Windows 11, and all of a sudden it introduced all kinds of new things that are running in the background, and it ran fine under Windows 7. So let me tweak everything and let me see if you are happy with the performance. But Windows 10 is going to act different than Windows 7, and the machine may not be adequate to run 10 to the level that you
Right.
perceive the speed and that
Yeah.
kind of thing. So
Fit for purpose. Yeah.
yeah, that's the reason why when I developed any database application, I do a physical test to show performance based on the network, based on normal activity, or on the local machine, wherever it's at. And I do a snapshot in the very beginning of the performance. And they'll come back and perception wise say it's running slower. But when you run that same performance test, it indicates that it's the same speed. It's just you've become acclimated to the speed and you want more, and a human thing that I've noticed in some of the, when you deal with PCs and networks and that kind of thing. So, all right,
Yeah,
I'll talk to y'all later.
yeah, absolutely. People go from, wow, that's amazing. How do I make it happen a billion times a minute? Uh,
Exactly. All right, I'm going silent. Talk to y'all later.
if you're just joining us, that was another episode of Together Alone. That's right, Together Alone. Have you ever wanted to be with people, but not together? That's why we created Together Alone. Because who really wants to be with other people? Unfortunately, this synthetic cognitive a priori by Kant states that we want to be with other people. Biophilia states that living beings have an innate desire to be in communion with other living beings. And that's why we created Together Alone. Because living beings want to be together, but not that close. Just stay over there and keep talking. Yes, no, farther. Keep going. Okay, good. Together Alone. How about we be together? Alone.
I like it. I like it.
That was deep.
Changing
That
all,
was deep, man.
changing all the time. It's funny. I was writing down the whole plan for the comedian, and I'm like, all right, so there's like many different things that we could possibly do, right? We could get our top 100 on iTunes comedy albums, or we could focus on the amount of revenue, or we could focus on attracting funding to a different thing. So I'm just kind of sitting in front of these potential mission objectives, and then now saying, okay, client, which one of these is most important to you? Or is it something that's not even on this page? If we get what we want, are we going to be happy?
That's an interesting question, but I don't really know how anybody would answer that, really.
Right? Well, if anything could have satisfied us, we would have been satisfied a long time ago. So essentially, we're just moving to a champagne moment. And it's almost like the moment where you're going to open up the champagne bottle, the juice has already happened.
Right, but it's all relative. What might satisfy you 3 days ago might be different 3 days from now. I hope not, but you never know. Personally.
No, you're right. If anything could have satisfied us, we would have been satisfied a long time ago, which means that everything that we're striving after that we think is going to bring us to this sense of, peace and tranquility and everlasting joy and just floodgates of dopamine. It's not really like that. The purchase satisfaction is highest right before you obtain it. And it's all down. It's almost like enjoyment depreciation occurs as you drive the car off the lot. It's
True.
like, no, it's driving by a lot. So,
Well, other times it's like a monster, isn't it? You create a business and then suddenly it becomes a lot more successful than you originally envisioned. And then it's kind of like you're shackled to it like the fucking Black Pearl or something, the ship. I've had that happen, and God, what a mess. I mean, it was all relative, though. It was successful, but it was a lot of manual labor on my part with, it was like an Amazon eBay type business, and it just consumed everything. So that was fun. Anyway, don't I sound depressing? It's terrible. But no, I understand.
Abs? What abs? You sound delightful.
Sorry.
So many options. What to choose?
So this is an app that Joseline pointed me in the direction of. So I'm looking at a transcript of everything that Zach said. So I went into one of the Syndicate recordings, and this Zealous.1 allows me to just let's jump to Web3 and see what he had to say. All right, here we go. Yeah.
Well, I traveled yesterday, so I didn't work on anything, and I'm fixing to do a couple of, pretty much, it's, I don't know how to describe the actual processing of the words. It's words, so it's kind of like it translates it a little different. The analysis of looking at who the speakers are and what the confidence rate, that's pretty straightforward. It gives, and so the position where it is in the body.
Yeah, man. Powerful stuff. How do I get the... Let's see. This stuff is coming online. Again, the fundamental hypothesis is that if they hear Zach's voice responding to a question, Zach replaces Simon Sinek almost overnight. Especially if we add the visuals. And imagine we do, those sketch recordings, the sketch pad where the person's talking and then you draw out a scene with the hand.
I've seen those. That's pretty neat.
So how might we generate content commercials on the fly? Because that's essentially what everyone asked me to do, right? Listen to this, find the best part, turn in commercial, dispatch justice. You know what I mean? Whatever it is. Even if it helps me identify, okay, so what are all the times that Zach spoke? Okay, great. Yeah, let me send this to Web3. Zealous did a great job so far. But I want to take it the whole life cycle. People don't want their best of. They want to publish their best of such that they make more sales.
Does anyone have a recommendation for a company that makes small little swag boxes that aren't outrageously expensive?
What do you want to put in?
So, for example, what I would like is when someone signs up for, like, let's say, 3 months, they automatically get a box sent to their house that has like the Win the War logo on it. Inside the box has a Win the War water bottle, a T-shirt for your, whatever fitness check-ins to wear or whatever, and then like a little like notebook with a logo on it or like a journal. So we have everything. We're building everything into an app so that you can do all your check-ins and everything on the app. But I'd like to give them like a Win the War little notebook so that if they don't have their phone or they're in deep work or they want to write something down to put into their check-in later on, they can, right? And then additionally, what I'm looking at is you finish the first, let's say 30 days, and we'll send you like a basic training challenge coin, which is like a military thing. It's like these little coins that say like, it's a job well done,
right? You haven't done something above and beyond to deserve like a medal or an award, but it's good enough where you want to be recognized, you get a coin. So like I have a whole wall full of challenge coins from different commanders and you know, the Secretary of Defense, stuff like that. So you get challenge coins from doing good work or being recognized.
No, I mean just like people having them, and then like I've heard a lot of stories about military people having the challenge coins and like just having so much meaning behind it and having that drive them. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to have a token.
Yeah, and so I'm looking at like I'm trying to find a company that can build our like intro swag box for clients when they sign up for, you know, certain things. And then in addition, they can also send out the challenge coins, you know, to that same client later on.
Doctor.
What did you say?
Oh no, that was the transcription. I'm looking at this thing called Subly, which is SUBBLY. What is it? Yeah, so it's a little box. SUBBLY.co.
Yeah, we really should talk to CyberX because that's my favorite water bottle.
Which one?
The one that we got from the swag bag and from CyberX. And it just has a big CyberX logo on it, but it's glass, but it's got a metal.
The issue is, Mike, that these are subscription boxes. And so it would be like I would have to like every month the client would be getting a box. And so like I guess
just want a swag bag. He doesn't want a subscription.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a hey, welcome to the squad. Here's your initial clothing issue. Like, right? Like keeping it on brand, like, oh, if I went to basic training, what would I do? I'd go to CIF and I'd draw all of my initial issue clothes. Right? Like one of the things that I talk with some of the clients is like decision fatigue, and like walk into your closet right now and tell me how many choices do you have? Cool. Like, you want to know why you're so anxious when you first wake up? It's because the very first thing you have to do is make a fucking decision out of 10,000 options of what you're going to wear.
Oh my God. Sometimes I think about a uniform. Oh, and it would take away so much of my stress if I just wore the same thing every day.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Welcome to what like Mark Zuckerberg does and all of the other fucking people is like, I don't need to make more decisions. I already make so many in a day. Why don't I just limit the number of decisions I have to make? Oh, because we're so worried about what people think about us in a day to day that we want to start our day with a decision of what people are going to think of us. That doesn't make sense. Fuck it. Just wear a white t-shirt. That's all I wear. I got like 3 white t-shirts.
I wear normally khakis and a specific dress shirt. I used to, in a corporate environment, working standardized on something that looked like a uniform, and pretty much that's what I wear. And I'm like you, Zach. I pretty much have 3 different color T-shirts, and I have about 5 pairs of pants, and I have 4 shoes, and that's about it. Keep it simple. I have suits and I have all of the dress clothes and all that stuff too when I have to dress appropriate to go somewhere. So it's not like I show up that way.
Yeah, and you can add the ability to make more decisions once you've gotten to the point where you're like, if you wear the same clothes every day, like you have 3 t-shirts and the same pair of like 2 different pairs of pants or 3 different pairs of pants, and you wear them every day, after a month, you're going to realize no one really cares what you wear. And so after that, the decision of what am I going to wear becomes less about what they want and what you are going to feel comfortable in. And then it's not a decision anymore. It's really you're deciding what's going to make you feel the most like you, because you're not doing it for other people.
I love that.
I totally disagree with you, though. I mean, personally, I like to dress for other people, so I don't mind making that decision. But I understand the logic of it. I mean, Einstein, he wore the same thing all the time, and he was very happy with that, and that's fine.
Well, and so what we're talking about, Sandra, is like it's okay to dress for other people, but you have to realize that it's not the end all be all, and the decision doesn't need to fatigue you, right? And so if you do a process of learning that it's not a decision, right? That you have to remember that I'm working with these startup founders that are like 22, 23, who don't know themselves. And so like teaching them this process of like it doesn't matter, like at some point it doesn't matter, like dress for yourself. Teaching them that is one of the hardest parts, and some founders get it, like it doesn't matter what people think, and some founders don't.
It sounds like some feel. What was it? Some feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Isn't that the Mounds commercial?
Oh yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it was. Sorry about that. But hey, everybody, it's coming on 1:20 p.m. and it's beautiful skies out. 85 degrees. Dan is getting high as a kite. Here making some art, working on magazine covers for the Syndicate. And I wanted to say that, Zach, there are probably solutions out there that would set that up for you, where you go in. I'm surprised there's not a service that's probably connected to Amazon, where you basically say every month I want you to send one of these, one of these, one of these, and then this note, like a subscription type of thing. And then the other thing I'd recommend is like sites like Sticker Mule. Sticker Mule is a really cool site that has like you upload your art, especially now that you can sort of make art easier, and you can get coasters made, stickers made, all kinds of cool like swag-ish type stuff. And then I think the other thing you should do and think about, just because again, the AI art age, and because you have the stories and the narrative, is you should think about, Win the War comics, right? So another piece of swag that you could probably, print and make relatively inexpensively is sort of embodying some of your cool message into, very much like I like to embody everybody here into like a storyline or a character, because that's kind of fun way to tell the story. Well, and what's great about it is that what happens with stories is they sink in, right? Yeah, they sink into you, and that's why we all have a love for things like Professor X and Magneto and everything else that come to us instantly. We don't even have to think about them; they're instinctual. That's because you've translated the teachings into a hierarchy of sort of like aspirational like badassery, right? So there's something to think about. I'm kind of exploring what on my side, on the innovation side, because I'm sort of doing like opportunity comics. We're all the whole message is just sort of to recognize the opportunity and to help people sort of get that kind of like I can do it. And then toward the end of the comic, it's giving you the resources and sort of the tool chain and different other things. Something to think about.
That's actually a really cool idea. Yeah, I think that's interesting. I used Printful for some of like the current like, oh, you can just go on our website and like order swag, but we cut off that part of the website because the offerings on Printful don't really fit with what we're trying to do. And like besides t-shirts that like are motivating like sayings on them, everything else that they allow you to pick don't really mix with what we're trying to do. And like I said, it's there, like you said, is like, why isn't there like an Amazon, like, hey, here's a branded swag off of Amazon and they'll ship it for me, and every time someone signs up. I'm finding a lot of options where I can like get it sent to me in bulk and then I can box it and then I can send it. Or I found a lot of options where they'll send it, but it's like a monthly
Yeah.
recurring thing, not a one time, oh, we have the option to send it.
I hear what you're saying. You're listening to the Syndicate. Broadcast voices doing broadcast things in a broadcast way. That's how it started, at least. In the early days, we all thought it was about a broadcast away. We all were just doing our voices and talking until we met Joe Robinson Broadcaster. Back then, we were just radio guys. We didn't even know what the word broadcaster was until Joe started talking. His voice would echo out into the halls. People came in droves just to worship his feet. Everyone said, "Oh my God, you're a broadcaster." Soon, fans around him, groupies, others, envious fools, charter folks, everyone started using broadcaster. And that's why we're called broadcasters now. Poor Joe Williams ended up in the grave, married 4 times, 38 kids. He was even a Mason. Not many people remember him anymore. But here at the Syndicate, we trace all our relatives, all the way back to the very Templars themselves. They had knights back in the day, Camelot and such. Maybe you've heard of it. King Arthur? Fuck yeah. We're on a quest for the Holy Grail. Come and join us. Or maybe not. Either way, you'll do our work regardless.
That sounds like fun. And 38 kids?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounded kind of cool. You got to be sinister somewhere. You can't always, just be like, if you don't have any sinister, where do we get the like, we already know where the good guys are, right? We got to work on some of the bad guys.
Beautifully evil.
Yes, yes.
I sent a note to the group with a sample chop up that Zealous.1 is doing. It's going in the right direction. Take a look.
That's really neat. I like the search function.
You like that?
Yeah, that's great. Like you can, put the name in and check it out. I love it.
Powerful stuff.
This is pretty cool. Oh, this is that Zealous One thing. I remember someone telling us about something like this. This is that one guy's product, right?
Yeah, Joseline
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we know we can do this, right? They have the interface, great product, but we know where we're going with it, right? But it's a great example of what is possible today, right now.
Yeah, I'd like to, this is a kind of a cool start, but then I'd love to add the art and the illicit engine and some of the other stuff, or you could sort of,
right?
Yeah.
Right. We can turn, because curation is a step in the process, not the end result.
But you know what we can do now, because we have transcripted content and it can be sorted by, character type or persona type, is we could feed that into like the initial, like, it's like a half-dan. You can put it into the half-dan and you can talk to the half-dan, and the half-dan can only give you, it builds an AI model around based how you talk, right? So the kind of the
It already exists kind of slowly. You know
right.
what I mean? Already exists. Now that you see this, you understand. Like, these are the conversations I've been having
Yep.
with Web3 in the background, and he's sending me files. I'm like, okay, gotcha. Hey, Joseline, so what's the best thing available out on the market today? Zealous? Okay. All right, guys, so this is where it is today, but you know where we're going. Soundexchange.com. That's right, soundexchange.com. So you want to make royalties from your voice because your voice is money? Well, how do you wrap what you've said into IP such that it can be detected, and you can make claims revenue-wise, right? So the cultivation is a step, not the final step. It's a part of the step towards creating on-the-fly comedy albums in real time, or books in real time. Like, imagine we do the best of Zach, or like every object represents a completely different use case. So, for example, if we look at all of there's the ability to do table of contents generation. So, okay, so for the 8 hours that this space went on, maybe there is, let's say there's 3 topics per, even if there's just 3 topics an hour, that means there's 24 topics. So let's say you get the names of all of these topics. Well, if you compare those topic names to all of the recordings, now you have the best of the best on that topic.
Yeah, man, I love that.
Yeah, but that shows you just a little piece of like where this is going, you know? It's good stuff. But even now, while I was sitting in the background, I'm like, all right, so I have to upload this sound exchange such that we can send it over to SiriusXM. That's it.
It's very cool, man.
And anyone can sign up for that Zealous. You can start doing it now, right? It's just
yeah. I want to experiment with the music side where I sort of mess with the music and then come back with. I got to start experimenting with that format, which is sort of like a beatbox format.
To me, it comes down to content commercials, right? I know that when Zach speaks and people who listen to Zach, they sign up for his service. Okay, so how do we not so much automate the entire thing, but make it easy on the content creator? So, for example, let's say I got the 100 amazing clips of Zach. Then I could take that and give that to someone and say, all right, so, hey, Kappa, I'm going to teach you minimum viable video editing while we automate the video editing. Sounds good? All right, brick. You like it?
So stupid.
On the road again.
It's just for us.
Yeah.
It's just for us.
I like
I
it.
can't believe you put that on the Twitters.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be just for us. I sing stupid things just for you.
No. What it is, it's like
I believe you're getting in trouble.
more you're willing to bomb.
No,
Yeah.
that is not no.
Yeah, it's a
But
possibility.
it wasn't. I didn't know I was performing for the world. I thought it was just for you.
Yeah.
Allie, you haven't seen all the pictures. By the way, you look great.
See, you joke, but he takes stupid banana photos of me. Like, I'll be scrolling through his phone and I'm like, why do you have this? Me stuffing food in my face or dancing to myself. I'm like, these are my private moments.
He's always carrying leverage. That's all he's doing.
Shit, yeah, he is. And then he'll send them to my family, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah. That Ali.
This is a private picture of me kissing a toy. Why?
Yeah. This is Ali dancing while she puts together another bite of food. You know?
Well, now we found out she's on Twitter, which is like she's no longer just a voice in the machine. You know what I'm saying?
Which, oh, it was cute. I've got a little band. Is that me in the background just cheerleading?
Yeah, I thought that was good. You had to make a cameo somewhere in there. I mean,
I know. Well, they do say, I know, lots of people do say that I should move to Japan because of my dress style, so I like it. I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah, you do kind of dress hip-hop Asian.
Weird, fucked up.
So what, are you dressed like a cosplayer at all times, or what?
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, Danganronpa. That's the shit. Actually, one of my kids the other day asked me if I was a Vocaloid, and I was like, Why do you know?
That's awesome.
Why do you know that word? That's amazing. Oh, Sony. You don't know Vocaloids? I'm so disappointed right now.
I know Vocaloid because
Vocaloid's shaking his head, and I'm just so disappointed right now.
I don't even know Battlestar Galactica.
Shut
wait
up!
a minute. Michael, do you know Vocaloid? You don't know Vocaloid?
Nope.
Ugh.
This I'll say
You
last
have fallen from the rung of justice of which I have put you on, my friend. No, but it's really cool. You should explore it because it might work with Fruit Loops and other things. But basically, it's like it started out as a Yamaha sound toolkit for recreating a Japanese female voice character to basically allow creators to basically write songs, but then actually write in sort of the lyrics of a female voice. And it, so that's how it started. It started as a music kit thing, and then the technology transcended that and moved like further on to different variations of that tech. In fact, Korg licensed the technology and did an actual guitar pedal where when you would play guitar through the pedal, you would hear the Vocaloid, really high pitched, Chinese voice. So if you played really crazy heavy metal, it'd be like, it'd go along with you, but you wouldn't know what it was saying. But it was just like it was taken from the language library. And then in the early animation days of the Twitter, it was huge with GIF animations and videos. And then the characters got sort of created. There's two different girls. One is like the innocent, super long, blue hair girl, and then there is like a bad girl in the bunch, which is like the haiku or something like that. Yeah.
She's my girl. I love
Yeah,
her.
she's sort of the dark side. I remember seeing some animations that people did with her and her voice, and these were kids in the late 90s, and they were just making their own badass Japanese animation type stuff, just whatever they could find on YouTube, scraped together, and they would make these just killer songs with her character and her voice. And then over time, she became sort of both of those became icons. And then people actually, they'll have concerts in Japan where there'll be the full hologram of those characters dancing on the stage, and it gets better and better and better every year. The first year it was just like this big giant kind of smoke based hologram that sat in one place and it was projection. But now it's full, it's a full on anime character that, actually they have lasers on the stage and everything, and they render her like, man, they project her on there and she'll dance, and it's wild. I mean, there's a huge following in Japan, so that's awesome.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen,
there you
Dan
have it.
Rockwell.
That's right. Who knew that Michael was hanging out with an anime character this whole time? It makes a lot of sense. Kappa, my man, come into the stage and give us your praise. Give us the words of Kappa today.
I'm just talking to my little sister. She just came up. She's like, Dad wants you to take me inside. You want to say hi, Sophia?
Hi.
Give me 1 second, guys.
She sounded so cute. How old is she? Do you know?
She is 2 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I have to turn my mic off because the house is typically so loud. There's 17 people, breaking all the COVID laws today. But yeah, so I'm one of 10, and Sophia is the youngest baby of us all.
Aww.
Yeah, I think God spoke to my mom and said, "You need to procreate for the earth."
Wise woman.
Yeah. It's got its pros and its cons. When you have this big of a family, you kind of feel like it's its own ecosystem to some degree, and it kind of limits your need for like social constructs, really, because there's so many people, so many personalities within under one roof that it's kind of like a little high school cafeteria, so to speak.
I bet it is, right?
Yeah, and then my older brother has 7 children. Um, he is 28, and so amongst him and my mom, there's 17. A lot of people. Is
Oh,
anybody
wow.
is anybody excited for these UFC fights tonight? Any
No.
fans?
I mean, I didn't know it was happening. Who should I bet money on? The German or the Irish guy?
The German or the Irish guy?
I don't know.
Bet
There's
money
always
on
a
the
German Irish
Nigerian, my
guy.
brother. Kamaru Usman's about to lay the foundation for the pound for pound king.
Hmm.
I
That sounds like a porno, by the way. Yes, and I need to get laid.
Pound for
God,
pound
she's just
king.
gonna bring that up again. Let someone go and hurry up and help Dan. He's stressed out. Yes, I am stressed. I will address that in time. But that does sound like a porno.
Yeah. Well, tonight, the Nigerian Nightmare takes on the Rocky. So it's Kamaru Usman versus Leon Edwards. It's gonna be a interesting fight. I wish they didn't show it so freaking late though. Like the main fight doesn't usually take place until like midnight.
Yeah, it's good to see. Look, every time Usman fights, it could be his last, right?
That's true. He is getting up there.
His knees have been fucked for a long time. It's astonishing,
Oh yeah.
right? He's like fighting with like 2 broken feet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he's such a badass that he doesn't even talk to that kid. So,
And he really is a humble dude. Most people look at him and they're like, "Oh, look at him now." Like he's just starting to like really start to find at least the proper amount of pride in his capabilities as a person. I mean, fuck, the guy's been working his whole life. Allow him some victory, like if he wants to dress a certain way, if he's proud of his body, then by all means, I don't know if you saw the press conference, but Leon Edwards is making fun of him because he says he's like he's trying to be Terry Crews now.
who's Terry?
You know who Terry Crews is. Don't say that.
No, I'm trying.
You said what?
I'm drawing a blank.
Terry
Oh,
Crews.
God. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Titty jiggle.
There's a fucking Old Spice dude.
Yeah. And he's also in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, the show. And he's in a lot of famous movies. One of the movies I remember him from, at least stands out right in this moment, is The Longest Yard with Adam Sandler.
Mm-hmm.
Cheeseburger Eddie. He's always gotta always protect the McNuggets. But yeah, so I think if I had to put money on it, I'd say that Usman beats Leon Edwards by knockout, overhand right, fakes the takedown, and puts him to sleep. I like Leon Edwards. I think he's been fighting for a very long time.
You know what though? Imagine if Leon Edwards wins. It'd be like Michael Bisping winning the championship. You know what I mean?
Dude, that'd be fucking insane. But I just honestly, man, like you said, there's something different about the Nigerians, bro. Like his strength is just surreal. And he's such a calm-headed dude. Like he's not even he's not egotistical. He's not like arrogant. He plays the character when he needs to play the character. He says what he needs to say. And I didn't know this, but apparently he's going to be in the new Black Panther movie, which is a fucking huge win for him. It's going to increase his the people that know him out from outside the MMA to a broader community. So that's a win for him.
Oh shit!
What happened?
No, I'm just looking at. So, a lot of if you check the WhatsApp group, you'll see an example of how to take a Twitter space and chop it up by speaker. It's just, tap on your name and see every time you were talking. And so I was thinking. So I got a recording from one of the comics, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, whoa, if I just fed this in here, then I can just jump to the laughs,
Hmm. Yeah. Reading our tweets, your tweets, your past tweets. Doctrine by Wardley. I know that map, that little circle.
Yeah. So what we did today is reconcile that circle with the military decision-making process and the rapid decision synchronization.
Synchronization process.
Yeah. So
RDSP.
so he was able to graft his doctrine onto this it's still a doctrine map when right?
Yeah.
It's just a perspective, a framework. So if we can graft Simon Wardley's process onto what Zach is doing, that to me is the holy grail.
Oh yeah, that's why I've been asking him. I've been in contact with him a little bit, asking him like like the why of purpose, the why of motion, all that stuff that you put me onto with this exact doctrine. For me, I've never been. I struggled at math as a kid, so I know like informationally speaking, my brain is not as receptive to graphs and maps as it is to like written language. Like when someone writes something out, I'm like, oh shit, I understand that. But when I'm reading a map, I just get lost. I'm like, what the fuck is this? But honestly, that's like the Wardley mapping. Like when he breaks it down to like the very beginning of a consumer, like needs and interests, and even with the tea and like the tea and the hot water and all that stuff, it makes it very very simple to understand. And I think that in that way, if I just put myself, like kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Just kind of dive into it, so to speak. I could definitely understand it because it's mixing written language with just steps. Sorry, I'm rambling. Yeah, I
Go ahead.
Oh, I was about. Thank you. But yeah, I actually sent Zach his first like tweet pack the other day. I was really proud of myself. He said he liked them all, and got one thread in there too as well. And I think the thread is I was actually really proud of myself. Not too much unneeded talking. Very very straight to the point, but also enticing to a degree. Now I need to start working on pairing the right images. Like I have this idea of like using controversial images and tying those into threads so that people sometimes look at the image and they read the words. Sometimes people read the words then look at the image. But I think the imagery has a very very pivotal piece to play in the process of a thread, because as we know, many people's attention spans are starting to decrease a little bit. And you can even see that if you go and look at the views of a thread. You said what?
A little bit. I said a little bit. You'll be lucky if they get past like to the second tweet
Yep.
of a thread.
Yep. And it's a tough job. Basically what you're doing is you're trying to get someone to commit to the same process that would happen in their brain by watching like a 10 to 15 second TikTok or YouTube video, and then keeping that interest so that attention span is consistently kind of like a web page refreshing itself for each thread. It's like 7 to 10 seconds. Okay, refresh. 7 to 10 seconds, refresh. And yeah, if you look at the views, you'll see that like it'll go from like 600 to excuse me, 600 to 400, 400 to 200, 200 to 60. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope that someday people bring up their attention span and make it longer. It's a little concerning. I mean, where will we be in 10 years?
Yeah. It's also tough for in this age of the great resignation, as they call it, where many young folk are starting to really choose to go down the peregrination of starting a business and committing to that plan itself. I can't imagine how difficult it must be with an attention span that's very limited, on talking with people and listening to people. It's like, at the beginning of this process, when I was first put onto the fact that these videos are basically killing my attention span, I started to become almost like a third party visitor to my own self. So I'd be doing work and watching a YouTube video. Then I'd see a video with a title that I like, and then I'd click on it, be in it for 20 seconds, and my mind would literally be like, dude, you're fucking doing it, snap out of it. And like I did that so many times, and I also cut off social media entirely for like a year after 2020. So like my brain is like, all right, we know what's happening now. Now we got to let other people know what's happening. And, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing in all cases, but you should be able to go into a session of deep work without an issue or intrusive thoughts.
Oh, that's true. I definitely need to work on that myself.
It's difficult, and especially for me, like sometimes I'm on my phone, and I do all my work from my phone, which screen is also going as well. But and then you have like the notifications where it's like, you know, I'll get notifications from news articles and stuff like that, and the titles are really, really interesting. And if you allow yourself to read those titles, you allow for that really the FOMO to kick in, which is like, oh, like you're gonna miss out on this news article, you need to know this. And from me understanding the copywriting aspect and like what kind of work goes into those titles, I see them now for what they are. They're emotional agitators. They're just meant to like capture your emotion and get you to come in and read or just watch the video.
Oh, absolutely. But I know I can feel my attention span ever since I've been spending a lot more time on social media. It's like, you know, the attention span just becomes such a concern to me. It's like, what the hell's happening to me? you know,
Yeah.
I mean, generally, you have to pay attention, and like if I'm listening to a client and things like that over time. But sometimes I debate should I delete my Twitter account? Because sometimes just like, holy crap, what's going on with my brain?
I don't know if Twitter is unique to the respect of the fact that I mean it is as good as you allow it to be. For like TikTok and YouTube and stuff like that, it's kind of like subconscious. It's like you're scrolling from video to video to video to video, and that I think that process is more enhancing in the destruction of the attention span. But for Twitter, I think that if you just allow yourself to like it's kind of like reading, and you're just reading a whole shit ton of things from different people. But I guess to a degree, it is healthy to cut it out sometimes because you start to become really attached to it and what it means to you, which is also not a bad thing because you have all of us, right?
Oh no, true. But I deleted my Facebook. I've streamlined some things because it's just otherwise, geez.
Oh yeah, I deleted my Facebook so long ago. I haven't been on Facebook since 2020, just because of the heightened tension of politics and everything. Like it really does make you feel like the world is crazy right now. But then you turn that off and you step out into civilization and you start communicating with people. You find out that most of this, part of my vulgarity, but most of this shit is absolutely fake. It's like, oh, so there's really like, yeah, you have your select few of people who really buy into the program, right? That there's this huge tension and that people are hating each other. And but if you step out into the world and just communicate with people, you'll find, at least where I am, that it's really almost not real. Like it's real to social media and it's real to your mind to some degree in which it causes an emotional response. But once you stray away from that and come out into civilization, it kind of just all goes away and it's just people with people again.
Yeah, I think so in general. I'm not sure about the last presidential election in a sense, but yeah, sure. I generally agree with that.
Oh yeah. Well, the last presidential election was arguably one of the most controversial moments in the United States history. So, there was a lot of tension. A lot of people believed in what they believed in, and we went through the process of, well, my way's right. No, your way's not right. My way's right.
Safe space for Republicans.
Well, yeah. I think that somewhere down the line, this two-party system is going to.
Not a safe spaces for Republicans to go anymore online. You know what I mean? They kind of being negated to Facebook.
Yeah. Well, Republicans are guilty of the same thing as well because the rhetoric.
I'm just saying on the balance of probabilities. Tell me what you think about this statement. On the balance of probabilities, the political leaning of the Twitter space will be to the left, not to the right. What do you think about that? True or untrue?
I agree.
True.
Because no one wants to offend anybody, and I think that comes from a good place. Like no one wants to watch somebody get upset over something, and I think there's
Hold on. Nobody wants to offend somebody until they have numbers on their side. Then they don't care about who they offend because they have their homies to back them, right?
well, even then you have the we take facts over statistics. You have that rhetoric. You have the rhetoric of well, I saw this article once that disproves everything you're saying. Do you care to share that article? No, you're a bigot. You should go and find the article yourself. And like that kind of like for a long time, I was one of those social media warriors. If you go and find my Facebook, I was a dick, dude. But I always led in respect. But what I found is I'm not gonna fucking change anybody's mind through Facebook, bro. Like I have a better chance of talking with people in real life rather than allowing somebody to argue with me without the sense of repercussions, without the direct implication of consequences. That's what social media does. This is why little kids talk shit on Xbox. They wouldn't speak to you like that in person.
There is if you talk to a lot of successful minorities,
Mm-hmm.
many
yeah.
of them
I know where you're going.
are conservative, but
Yep.
they don't tell anyone. Because to be conservative and to be black is to be interpreted as a traitor to your race by
Yep.
a lot of
Yep. To it, yeah.
Hey, Mike, I worked with a gentleman. He was a maintenance director, and he was Navy, and he's black. And that's very true because he would come in and complain about people that he had to work with of his same color and their mentality about wanting to work and show up to work. But yet he would sit there and laugh and say, I have to present myself as if I'm one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the path of least resistance. We're animals at the end of the day, and we will, in most situations, take the path of least resistance.
I always wanted to know if it's possible for us to disagree politically, yet still work together. Is that possible?
Yeah, as long as you aren't like introducing your philosophies in the workplace. Like right?
If you're conservative, you're always introducing that perspective.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, to some degree, to be conservative in the modern day is to also be conservative with how much you share your opinion.
Not even opinion. I'm talking about allocation of resources. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I once heard a man say this. I think it was Andrew Yang, whatever the heck his name is.
I would call him Andrew Wang, you asshole. That's his name.
But his idea was, and I really love his idea, and it's not really more so an idea, but more so an observation, which is that we all possess two spectrums of what it means to be a liberal and what it means to be conservative. We are liberal with our friends and our family. We would do more for them than we would the average Joe Schmo, right? And the higher you scale that, so you go from your house to your township to your state to the national level, right? The higher you scale that, the more conservative you become, because it's nice to care for people. It's nice to love people. And I hear a lot of people saying, well, we need to let more immigrants in. Yet I don't see as many open doors as I do the rhetoric itself, which goes to show that many people believe in the idea or this utopian idea of like letting everything happen, everyone being happy, everyone being peaceful. But not too many people understand what that looks like the higher you scale that.
So Taleb said that at the family level, he was communist. At the friends and tribe level, he was socialist. At the municipal and state level, he was a Democrat. at the state below the Fed, he was a Republican, and at the Fed and above, he was libertarian.
A little.
With my family, I am a communist. With my close friends, I'm a socialist. At the state level,
Oh yeah, man, gotta go.
Yes,
and at
sir.
the federal level, I'm a libertarian.
Better a little bit here and there.
Okay, the original question, my answer would be is that as long as it wasn't a prerequisite to do the job.
Ah, good answer. Look, if Michael Breitbart can work with Ariana Huffington, all of us can get together.
Working together is one thing, but preaching together is a different thing.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that Breitbart showed me was that no news outlet is objective. They're just not. And in fact, we should not expect them to be.
And the other thing that how I work through it, because of course you would probably, since I'm in the woods, I would be conservative. In a lot of respects, you should be able to understand by their what they believe, and you can share in it. Don't agree with them, but know that the focus has to be on what the task is at hand. So that means you put all those things to the side and you focus on what you've got to do. So
Yeah, I think it's, and that's why it goes back to like, can we disagree politically and still get things done together? And I think you clarified it aptly, right? On one hand, you ever watch the documentary with on the Clinton campaign, and they're following his consigliere? Dude, it's fucking amazing to hear that level of thinking. I forget who the campaign manager was. Really, really, really smart dude. What was it? Was it the Ides of March?
The name is stuck on like the tip of my tongue, and I'm trying to
So,
think.
Bill Clinton documentary, dude. Documentary about political race. What's his name? He's a bald guy, glasses. The War Room. Yeah, The War Room. And who is the guy? James Carville. That's the guy.
It's the economy, stupid guy. That's the guy that says that.
James Carville is a beast. So what's he up to now? Blah, 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 blah. Uh-huh. Carville expressed his displeasure at the prospect of Sanders being nominated, branded Sanders as a communist, and pejoratively labeled Sanders' base of support as a cult, warning of the, quote, end of days. In November 2020, Carville predicted that the result of the presidential election would be known by 10 p.m. on Election Day. After the Associated Press took an additional 4 days to declare the winner, Politico named Carville's prediction among the most audacious, confident, and spectacularly incorrect prognostications about the year.
And that's a little unfair to say, given.
Yeah, you understand, right? You can see through it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Once I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, so there's another slice to this. There's another layer of abstraction, right?
Right.
Well, here's the list on Jai, the guy who talked earlier. He was really pumped up. He's like, man, I've never done that before. Talk to those people online. Really enjoyed that. How do I do that? And I'm like, yeah, go get a Twitter account. And so he's going to work on that. And then earlier he came in here and he said, hey, can you look at a text for me? I'm like, sure. And he's like, this is a text from my son. Do you trust that text? And then you can tell it's a spoof text. It's, hey, Dad, I know you've always loved me, but could you click on this link and help me support blah, 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 or whatever. I was like, nah, man, just tell your son that you'll meet him at home and you'll talk to him then about it. Because I never click on any links in open text like that. You know what I mean? Odds are his son's account has been spoofed. We've been seeing that everywhere here in the Midwest lately. Just scammers left and right, getting your number and trying to spoof, responsibility, or, hey, they find out I'm the boss, and so they try to get all my employees to go to the, Walgreens and buy a gift card and then read the numbers off and shit like that. So what we usually end up doing is we just endlessly prank them. We're like, okay, yeah, I'll go to the store. Hey, do you know about, flat Earth? So we just kind of try to keep them off track. But yeah, it's fun.
I usually take the URL and I'll break it down, put it into a scanner, and then get where it goes to, because it's a short URL. And then I'll find out if there's a server where it goes to, or the site, and then I'll I'll load up Kali Linux and start do some penetration testing and stuff just to see.
Webster, you're becoming quite the security system guy on here. I'm thinking pretty soon we're going to be like, let's go ahead and initiate Web Spider 3 interrogation protocol. Yeah, not found. Hit that micro, put in the IP.
No, I'm not that strong. I learned enough. I decided, I don't know, about 3-4 years ago. Well, I've heard about what this dark web is, and my son, he told me about it, and I said, okay, well, I'll load a Tor. I made sure I had a standalone machine that could be gobbled up, and then I loaded Parallels on my Mac, and I run a standalone session, and I can go out and I can have it destroyed. I've had it be attacked by things, and it's really amazing all the effort that they go through to do those things. So I said, well, I'm gonna learn a little bit of this stuff, and and it doesn't take much. I mean, I'm not a super, I'm not a chiseler like a few people that I've met on Twitter, and but there's tools out there that you can easily do a lot of things, and now I use it for customers when you set up.
Yeah, that's cool.
You set up their system, you analyze the system, you try to break into it, and then well, I got it secure enough, that kind of thing.
Yeah, man, that's a great skill to have. I mean, it's funny, I have to teach my employees, like, just like good search hustle. They're like, okay, we're gonna go to this client meeting tomorrow. Like, okay, cool. And I'm like, you gonna do any prep? No, I will just go. And I'm like, no, let's say that again. What kind of prep you doing? So I walk them through, like, let's read about our client online. Let's go into their lives. Let's look at their past presentations. Let's try to understand their world. It's not to completely, you know, front load too much information, but like, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to have affinity if you walk in there, especially if if you're losing rapport in a meeting, to bring up, like, just before they kick you out of the room, you go like, well, I hope Project Whale will be great, and you like walk around the edge. They're like, wait,
Yeah,
you know about that project,
Yeah, you have to worry when you do a search and you start looking at somebody and start trying to dig up any information,
Yeah,
which, we're all in every database under the sun. And
correct.
you don't find any information on the individual, then you become really worried. I
Yeah,
do, because they're being protected somehow for some reason. So
yeah, that's one of the main reasons I do it. Actually, when we're gonna go talk to somebody with investing or somebody like that, I try to look them up in a couple different tools, and they'll say like, yeah, we got 5 million under management, and I'll look into the actual SEC, and I'll be like, well, technically it's 2.1, and actually 970 of it is actually already gone. So you're standing on really X. Now they may actually have more in the wings, but it's like, it's just good to know. You should just know every conversation you go into a little bit, at least. And that's the one thing that you don't get with comedy. You can't research your audience before you really get there. You may know the city you're going into, but it's not like you can really know that audience. And that's why I think in a lot of ways on the stage, even on here, there is a degree of adrenaline because you're taking a microphone and, we sort of know people, but you all don't know me. Da, da, da.
Yep, and I talked with one of my aunt, my cousins, I guess indirectly, it was a married aunt to my uncle, and one of her children was a FBI agent. And I walked in, first time I ever met her, and she started asking me all kinds of questions. And I looked at her and I said, "Are you law enforcement?" And she said, "Well, yeah, kinda." She worked for she's like a post federal marshal where she monitors prisoners and their activities and that kind of stuff. And I said, "Really?" So then I started asking her questions about, technology that they use. She says, "Oh yeah, I got an engineer that he says he doesn't have anything and he can't pay and all that, but all of a sudden all these things show up, a boat, a motorcycle." And she said, "Well, I just go back to the office and I run a Prism." I think that was the name. I'm not sure if it is, but she said, I can put in his social security number and I can go 3 to 4 layers deep of everybody that's connected to him, family, you know, registrations of everything, anything titled to the other family members, and that kind of thing." And she said, "I discovered that it was he had a cousin buying the boat, and he was paying the cousin, that kind of stuff. And they can sift through everything that you have, so it's really scary." So.
Yeah, and I kind of remember too that even when you're searching somebody, you're creating a pattern too. So it's one of those things. Unless you're, burying your tracks on searching out. I never think that far ahead of that. Although I do constantly have sort of like a notion of cause and effect in my head all the time. Like, is the current causes I'm in trajectory on today on Saturday causing any harm in the near future? No. Proceed. So it's like,
Exactly. It's like affecting the YouTube algorithm.
yeah.
You watch typical things, and then I'll decide, well, instead of watching those things, I decide I'm gonna watch some really off the wall, like I'm gonna go watch Russian folk dancing, or I'm gonna go watch this lecture on something, or I'm gonna go watch something just out of the ordinary. And then next thing you know, it's like they populate everything based on, oh, he's interested in that now, so all of a sudden all those things start popping up. It's funny.
It kind of makes me want to create like almost like I want to sort of like wipe my cookie profile, set up a new machine, new browser, and then actually train the AI to surf a certain way just to see if I can create almost pre pattern predictions from how the systems react to me. You know what I'm saying? So like use audio for this, do that for that, and then basically like create a persona character like a soccer mom. Say it's like a soccer mom because people would be targeting mothers or whatnot. Run that thing, but then also see what systems actually do ping you first, what providers ping this profile first, and then from there you could use that data from like a scale perspective in terms of like, okay, these 6 companies kind of run the puck in terms of capturing that information. Which of those 6 companies are public, or which companies are those are actually in the hedge fund of this? You know what I mean? So you can sort of, I don't know. I just kind of like that's where we're at with some AI. Is like let's start creating our own actors. All right, sweet. And in fact, you can see some. I saw a scraper site the other day. I'm always like obsessed with scraper sites because that was how I got started really in code and everything. It was just coming across all these like open data sets where people either like, oh yeah, here's all the addresses and economic values or whatever. And I was like, shit, well, I'll take that data and cross-reference with this, and I'll take it with this and create that. So, but I've seen some of the new scrapers are actually using some of the AI tools. And I was actually telling a friend that, you could really use the scraper tools now in a new wicked way in the sense that scrapers don't have to copy the content. They can just real time AI translate it, right? So they read it
and then they resynthesize it. So it's like it strips. It really
It won't
removes.
match up if you do a search on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it won't match up, right? And so, in fact, and a lot of the writing tools actually have these tools now in terms of like, check. You can actually check the AI output for a degree of plagiarism in the current, world, whatever, which is kind of wild. So it's just, it's cool where AI is going and how it's allowing us to sort of and what scares me though is that if I'm getting excited and empowered and I have like a nickel, right? You know what I mean? I'm just fucking around, like. Someone who's focused, who's sitting on, they don't even need that much. You could have less than 5 million and you could really fuck with things, right? So, who's sitting on, a billion and thinking, all right, I want to do talking fabric. I'm going to put $1 billion into, this nano, this piece, and this piece. And we're going to go in that direction and we'll actually spearhead the first, sentient carpet. You know what I mean? Like that can happen. You know what I mean? And you think that's crazy, but it's like it's not. That's the shit. We're
Yeah, I
at
really
that
need
stage.
that. I would love a sentient carpet because it could.
Hey,
Yeah,
you got to keep pouring all that shit on me. God damn it! Who's gonna claim me?
Why didn't you wipe your shoes at the door? Take your shoes off next time.
Yeah, weird stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dan. That's kind of the reason why I started last year looking into AI and saying, well, I'm gonna toy around with it and start learning, and listening and trying to get a little bit more flavor. And then that's the reason why I picked up Python, because that's the recommended tool. And then I monitor. Well, I have a couple of guys that are really into data engineering and that kind of thing, and I listen to them and watch a lot of the stuff that they do, and it's it's pretty much where you take your mind, and as AI continues, the combinations, like I listened to a group that were talking about taking multiple outputs from speech to text and pushing it into like to Dolly, getting some image out, having that image analyzed, regurgitating some text from that, refeeding it back in as like a feedback loop, and seeing what was created just for the fun of it, just to see what it would do to understand, and it's like, oh, that's pretty crazy. And it's like it's going to be different things marrying different things, and then when you get to the general AI, that'll be the one that will suck up everything from all these work AIs, and I want to know who's doing that now. I want to know those guys, because they're going to be the ones that are going to have value in the future. It's kind of like Google when they
Yeah.
started, that kind of thing. So.
Yeah, totally, man. And I keep thinking, how we're sort of in a state of narrow AI now, and while people are working on sort of the generalized AI, there's even more hyper-focused narrow AI happening direct in circuitry. In other words, they're doing analog AI. They are taking the narrow field of what the focus is, and they'll put it right on the chip in the silicon or whatnot. So now you have a processor that's connected to the golf club, right? So the golf club actually has the full neuron net, of the history of golf in it, right? And then it's doing at that point is connecting to, actually the club will pick up all the kinetics and have all the history and everything else, or it's going to be in the glove, right? Maybe it's not the club, but it's the grip, and the grip moves from club to club, whatever the piece is. But it's like you're going to have these sort of like hyper-tuned niche AI networks, which will be interesting as well. And that's definitely going to spill out onto the web. In fact, I saw somebody the other day. It was like a YouTube video. The guy was like, "Now's the time you two can get out there and sell your own AI model." And I was like, "All right, let's check out this hustler. What he's doing, right?" And he was like, he shows you, what you do first is like, what do you do? Put it in a big file. Second, go to the site, upload your file and, let the engine work on it. Pick how many years you want the AI to be forced to work underground. I picked 700 years, right? You know what I mean? And now the AI spends half of its billionaire life form and advanced to the point where now I'm going to monetize it, so then you're listed in this engine, and now here's somebody who's got, all these different sort of AI models. One is trained to understand, whether or not you've used an elegant cuss word, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? It's really specific, but it's also kind of wild that scene is going to open up, right? So we could all have a model. What is the model that we could sort of have or put out there? I think that's an interesting concept to think about. Live on the Syndicate.
So are you a prime? Excuse me. Are you a prime directive sort of guy, Dan?
I can see the prime directive, like, that I like the prime directive in terms of Star Trek and everything, but isn't the prime directive they can't interfere, right? They're not allowed to interfere with the timeline of civilization.
Not supposed to do anything that would alter the
That's right.
civilizations. Right.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that because I like altering people's lives. You know what I mean? Like sending them stuff at random, or like doing things for fun, or I'm just
Yeah.
I enjoy that. A little chaos. You never know where it's going to strike.
That's fun. Captain Kirk was never really a prime directive guy either.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and even Star Trek is sort of like it's always at odds with the prime directive, right? The whole show is always sort of about the notion of we just have to be civil and not care, but then, oh, fucking A, are you seriously doing that? Now we have to care. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Right.
Yeah, that's what's cool about Star Trek is that it didn't celebrate the technology. I mean, obviously it had fun, and that was the moves, the ballet moves in the show were the technology, but the core message was very human throughout the whole series, and that's what made it stick, and probably what made it resonate in that time, and also probably was one of the reasons why it died, right? It came out and it was like canceled because it was like they didn't, and that's what's so funny is that we should be cognizant of the things that fail. Like no one thinks about the failure of Star Trek, but it fucking failed big time when it first came out, and then it had to get resurrected, right? So, and here we are talking about how NFTs are like fucking you over and they're a shill and yada yada yada. But how long would that memory last before something great happens with NFTs, and then all we ever think about is how they were successful? All it takes is one good thing to override a shit ton of bad things. That's the nice thing about good. Good doesn't need a whole lot of fucking money for its budget. You know what I mean? But bad, man, they spend a lot of money on trauma and fear. Just their whole budget is like out of whack. But like positivity just shows up on the scene with like a guitar and says, "Dude, I just brought me in some butterflies. Are you guys cool?" You know what I mean? Evil has to spend a shit ton of money to look cool.
What was that one video? The guy starts dancing on the hill by himself, and before you know it, like everybody's dancing.
Right.
That's
Right.
yeah. I mean, that sort of thing is great.
Yeah, I love that. Well, what else is happening? Let's see. My smoothie is gone. It was great. The landscape dude is wrapping up his landscapeness. I've got to work on my office. It's a disaster, and I'm still creating art and screwing around. And I'm filling dead air time. So you get back in.
Where are you?
Here.
There you are.
There he is.
Just looking at the conversation that I had with a DeFi kid, and so I can take. When was this? The 15th of August. I want you to, make the best DeFi kid.
Yeah, I can see that. The DeFi kid kind of reminds me of the Invisible Kid from Mystery Men. You ever seen that movie Mystery Men, where like, the kid's like, I can turn invisible, and they're like, yeah, how do you do it? Well, you have to turn around. They're like, what do you mean? You can't see me. I can be invisible, and they're like, dude, I don't know if that's really a power or whatnot. So the way the DeFi kid would be like, I can DeFi. but you can't see me when I'm doing it. What do you mean? You just put the money on the counter and I can DeFi it. Yeah, well, how much money are you talking about? All of your money. Wait a second, man. This is like a setup or some shit like that. No, man, I'm the DeFi kid. Dude, you don't talk to DeFi that way. Fuck you, man. Hey, man, you want me to shoot him? Yeah, guys, it's okay. I'm the DeFi kid. So at that moment, I turned to Soyu and Zach and said, how much you guys got on you? Zach was always loaded. Yeah, well, standard $5 million right here. Put it on the table. Damn, you always carry $5 million. Yeah. All right, well, whatever. How about you, Soyu? Soyu, as usual, only had a credit card. What? I don't carry cash. Fine. All right. Went to the ATM, took out some money, and put it on the table. Looked at DeFi again. If I DeFi this, you can't look. All right, whatever. They turned around. DeFi made some noises. First, it was like, fucking idiots. And then, did a couple things. And we turned around and it was gone. What happened? He said, it's DeFi. And then somebody behind him had those little party poppers and were like, pow! And a bunch of sparkles and clouds shot off behind him and everything. And people were like, well, that's cool. And then after the Voyager incident and all the other incidents combined, DeFi decided to settle into the Blue Ridge Mountains, where he started DeFiing for records. He sang songs to country kids about how they should DeFi their moonshine and do other things. I don't know. Anyways, it was a great show.
I like it.
Yeah.
What is that one song? Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Is that what I'm thinking of? Maybe that's.
Oh, wow. How's it go?
Oh, Lord. You don't want me to sing it. And it includes fancy lawyers and such. So.
Oh, that's good. Gotta have our fancy lawyers. Mm-hmm.
I have to work on my singing voice. It will drive everyone away. That's my it's like my superpower, but not in a good way.
Aww.
It's like, well, my mother used to sing a lot, except it would just make glass break. It was just really terrible. And I loved her, but it's like, holy shit, Mom, come on, stop. Just tone deaf, you name it. And she would sing the Titanic theme. And it was like, dear Lord, Anyway, I could go on about it, but I won't.
I love it.
Okay, the only singing I can do is howling with the dogs.
Oh, yeah. I feel it.
I guess I could do some singing, but I don't know. I have to work on what songs I would sing. I mean, I always sing songs that are jokey songs, but I haven't really sang a serious song before, I guess. I don't know. It has to come to you. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think you could sing really well. You have a great voice.
I was looking at the #1 comedy albums on iTunes. You know that half of them are Weird Al Yankovic, and it's not even stand-up.
Are you serious?
I swear to God, look up the top 100 albums on iTunes for comedy.
Wow.
Dominated. The top 20 is dominated by Weird Al Yankovic, so might be an opportunity there.
All right, I'm gonna have to work on my my songs.
Hi guys. Sorry, I've just been creeping and lurking today. I'm at work, so.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. So you've been listening sort of Syndicate ASMR while you've been working.
Absolutely. You are my personal AMS. What is it? My dyslexia.
I can do that for you. I could do one of those therapy tapes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No. I like it to be live because it's surprising, right? It's not. It's like, oh, I never know what's coming. Is he going to talk about what is he going to make fun? Not fun of, but what story is he going to tell?
Oh, that's right.
How is he going to amuse me?
Coming around the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
How will he amuse me today? I wonder.
How will he amuse me?
That sounds like you're sitting in a big lounge chair and someone's feeding. DoorDash is giving you grapes. Please turn on the spaces. Find me, Daniel. Entertain me. I'm on.
That's pretty much what goes on in my head, honestly, when I turn Twitter at this point, especially at work.
Somebody else was saying that. Lauren and this other gal, Jackie, were in a room this morning, and they were talking about how they would sit in a tub and listen to Twitter Spaces, and I was like, "Well, shit, that's just something that a guy would never even think of doing." But sure enough, I'm like, that does kind of make sense.
Multitask, Dan. Multitask. Right?
Thing is, I can never fit in the tub. See, that's the problem. I've, this just goes back to being, if you're tall, if you can't stretch out in the tub, it's not a tub for you. You know what I mean? Like you can.
I can't. I don't fit in a tub at all either. It's annoying. My knees are always cold.
Yeah. See, that's just.
That's not
kind of a bummer.
tub-like behavior. That's
Yeah,
not tub,
totally.
That's not tub vibes, right?
Yeah,
there.
that's completely not tub vibes, And then you need to have the cool like lights and stuff, and then like, I don't know, some people like, toys like a ducky or something like that, just to float with you, something.
Well, you got
I'm gonna go hit this pipe again.
All right. Well, I just want to jump up and say hi, and I'm probably gonna. But well, I tried. I really wanted to say something earlier, and I had a really good point actually, and I missed it. Now I've forgotten all about it. So maybe it'll come up again later, and I'll be able to jump in.
Oh.
But yeah, I was like, oh no, when you're listening and a lot of times if I'm driving, it's very annoying because you can't just like go in. You can't be pressing buttons, especially here in California on your phone. So I'm just like, nah. I start screaming at my phone, but not in a bad way. Usually it's, oh my god, I actually have something possibly to contribute.
Well, you always do. You always do that.
No, but yeah. A lot of conversations in here are are fascinating, are amazing. Yeah, and I like to listen and to absorb a lot of that. Are we doing that awkward silence thing? Because I'm super down with that.
No, I was thinking about something. You'll have to, if you want to, I'll have to talk to you about how to do some of those shots that you do, like the ones where they're kind of taking the perspective of being on the ground looking up.
Being on the ground. Oh, sure. Yeah. Or like how I do my shot, like how I. Well, I can tell you. I mean, do you have one in mind particularly? I can tell you how
Well,
I
like
did it.
the ones at the beach.
Oh yeah, so okay. Well, I'm usually just taking a photo right, the right proper way up, how a normal person would see it, like you see it, and then I'm usually pretty far close to the ground, and then I take a photo, and then I flip it around upside down.
Oh, okay.
So when you look at my photo, take my photo and turn your phone upside down, and then you'll be like, oh shit, that's just the guy walking on the beach. You know what I mean? And it's just at that angle of like reflection, and I wait for the tide to come in and then come out, so the sand is wet.
Right. But what if I wanted to do something like that at home and I have like an iPad or an iPhone? Same sort of principle, or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I have a photo out there which is actually done on my phone, a couple of them, which is like two guys walking, and it looks like they're stars. It looks like they're walking at night. It looks like they're walking into the Milky Way or something, but it's actually just the concrete underneath the reflection. And it's just same idea. I just caught them walking, and then I cut the photo, right? I crop the photo up and turn
Right.
and flip the photo upside down. That's the
neat. That's pretty neat.
Thank you. Oh, and I just before I run in real quick, thank you for sharing my picture with the surfboard, the whole Tez Tuna thing. I seem to be getting some traction.
Oh, good, good.
So yeah, I'm very excited. So thanks, guys. All right, I'm gonna jump down, but thanks. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you later.
Just working on this transcript with DeFi Kid. No, it's still importing. It's pretty.
No, let's see what I can do here. I kind of like the song. It's a little weird. Gonna pick up some jam here. Plugging this phone in before it runs out of power. So hold on. Please stand by. The Dan you're trying to reach is currently looking for a wire. He'll be right with you.
I love the ambiance though. With it.
Yeah.
Song. With a great person, of course.
Syndicate is brought to you by Stuff. And Stuff is brought to you by Other Stuff. Celebrate. Alright, so we have our first loop. What can we do with the loop? Well, we can slide around. Yeah, hello? Come on in, man. Is that somebody at the door yet again?
That was Pharaoh Monch. Get the fuck out. You hear that?
Thanks, man.
Well,
Yep. Oh boy. I got something in the mail today. Holy cow. Gonna have to check this out. What?
Oh, you know what I mean? You hear the explosion. Put on the hazmat suit first. I'm making some enemies here on Twitter Spaces.
How is that?
No, I'm just imagining in my head.
Oh.
Imagine like somebody that's never talked to us. They just hate us for whatever reason.
Could happen. You never know.
Shut up. Dr. Irvin Finkel holding a 30, almost 4,000-year-old tablet that tells story of god Enki speaking to Sumerian king and giving him instructions on how to build an ark with a 220 feet diameter coracle.
Wow, really? Cool.
Yeah.
Put that up there if you don't mind.
Yeah. Let me just look. I like the idea of, when we think about excavating and digging, I like the idea that like at a certain point of digging, we get deep enough that the technology starts getting better and better.
Well, that could be seriously true.
Yeah,
There could
that's
be
probably
pyramids under pyramids, and the ones underneath are the ones that have the tech.
yeah, right. So it's like deep tech, it's like deep learning.
Absolutely.
It's like, man,
You better
it's
preserve.
8.8 modem. Oh wow, it's 36.6. Oh wow, they have 5G. You know what I mean? Just keep digging.
Well, we have to refer to the Simpsons and find a Simpsons episode that will match up with that, of course.
So if we know Simpsons is right, we could just do Simpson-driven development. I like it.
Enki, is that how you say that? Or is it?
Enkidu, I think, is an Enkidu, probably.
Now, how did they fit all the animals onto that then?
Maybe it's like the color wheel, where you don't need all the colors, you just need the colors that can breed together to make the variations. All right, we want the whole spectrum. What do we need? Red, blue, green. What about yellow? We got that shit. Really? Yeah. Just mix two of the animals together. You create giraffe. Yeah, that's how species work.
Not how species work.
Yeah, you just take a little bit of one and
they're
little.
not species.
Yeah, and
They're not species.
no, this is like old species.
That's not how
You know what I'm
old
saying?
species work.
Yeah, you want a
It's not
hippopotamus? We're
how
gonna
that
need
works.
a whale.
You need to stop talking.
And a seal. They create the hippopotamus.
You need to shut up.
Yeah, it's
But
important.
I wonder though, because if you take a look at the glacial patterns
Mhm.
and probably why and how the flood happened in that area, maybe they only needed to collect the animals that were in that area. So that's not that many animals.
Well, that's true. I mean, in my mind, I always see the Ark as like this super advanced space tech from, from an all-knowing alien being, and then, they get taught how to do like, some sort of DNA extraction and then they can fit everything.
Yeah,
Or they could have done it up like the Hawaiians who like sat on a hollowed out coconut tree and made it across the whole planet.
Shut up.
Well, I mean, how do you think they got from Australia to Hawaii? They literally hollowed out a goddamn coconut tree, took a bunch of coconuts and some
made a raft.
chickens, made double rafts. So what they did was they made two canoes that were attached.
Oh.
So it's like a big canoe, two canoes, so it's balanced.
Mm.
They used astral charts and made it across the fucking ocean. So who knows? Like, we think it has to be this big, technological thing, but people
Yeah.
people are resourceful and they will fucking do it. Coconuts and a raft.
It's almost like nature's the original technology.
Kind of, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You never know.
Absolutely.
I mean, I was thinking about it the other day. I'm like, how would they feed all the carnivores, but, floating bodies of people? No?
Mm.
I don't know.
Oh my god, yeah, can I interject real quick? I don't know if you can hear me, but yes, Allie, oh my god. I have been talking about this for a long time, about people moving on the water for longer than we've been told. Like, you see it very annoyed. It's like, how hard is it to figure out a boat? You know what I mean? And human beings have been using waterways since the beginning of time. It came from, you know what I mean? It's silly to think otherwise. It gets me, yeah, and you're right. It gets me annoyed when people think it has to be this big production. Like, we have to wait for big ships to have been made for people to have been moving. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so that the way we figured it out is the only way that you could have done it.
Yeah, Kon-Tiki. That's all I have to say. Kon-Tiki. Yeah.
Samoan and Tongan people make out of coconut hair.
Mm.
I was like, well, fuck it. I know nothing. They make ropes. They make like fishing nets. They make like huts out of coconut hair. I know nothing. I understand nothing. I know nothing.
Necessity and invention.
Exactly, right?
Absolutely.
You want to go catch a fish? Let's peel the hair off this coconut and make a net? What? Yeah, people will do it. People fucking do it.
Because they're starving.
Because they're starving. And then it turned into this ritual where the males would create the nets and spray them, like display them on the sands, and women would walk by, and whoever had the best nets, you get the most ladies if you can make the best nets. And it became like this beautiful, tradition. I don't know. People are wild.
And then people started borrowing money to put nets on layaway.
Oh my god.
You like it? Yeah, man.
I think that's why it's one of my favorite stories to start the astrology astronomy. What's the word? Astronomy unit with my kids is to.
I like the astrology.
I'm teaching them astrology.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's the word?
Can you imagine astronomy is just like a gateway drug to astrology?
Well, it kind of is. I mean, I like to teach them lots of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's such a fun way to start the astronomy unit because it's like, let's talk about the practical uses of how humans used to use the stars.
Muslims and navigation.
Exactly.
Remember Richardson said that, you know what, I might not be Islamic, but I can appreciate the way they use science to navigate by the stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the fact that they came up with the first variable. I love that. I love asking the kids what, that squiggly X is. And they're like, that's an X. I'm like, nah, man. That's what English people do when we don't know what a symbol is. We call it X. That's why Mexico is with an X. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah. That symbol is a simplified Arabic symbol for the word unknown.
Oh, wow. So we have America and Mexico. So let's see if this works. Do. Let's see if it worked. It's still importing? Come on. Give it to me.
I mean, I think that's why we have to go back to those ancient peoples when we talk about math. Because, like, all that discussion that we were having yesterday about, like, irrational, imaginary numbers and all that is just because we decided on the base.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We're in a base 10 system, and that's why we have all these issues, and we decided what 1 and 2 was. If we are, because we're humans and we arbitrarily pick those as natural numbers. If we actually picked a different base.
We have university students that haven't taken grade 3 math. Does that make sense? And so they...
But what about the guys who were talking about irrational numbers? Don't they have degrees in this?
Yes, and that's the enemy of knowledge in a lot of cases. You understand? Right? It's like, would you want to learn philosophy from somebody with a PhD in philosophy? It's like terrible. That's like the worst thing you would want to do. Right? Because they've been jacking off to this corner of meaning. Right?
Like the David Suzuki school of thought.
Oh, yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah, it's specialization is good until you start misapplying it, and you start putting experts in one area into other areas and expecting them to be experts. We saw that with like Sam Harris.
What is it called? The jack of all trades and master of none is often better than a master of one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they forget about the second half of it. Yeah, the resource allocation. It's all it ever is. Resource allocation and team building. That's it. It's like the only 2 activities almost.
That's why I love bringing up the whole, like, there's 60 seconds in a minute. It's like, let's talk about bases, children. Base 60 is like the best system. Why did we move on from that?
Egypt is haunting Europe, is what Kaush said. We're running a ternary society on binary, so to speak. How'd it go? Rap snitches. Telling all they business. Run up in court, be in their own start witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around and get the whole squad locked up for years. Doesn't apply at all. It just MF Doom.
No, but it kind of makes sense.
Does it?
You just got to keep your eyes on the prize. If you're fucking around, it means that, like, you're not just responsible for you.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah.
Your action or inaction has consequences, is what he's saying.
Rap snitches, telling all they business. Run up in court, be in their own star witness. Do you see the perpetrator? Yeah, I'm right here. Fuck around and get the whole squad locked up for years. It's funny because I saw that from it was Most Def. Most Def was like, "Yo, Mad Mufti was the best," and he just like rhymed it off. I think it was called Rap Snitch Canisius, I think. I had a great conversation with DeFi the other day, which is him and I, and I'm waiting on this transcript. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Still importing, huh? Amazing. I wonder how this would sound. Sometimes it doesn't come out all that well. Where's that microphone? Let's try the before and after. Try that with the microphone, see what the difference is like. What's going on, Songs? What are you saying?
Hey, my friends. I don't know where I ended up, but yeah, here I am. What was that? It sounded like a harp.
Uh, it's my steel drum, actually.
Oh, wow, even cooler. I love the steel drum. I used to play 20 years ago with a guy from Trinidad who was playing steel drums. Really
Oh,
cool
where was
instrument.
it?
It's here in Sweden. He lives in the south of Sweden.
Do you remember his name?
Lester Jackman.
Lester Jackman.
He's probably no one known. He was just cool that he could play the steel drums and was living in Sweden. Therefore, we got tons of gigs because of that, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been playing for a little while. Let's see if this works. Do you play an instrument?
Yeah, I'm a music producer and a piano player. So yeah, I do play the piano.
I I feel like the pianist is like the unsung hero of the band, right? Because it's always there in a lot of classical music. And it's like, you ever Jasper? What's his name? Chris Jasper with the Isley Brothers. What was that guy's name? Jasper Isley Brothers, and apparently he wrote like all the songs. Yeah, Chris Jasper. The dude was like a classically trained pianist. And then those songs, and you realize like happened, after he left, just like the music completely changed because that guy was the composer.
What in Isley Brothers? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so if you look at the Isley Brothers, Chris Jasper was the composer, and he was the piano player for a lot of their songs. And so you can see the difference of what happened when he left.
Yeah, I love the Isley Brothers. Such a good band. Summer Breeze. That's my favorite song with them. And of course, Caravan of Love.
Voyage to Atlantis is one of my favorite. I'm going to put it at the top. Interview with Chris Jasper from Isley Brothers. And you like, when you realize like the deep classical influence that had on their R&B, it's astonishing. Same with Nile Rodgers, right? He was in jazz before he went to disco.
Yeah, I guess that's the role of the keyboardist or the piano player. Like if something is messed up, everybody's turning to you in the band. And if you're supposed to sing like a harmony, everybody turns to the piano player to basically, he's the one who has to solve it all the time.
Because you can understand, you know, if you have your right, and then you'd be like, okay, so I want, you know, half of you to play this and the other half to play this, and then I want somebody else to play the seventh. Right, the piano player is going to know that in his hands because he's playing all. He can play all notes, right? Because he has 10 fingers, and everyone else has like 2 hands, or right.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, cool. That sounds so cool. I love the sound of the steel drum.
Is it coming? How's the audio? I know sometimes it gets a bit crunchy on whatchamacallit, Twitter Spaces. Let me try something here. Do I have? I have this, which is USB-C. I'm gonna try something because I'd really like to figure out how to really get the quality that I've always wanted out of this thing.
What you need to do is get an iRig, if you know what that is. That's what I use. Not now because I'm driving, but when I play like in Twitter Spaces and Instagram and whatnot, there's something called an iRig that you can just plug into the iPhone, and it gives great quality.
All right, let me try something. So the problem is I won't be able to hear you guys when I'm testing this out. I apologize. So let me just move this here. So this is how it sounds without the microphone, and I'll try it with it because I have this little setup here. So this is without the microphone. Okay, so that's without it. Now, if I take this guy, and go on mute for a sec, let's see if it changes at all with this shirt. Did it sound like I was going through a mic there? Not. I'm gonna.
Do you have a mic connected to the actual phone or?
Yeah, so there's a microphone. I have a USB-C to XLR. So let me try this other variation. One sec. All right. Okay. So I think that's coming in the way it's supposed to. Let's see if there's a difference here now. All right. Was there any difference?
It sounded better now, but the volume was
The volume
way
is what?
lower. So
Okay.
jack up the volume.
Okay, so let me try. Usatruve. That's the audio daily double. How'd that rest of the going? Oh yeah, do. That's the audio daily double. Something. So they can pretend they're in trouble. So if that's low, where's the other mic that I had? Ah, right. Okay. Other mic found. Just try this one more time. Appreciate your help with the sound check as always. Do. So I have this. That's that. Mic in. Take this. The power is on. And mic in. Oh, it's this. This is the microphone I'm speaking out of. Let's see this now. All right, that was with a different mic. Way better, right?
That was
This one?
perfect.
This other mic? Okay, so let me try. I'm going to try just another quick test to see if we can replicate that. So, and would you say it's too loud, too soft?
Could be even louder. It was super clear when you were talking into the
Ah,
mic.
right. Okay, so I'll move the mic closer to the source. All right, so here we go. How was that?
Dead quiet. No sound at all.
So we're still, that's why I want to try it out again. Because we know it's sometime-ish. Is that what we would say? It's good to know. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've always wanted to see what it's like to run a mic through this thing. Which is weird because my name is Mike, so is that a recursion? Anyways. What's going on, Zach?
Building the activities in Quenza right now. So
Nice.
just building the base activities. So like developing your own creed, establishing layout parameters, some of the things that are the basics that we build upon. So like
you know, when I'm in the syndicate rooms, I kind of just jump straight into the planning and organizing part of it, the higher level stuff. But really, like, we start with some of the basics, like what we call, like, you know, establishing basic training parameters. So like, you know, people that come to us, we gotta like do a layout. Like, what do you have? Who do you have? What are the things that you know? What are the things you don't know? For some of the basic like people, because no one does it, right? Like in the Army, every 3 months we do a full layout of every piece of equipment um, that we have, like personal equipment, um, squad equipment, company equipment, battalion equipment.
Mm.
And then not only do we do that, but then we do a scrub of we have packets. So like I have like 6 packets for some of my soldiers that in that packet it says like, you know, how you do an annual review in business. Well, we do monthly reviews, and then
Right.
in those reviews, we're talking about what are the classes you need for your career progression. What are the things? What are the schools I need to send you to for you to learn the things I need you to know to accomplish the mission for the next step? What are the what are the things I need to help you take care of? What are the things that I need you to help me take care of? And so, but we don't do that in our regular day-to-day lives. Like, why not? Why don't we do a layout? Why aren't we sitting there laying everything out? Because every single day you're carrying a ruck, you're carrying a backpack with you,
Right.
with everything that you everything you bring. So how do you know you're bringing the right stuff? How do you know you're not carrying shit you don't need? So,
Act light, as Erica Badu once said.
well, so there's a strange dichotomy that we have in the Army is we talk ounces makes pounds, right? But we also say it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So how do you balance that? It's really
you get Zach to carry your stuff.
well, we talk about cross-loading is like,
right, exactly. Right.
In the syndicate, I don't really need to worry about like marketing, right? I don't really need to worry about technology because I have.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great not to have to worry about that and just focus on the main thing?
But here's the thing, right? Is like when we jump out of an airplane, I might be carrying, 500 rounds of 240 ammo because that 240 is so important. And just depending on what the mission is, you might want extra 240 ammo, or you might want extra batteries for the radio. It really just depends. And so understanding everything that comes here, right? If a startup comes and their whole idea is based on providing, coaching services, right? Zach might be carrying more stuff. Whereas if someone comes and they're bringing like a full SaaS tech play, right? Dan might be carrying more stuff. Well, how do you understand that? Well, a lot of layouts and a lot of packing lists are done with who knows the most about it, right? The first sergeant, the commander, they come up with that packing list because they know they've been in the longest. They know what the mission's going to require. But you still have to do a layout every few months so that you can understand what everyone has, who lost what on the last mission. Okay, how do we get that back, right? What are we missing? What do we need to ask for help, right? We don't carry C4 with us. We go to the engineers when it comes time to create an explosive charge to get through an obstacle. We go to the engineers. We go to those experts.
Oh, so the Syndicate is basically Ocean's 14.
I've said that from the beginning. I was like,
yeah,
you have to know.
We're in Bonnie, Rubble, Trouble.
But you gotta do the layout, right? You gotta do the layout because otherwise I might have a skill you don't even know about and you're sitting there looking for it and I actually have it. So
Zach, with a simple way of looking at it is like a 10 by 10 grid, and each little square has different things it needs to be in. You look at that grid and you have empty spots. You have to fill those spots in.
Yeah, so way down the road when we actually build out our own platform. So right now we're using Quenza, building all these like activities. But what I would like to do is, build an interface that on brand you see your ruck filling up as you're adding the things you need, and it keeps a list of what you have on your layout, and you can add or take away. Because once you have a layout, you can then say, okay, well, I don't have a marketing background. So I can either go and take these classes and learn it, right? Or I can just add someone who knows it and learn from them, or hire them and go from there. So the issue is that people prioritize packing their business ruck with the wrong shit. And they're like, oh yeah, I need to find a tech founder. I need to find a tech founder. And I'm like, no, just go take a 30-minute class on making a no code platform, prototype. Go on, just do it analog. Go and talk to people, right? Like go and get the information. Right? They think that they need to pack their ruck full of fucking sleeping bags and food when really they need to pack their ruck with full of ammunition. And so those are the kind of conversations that we have. And so I'm building activities to kind of reframe it so that they realize like you have a bunch of comfort food and a bunch of comfort shit, and you don't have any ammo to shoot. So where are you fucking up? How do we fix this? So, but this is all like basic stuff before ever going into MDMP, right? Like I can't teach someone MDMP if they don't know the lingo and I don't know what it is they're coming with. So that's what these are. These little classes are for. They should just be very quick things. They're not long, drawn out classes. They're very quick activities to kind of create the baseline, get them the lingo, get them the education they need to apply the military thought process throughout their life. So.
It's working. You see it working, right? Like if it wasn't working, you wouldn't be doing it, right? You would have quit a long time ago if you weren't seeing progress.
Yeah, like I said, like the biggest issue that we've had, I wouldn't even call it an issue. The biggest thing over the last year is that we're seeing so many progress with so many different people. So like, regular just people come and are like, wow, this really works. And like you, Mike, like you're like, wow, this really works for business. And then we have people who are like, I just want to learn how to quit smoking. And we're like, got you. Here you go. And it's the same basics. It's just now we just don't go on to building onto those basics with the MDMP process.
So if someone wanted to quit smoking, how would you approach it?
Oh, I literally am like, so I'm working with a client right now who wants to quit smoking. And so for them, it's just the basics. Like, let's do a layout. What do you have to keep you from smoking, right? What things are you doing in your day-to-day life that make you want to smoke? Is it just a fixation thing? Okay, so how much gum do you buy, right? Are you doing a nicotine patch? Like, what are the things you've tried? And then, hey, what is the creed that you have as a person? Right? We make vows to our loved ones. We make vows to our wife, but we never make vows to ourselves. What the fuck's with that? Right? If you create a creed and you say it every day, and part of it is that I don't smoke, right? Then are you going to be a liar to yourself? Like, just some things like that. And then on top of it, it's, we set up a automated text message that says, how's the morning? How's the evening? How's the day? And then, they reply with didn't smoke, didn't smoke, didn't smoke, thought about smoking. Okay, if you thought about smoking, why? What was it? So now we have a running tally of what's making this person feel like they want to smoke. And it's not about not smoking, it's about building, the habits and finding out what's in our lives that's making us just want to like do that thing. I don't know. Sometimes it's just replacing it. Like when I stopped dipping, I just drank a lot of coffee until all of a sudden I was like, I didn't even think about dipping anymore. And now what? Now all I had to do was just cut back my coffee. Not cut out coffee, but cut it back. So I don't know. That's just what we do. Fitz.
Yeah, I actually, good conversation, guys. I wanted to address what Michael said about you. If it wasn't working, you would just stop. And I'm curious, and I think, where is that line? Where do you? Because when something doesn't work, you don't just stop, right? But where's the line?
Well, so for me, it's never about stopping. It's never about quitting. For me, what I hate when people are like, "Oh yeah, don't quit." Like, no, quit all the time. Like, but it's not. You have to reframe what quitting is. Is it's not really quitting. It's pivoting, right? In the military, if I come up against an enemy and they are way stronger or they have way more resources than us or they're dug into a defensive position, I'm not just going to keep going at them. I'm going to retrograde. I'm going to come up with a better plan. I'm going to call for more resources, right? I'm not quitting. I'm reassessing, right? But I do it in a very, very meticulous way that keeps me from having analysis by or paralysis by analysis, right? I still have to accomplish the objective. I just need to back up because now I have more information. So for me, like if this wasn't working, right, I'm going to back up and I'm going to go, okay, well, I still like to coach and I still like to be a consultant. Well, maybe it doesn't scale. Okay, well, at least I spent $20,000 to learn that it doesn't scale instead of wasting some investor's money on something that doesn't scale, right? And I can build that up later. So for me, it's you never stop. It's always a pivot, right? Everything you do in life is a pivot. So that's just what I think.
Yeah, I like that. Good.
Yeah, it's ending an action and choosing another direction. Yes.
Yeah, we call it retrograde, reassess, replan, and reattack. So like if we have a mission and we go to accomplish it and we're like, oh, there's only like 5 guys on this objective, cool, and we get there and it's like 55 people, we have a rule that we only attack if we have an advantage of 3-1, right? If we have an offensive advantage of 3-1, then we can overcome whatever defense they have. So if we have 3 people to every 1 they have, so if I have 30 people, they can have 10, right? If they have 30 people, I need to have 90 people. So now I know what kind of resources, what size unit I need to attack with. If Intel is telling me they have 30 people, then I know I need a company's worth instead of a platoon. But then again, if I attack and all of a sudden I'm like, holy crap, they have way more than 10 people, I retrograde. I know what my numbers are. I know what the CCIRs are, the Commander's Critical Information Reports. If they have more people than I can overcome, I immediately retrograde. I call up to hire and I say, I need more help. So it's the same thing with startups, with businesses. You know how much money you need for the next phase. You should know how much runway you have and where that gets you. If you don't, then you are fighting a battle without the minimum commander's information that you need, right? And then you need to go
So
and get
well
it.
done.
I love this, like the perspective that you take on these things. I appreciate it. Very cool.
That's why working with warfighters is always the best way to get success. Warfighters and people who have been in the hospitality industry. Those two those two groups are the best sources of teammates for any project.
Yeah, that's really like like you said, is like I'm trying to create a very inflexible, right? It's a very rigid take on it in the business world. And the reason is because there's already enough flexibility. So if I can teach these rigid ways of thinking, it is life or death. It is.
Well, yes, and the thing is that the military industrial complex or the defense industrial complex has worked on this problem a lot longer and with a lot more at stake than the business world, right? The best way to ruin a company is to give it to an MBA grad, like bar none.
I
Like bar.
second that. I second that.
Although, if you have been an entrepreneur and you've got like a decade's worth of experience running a company under you, and you go do an MBA, the person that comes out the other end is very effective. So MBAs are very, very. They teach you some really amazing capabilities and tool sets, but you can't put a raw person who's just done an MBA in charge in anywhere in the company. They should start at the bottom and work their way up, because the real life the MBAs tend to be very theoretical, and depending on which MBA you got, it makes a big difference. Like in my humble opinion, the Kellogg's MBA is probably the best program on the planet. But it's in the same vein, the type of training that Zach and the people that he's bringing to the table in the business world, the type of training and the life experiences that they've gone through. First, the level of grit that they have is going to be like not something that you can find in a civilian. My brother-in-law is served as a Marine for 13 years, and he went on like 8 special access missions. Nothing phases him, right? Right? When and his entire thing is that when you've heard a bullet coming at you and you've been shot, everything else in life becomes a lot easier.
I'm going to read you guys a conversation I had with a client yesterday. And it was his last day. He was getting let go from work. And I was like, hey, it's the last day of work. How are you feeling? And he goes, dragging, 3 more hours to go. I was like, so just walk out, say fuck it. And he goes, no way. I don't want to burn the bridge. I go, then stop bitching about it. Grab the bull by the horns and make the best out of your fucking situation. And that was the whole conversation we had. And he's like, yeah, you were right. Like, I was moping around and I should have just been trying to like network and meet as many people for like he was in the office for the first time in 2 years. I was like, why are you not walking around trying to meet every single person that you haven't like worked with like on your last day and just like hand out business cards and like give your number to as many people? I was like, turn that disadvantage that you're sitting there going, oh, it's dragging, I have to be in the office, turn it into a tactical advantage and try and go and network with as many people as you can. I was like,
absolutely.
Like, people don't think about it. They just think about the fact like, oh, I'm getting let go. Like, this is my last day. Oh man, like, oh, I have to wear a face diaper while I'm in the office. Like, whatever. And I'm like, bro, like, you can sit here and you can bitch to me about how it's dragging, or you can go around and turn it into a tactical advantage. I'm leaving today. I'm going to be the best salesperson on the West Coast when I leave here, blah, 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 and get people thinking about, man, that guy. I want to add him on LinkedIn. Oh, I want to add, like, fuck. Like, don't sit there and
Absolutely.
don't text me a fucking, oh, it's dragging. Text me, I'm taking advantage of every opportunity. Like, so I always just like
I've got
reframe.
3 hours left to basically build myself out.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like most people text their friends and say, "Oh, it's or oh, it's bad," or "Oh, it's dragging," and their friends go, "It's okay, you're gonna be all right." And instead, what they really need to hear is, "Stop fucking bitching and go take advantage of the opportunity you have." Most friends don't want to do that because they love you and they care for you and they don't want to see you hurting, so they go into this like, "Oh, it's okay" mode. right? I don't want someone in a foxhole with me going, it's okay. I want someone in the foxhole to pick up the fucking rifle and say, watch out at that blind spot, shoot over there, I'll cover over here, right? That's the difference.
Right. There's a friend of mine who was just recently let go of Microsoft, and he and I have been working together. And he's like, I my access will be gone in like 24 hours. Let me make sure I get let's just connect everywhere that I can while I'm still inside, and just send out emails. And I'm like, that's precisely right. Right now, you need to, you are inside. These are the things that we are looking to do. Let's get on. And we did. And in a matter of doing that, he reached out to a bunch of people. He got a better position at Microsoft within those 24 hours.
I've had a lot of startup founders that are like, oh man, all of this tech hiring stuff, it's so scary. Like they're all these companies. I'm like, bro, this is the best time of your fucking life. You can go and poach
Absolutely.
so much talent right now if you get off your ass and start approaching people instead of sitting there afraid of the hiring situation. I was like, start making a list. Like, go out there and get after it. Like,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you just need someone to kick you in the ass sometimes and say, let's go. How do we do it?
Yeah, I was talking to Mikey like 2 nights ago, and I was saying to him, we were talking about this being a bear market right now, and I said yes, but do you know that most millionaires come out of bear markets? People don't make money in bullish markets, or no, new people don't make money in bullish markets. So if you're outside the wealth circle and the market is bearish, that is the time to make money.
Ready for this? Millionaires are made in bear markets. Medal of Honors are won during war.
Right, exactly. That's precisely right. It when there is chaos in the system, that is when it's going to settle into a new equilibrium. And if you can figure out where the tilt is and get on that side where the equilibrium is, the new equilibrium is going to be, that's where and that's where your delta is. That's where your margin call is, right?
Real
That's where
badass founders should be salivating right now, right?
I
Because this is the
absolutely.
opportunity for you to
Oh,
show
but
the world that you are not, maybe this is not your real company, maybe this is not your $1 billion idea, but this is the opportunity to show that you can have a $1 billion company, right? It in a great market, no one fucking cares because everyone's doing well. It's these times when you get to show people that you're a Navy
right.
SEAL, that you're a Green Beret. That's where this comes from.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, now that I have you, when do we jump on a Zoom call?
Well, like I said, I think that we could just jump out of Spaces and do our call, and then we could get back into Spaces. I have a meeting in 45 minutes. If you want to jump out and do it now.
Okay, same bat channel. You've got the link.
Yep. I'll let's just use the same link that we were using.
Sounds good. Let me make sure it's active. Otherwise, I'll send you a new one.
Just send me a new one right now, and I'll hop on my computer in the next 3.
Sounds good. Will do.
Amazing. Yeah, my vision of the future is that I'm the only one here because everyone decided to work with each other. Hey, Mike, you're so alone. Yeah. Things are going well. Really? Yeah. Nobody has a need to talk to me anymore.
That reminds me. You and I need to have a
Yep.
chat.
Yeah, we'll probably talk after Zach.
Sounds good.
And I'll talk to you as well.
And you got my number, so if you really feel lonely, you can call me.
Together alone. Gorgeous. Yeah.
All
I
right.
like that.
Talk to you guys in a bit. Bye bye.
Bye. Okay, I got a music question.
Yep.
Okay, back from the dark ages, before the transition. What caused the transition to go from like a chanting type singing to Mozart and Beethoven and those kind of guys? What
Right.
what caused that transition?
So back in the day, they were still trying to figure out how to make a common piano, right? So let's say you write a piece of music. How do you know it's going to sound well somewhere else, right? And I think it was Beethoven wrote a piece called, it was all around equal temperament so that you could tune your, yes, it was Bach, right? Zuzayu in 1584 and Simon Steven.
So it was the tools of
The
music,
well,
what they
yeah.
could do.
If you look up the well-tempered clavier, you'll see in the actual sheet music, like on the front page, like the frontispiece, you'll see all of these like curly cues around it. And that idea was that how do we have the music that I've written sound the way I intend it to, given that we don't have any common types of tuning. So they said, all right, so this is how we're going to do the tuning, and we're going to do equal temperament, and this is the ratios that we're going to use so that when we play D major, right, it'll be similar to the ratios in A major. Or F major. Or E flat major. Yeah, the well-tempered clavier. Allowed for all of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I'm playing scales.
He's playing scales.
Scales. The most interesting thing about the whole modes was that all modes was just changing where, so like a different mode would be just D major but starting with E. Right, these are just different modes, and so you can get all of these different qualities from the same key.
Because it's the whole relationship between the tone and the semitone.
Yeah. So you're either
You get a different feeling.
because if you're starting on the semitone, which is right, you got
the first initial step is very small because you're going from semitone to semitone and then a full tone. The trip up is a different momentum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just changing where you start, right? Because the tone, semitone. It's gorgeous.
So they developed the scoring on the sheet to be able to communicate to each other. So they developed that would be kind of like a language of their own.
Yeah, because what you're trying to do, it's almost like if you wanted to, it's almost like the well-tempered clavier was the Nicene Creed of music. In the beginning, there was the root tone, and then there was tone, and then there was tone, and then let there be semitone. You know what I mean? And also, we're doing this because in our brain, we can only hold, right, 7 plus or minus 2 objects in working memory. So there's a lot of things about music theory that is in us, right?
But also
Hmm. Hmm. Just start thinking about chord progressions. See, it's different if I have 2 hands. Right? If I have 2 hands, it's what if we did it backwards? You play the whole song backwards. Moonlight Sonata. Always invert. You know, Brad told me that the reason that musicians are smart is because they can predict the future. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you know where a chord progression is going to go. I'm like, yeah, that's true. And he's like, yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, I get it now. It does teach you a form of extrapolation. Oh, if you look up the theory of narrative causality, you know, stories existed before people. And that's why the grandson, the father gets killed by the dragon, the son gets killed by the dragon, and the grandson always succeeds. Where is it? There you go. The Theory of Narrative Causality by Terry Pratchett. It's gorgeous. There we go.
You guys want to hear something pretty cool?
Yeah, tell me.
I'm driving an hour and a half to go meet up with some people I met on Spaces. Never done.
Oh, you're meeting up with Lagertha and them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty cool, man. Seems like
Worlds are colliding.
Yeah, go meet some like internet weirdos. I'll let you know how it goes.
Imagine it's like the ultimate slow play by Lagertha.
100%. I have no idea what this is.
Casey was just a front the whole time. It sounds like a dance story, actually.
Kind of exciting, though, you know? I mean,
Bit of danger.
I don't know. No, I'm not afraid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious.
Hey, that's my elbow. My weenus? I can't feel anything.
Exactly.
It's indestructible.
You ever do the
And when you bite...
weenus rodeo?
No, what's that?
All right, so you have her grab onto your weenus, to
Mm-hmm.
you like straighten out your arm, and she can grab onto the that flap, that like skin under your
Mm-hmm.
elbow. She holds on as tight as she can. She doing? You guys doing it or no?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on as tight as you can. All right, Michael, you just start pumping your arm back and forth, like flexing your arm as if you're like flexing it. And she just hangs on as long as she can. That's the weenus rodeo.
Ow.
Oh, sorry, I stopped.
Really hurts.
Try again. Ah! Now pump your arm.
You're welcome.
Oh, you
What?
gotta do it because I can't hold on. Because like, yeah, you gotta do that really fast. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
Because the skin goes taut. You try it.
Huh?
Grab right here.
Hey,
You can't hold on.
what if I go like this?
No, but that's my arm fat. No, that's not the weenus. Ow! Ow!
I like it.
Yeah, it's a great game. There you go.
Seems like a good icebreaker.
Like I said, it was kids. Yeah, it was.
I don't know if we're allowed to get people to touch each other anymore. I used to have a lot of those icebreaker games, but
whoa!
we're not allowed to do it. Yeah,
I'm getting into my safe space.
You can't be in each other's safe spaces anymore.
Who's in my safe space? Whoa!
Safe space. Whoa!
Safe space. I'm so interested in my safe space that I can rip off my whole skin. That's the best.
We did another one. It was like birdie on a perch, and you had a partner, and perch on a birdie, and it was a lot of like piggyback rides and stuff. But I'm not sure you can do that anymore either. There were some fun icebreaker games with kids.
We were talking about one where it was like, didn't Zach talk about, who was it? About rock, paper, scissors, and if you lose, you have to cheer on the other person? I think it was Dan.
Yeah, I think I told that one too. And then
Okay, yeah.
This big group, everybody follows. Like whoever you lose to, you're on their team, and then you root for them. So you have basically it ends up with two groups of kids, like people, two people playing, followed by these enormous groups rooting for them. It's a good one. It's so simple.
So where you guys going?
I'm actually like I'm in Boston now. So now this is when it gets weird. As you get like
It's actually colliding. It'll be like, what was that movie where like, it was a time cop?
Also like George Costanza.
Yeah. Yeah, oh no, the world's colliding. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry. That was bad. I'll work on it. Sounds like George if he was E Honda.
I think KC is here as well, actually.
Yeah, Casey's supposed to be there. So who's meeting up? It's Spider, Casey, Lagartha, Dr. Carey, you.
Yeah, that's what and then whoever the goons are, I guess, that are gonna like beat us up.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, you never know.
That's all I know of. But they all kind of know each other through Voyager, so.
Yes. Yeah. That which is not allowed to be spoken of anymore.
Yeah.
You know.
So maybe I'm the wild card, I guess. That's probably more like it.
Yeah, I bet. It's so funny because Casey was telling me about Voyager for months. And then when I finally tried to sign up for it, it was like not available in Canada. I'm like, come on, Casey, you're supposed to know so much about this thing. You've been telling me about it for 2 months, but you didn't know it didn't operate in Canada. What's going on here?
That sounds fairly accurate. I won't say anything negative about Voyager, but that sounds fairly accurate given the whole scenario. I didn't know anything about it. I just knew that they all get to have superheroes. And I was like, you get to pick your own superhero, or how'd that work?
Yeah. I mean, being in a bull market is kind of like being at a party where everyone blacked out, and then you wake up during the bear market, like, what happened? Did you know you did that? What I did? What? I invested in. I invested in that. Yeah, man. You actually took all your money and invested in that. Why didn't anyone stop me? No, we're all fucking blackout drunk, dude. Really? We all drank the Kool-Aid at the same time? Right? That's kind of how it feels. But then again, like I had financial licenses in 2007, so it's it's like I saw the Web 2 version of this well before the Web 3 version.
Like, yeah, it was a coin on the internet, man. We bought it. We bought a lot of it. It didn't work out well for us. But we got to be super. We met people.
We did meet people. Right? Now what? What are we gonna do? Is talk each other off a cliff? You know?
Yeah, be like, now we go to hang out together, I guess. That's what we do. I don't know.
Then you have kids together. You know?
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, dude.
You never know.
I haven't got there yet. I haven't even. I'm literally in traffic into the city.
90's young.
Yes, it's a good point. Yep, there could be children tonight. Who knows? I mean, anything can happen.
Right? You have protection.
Yeah. Leave the options open.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're making me the weirdo.
Wrap it up or get like that, temporary chastity belt.
Dude, I haven't even met anybody yet. What are we talking about?
I just imagine, like, you know what I mean? There's like all of this tension about meeting each other, and then you finally see them, and they put their hand up, and you put up yours.
What if I just like showed up and I just like saw everybody and then I just stopped?
And then what?
Just leave immediately.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, just take a look. You kind of they're all sitting at the table. You kind of just take a look at them, and you look left, you look right. I think I'm good. What? And you just walk away.
That'd be so like the most anticlimactic ever. I'll let you know. Maybe I'll try to keep it posted for sure. Boston is pretty cool though. So
Is it?
probably hang out here anyway. I said Boston's pretty cool, so I'd probably hang out here anyway.
Hold on, wait. Is Anthony Joshua fighting tonight? Shut up. Wow. Damn. Whoa. Hold on, what time is it now? 3:47. All right, so they fight at 5:30. I'm
might get
interested.
a run. I get to reach out, so I might get a run.
No, it's okay. I'm just I'm interested to see what happens when Zach and Ahmed come back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. So. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It really is just eclipse, huh? What's going on? Not sure the purpose of unicorn launch. Going over these transcripts. I never get a chance to just talk. Usually I'm yelling at people. yelling at myself.
Right.
You know, and so
Where
now
is
I
it?
just gotta set.
Where's Deep
Where are you
Like
from
Kid?
again?
Overinflation and things
There
like
it
that.
is.
You're right, man. You're right, and that's why you need to get that information on the Syndicate show. I grew up in the South. I grew up in a small city. It's called Florida City.
Fun and games.
Of course, I 100% agree with that. And I know that that's where we at now. Not a single the current climate that we are in as technology advances at the speed of light. We're always developing new technology. I know I haven't had the greatest time with technology.
So if we have that, and then we take one of the beats, so drill mad nerds. Let's see how it sounds. YouTube music.
Yes, this is very our ideal. Like when we look at America, right, and we look at Canada, they don't have necessarily the greatest
there you go.
immigration relations.
Nice.
There's.
All right, so we can do that. That works. We have the speech, we have the music, and then we just need the visuals, and then we have a show. Let's see. Come on, love. So if I want to go to Troy, I would love to see what Troy had to say. All right.
Not yet. It'll be September. My friends. Oh, man, I keep coming in these rooms getting too much love. I'm like, who am I? I'm just on Twitter. Like, y'all be making me hyping me up. I come out of this space, be like, my wife like, you walking different. You just got a haircut or something. Like, who are you? I'm like, I don't know, but they didn't hype me up. Let's do something.
Yeah.
Hey, you're going to get credit for that for life. If I ever write a second book, I need to put that quote in there. But I'm doing pretty good. I am trying to maintain. And it was kind of in that junction where, social media was like just coming up, digital marketing is transitioning to a new state. And it's like, you should be less engineer. Why are you trying to pursue something that we don't know has been proven? And over the years, they've seen me grow and develop.
Beautiful. So let's see if I can take that clip and then create the audiogram. It's a powerful system, this thing. Shut your mouth.
I just followed an ambulance through a ton of traffic. It was fucking
Whoa. They cleared the way?
Carry on.
Why are you trying to pursue something that's not proven?
And it was kind of in that junction where social media was.
Let's see how it looks. Let's see what happens now. Does it play in line? It doesn't. It leads you to the conversation. No, not good enough. So I have this conversation here. Mm-hmm.
You get to control how people perceive you. You get to hear your voice. There's no biases. They just get to hear what you have to say, what you want to contribute, what you want to give to the table. And you can be an active listener or you can be passive. Either way, they see you, they hear you, and they acknowledge you and being belonging. And I think that's what's incredible about Twitter Spaces. If y'all need a hookup, just send me a DM. Exclusive.
Yes, powerful stuff. What am I really thinking? This. I need to find that. It's that model that Zach gave me. Facts. Oh, it's probably in my book. Come on, love. Where'd it go? There it is. Finally. Facts, assumptions, request for information, risks, and limitations. Whoa. When was this?
So one royalty deserves another. We are going to bring on royalty all the way from ancient Egypt.
Hmm. Really?
Kids should always take the best care of school supplies. So save money.
By my ancestors, the post-emancipated African, back in the day. The baby doll was a statement on renegade father. The midnight robber was straight out of a Western film.
So, what do we know? Facts. No way. She just got that. That's why when I look at technology, I look at technology as a point of failure as much as I do look at it as a way to disseminate.
You can't even get that in Yale, man. You know, honestly, that's a great way to look at things. I've never looked at it like that, but that is a great way to look at things, man. I look at technology very, very, oh, for sure. I feel, and if I could be totally transparent, like, technology is a more pure platform than humanity. You know?
Gorgeous. Mhm. Um, so fact is that she's connected to 1.3 thousand. Oh, me. Um, mm-hmm. Over to me. Mm-hmm. 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 Fantastic. Ciao. Good. Mm-hmm. Good. Hey, Sandra.
Everyone hear me okay? Hello?
Yeah. Check. I can
Okay,
hear you.
good.
It sounds really clear, actually.
Oh, good, because I came in here and I could see that that someone was speaking, but I couldn't hear them, so I went back out and came back in again.
Yeah, we're just chilling. Ahmed is meeting with Zach
Wow.
right now. So God knows what happens when you put Zach and a cybersecurity engineer together at the same time. Founder, right?
Impressive.
Yeah. I'm hoping there's like a kind of Cambrian explosion. Can you make a spaghetti, Mila? Yeah, so we're just chilling.
I started listening to that documentary while I was doing a few chores. Fascinating stuff. I mean, Mr. Leeds tried.
I gotta watch out.
Yeah,
Matthias
I'm
tagged me in something with Ben Franklin today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Beginning to wonder about that guy.
We like to mythologize the morality of the founders, you know?
Yeah.
It's almost like we need them to be like Jesus in a way.
Oh, sure. I have a carriage blanket that was given from Benjamin Franklin to his niece upon her marriage to someone else.
Wow. Sounds like your family has a museum on their hands.
They hoard. You know, I mean, back then, it was like, yeah, there's this Franklin guy who travels a lot, and he's marrying into a member of the family. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like it wasn't like that big of a deal to them, but they kept a lot of things.
Well, a museum is kind of like a really early investor hoarder, right? Don't throw that out. Why? It's going to be worth something. No, it isn't. No, you don't understand.
Right. Well, it's not only that. My mother was like that, and it was kind of sad to see, but not like television. uh, but yeah, I mean, down through the years, our family kept some things, and that was just happened to be in the pile.
I feel like Rick. So how much you want for it?
I mean, the problem is, although I have the provenance, I can't necessarily, without forensic testing, directly identify it. But I do have provenance for it, but not the forensic kind, I guess you could say.
I know, and like you always see those shows about like that antique roadshow. You know, this thumbtack is worth $1 billion. I was like, really? This thumbtack? Yeah, it was Mr. Thumbtack's first thumbtack, and you're like, okay.
It's insane, isn't it? Sometimes that show makes me laugh. Well, I've seen like a pickle bottle on eBay go for like $16,000. That two of my friends, they kind of like picked it up literally at the same time, and my one friend's like, nah, they didn't really know how much it would go for, but they knew it was like special. And my one friend's like, nah, that's okay, you can have it, don't worry about it. And she's like, yeah, sure. And it went on a live auction on eBay, and it got bid up to like 16,800 for like this. I think it was like a 6-inch tall pickle. Looked like a pickle bottle, but it wasn't a pickle bottle. It was meant for something else. Anyway, cool stuff. I like it when something, blows up like that you don't expect. Yeah, I like Antique Roadshow. Who doesn't, right?
Yeah, we'll keep it up. Do we have mayo? I'd love to make a sandwich.
We do have mayo. We have your breads.
Mm. Yeah, you want to hold my hand and go across the street? I can hold your weenus.
No, I don't like that.
We can hold each other's weenuses.
It's weird.
You think so?
A little bit.
What about this?
Well, I'll be around tidying up.
Yeah, we're just chilling.
I just wanted to hang out with you all.
Yeah, we're together alone. That's right. Together alone. I wonder how it would sound if you said it. And just make up a commercial.
Yeah, I'll have to think about, should I use the same script, so to speak, as yours, or should I come up with?
You can use mine as a basis. So it's like, imagine you start off with the prompt. Together alone. Have you ever wanted to be with people, but you just hated people?
Right. Okay. Let's see.
Ever wanted company but hated people? You know, when do people ever say, "Hey, let's have company over," and you throw up?
Right.
This is how I would just write jokes. I would just talk things out and keep on saying things until something made me laugh, and then I'd write that down. You could just keep on starting the commercial. Together alone. You ever want to be with someone, but you hate being with them? How do we be together without being together? You know, when you're together with people, you have to worry about like body odor and mouth odor and foot odor because they're not wearing socks with dress shoes. Who told them that was a good idea?
You're good at it.
What?
Cool guys wear no
Only cool guys wear no socks? Thanks. Cool guys. Welcome to Cool Guys, where we show up our sock collection.
No, they don't wear socks.
Oh, yeah. That's right. So, what do they show off? Their foot collection?
Their ankles. We're going back to that old demure time.
Oh, yeah, a little ankle.
Oh, did you see that guy's ankles?
Oh, man. It's like,
ankle.
it's like kind of like eugenics for mating.
Eugenics? How?
Right? It's just like, judging for fitness.
But that's not eugenics. Eugenics is like specifically like only white or only.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you broaden the idea of eugenics to like looking at features, like
we already do.
What was that thing called? Like when they used to look at the size of the skull.
Phrenology?
Yeah, but
my God.
phrenology, but for the Adam's apple of the leg. You know, the ankle is the Adam's apple of the leg. Yeah, so I just used to pace back and forth and be like, just start again. Together alone. Together alone. Have you ever wanted to be with someone, but had spent so much time with people that you knew it just wasn't going to work out? You know, we often find ourselves telling people, it's not you, it's me. But the truth is, it's really us. We have a problem with us being together. Now, what is the root cause for the problems that exist between people? Some might argue if we were never together, we would never have any problems. And that's why we started Together Alone. Because problems occur when people get together. The challenge is, E.O. Wilson, biophilia, proves that living beings want to be around other living beings. So if we know that beings that are alive want to be with other beings that are alive, but every time they get together, they end up getting in a Red Queen's race and they start being parasites towards each other, host, parasite, blah, blah, blah. So if we know that people want to be together, but eventually they won't be able to stand each other and will end up fighting over the last slice of pizza, how do we bring people together in a way that doesn't end in them competing over slices of pizza? And that's why we created Together Alone. Because we haven't evolved to the point where we can be together without fighting over slices of pizza.
Well, I have because I'm vegan, so therefore I don't eat cheese.
See? And if we were together, we would have started fighting. Right?
No, I wouldn't because I always let people eat their food first and then I eat later. I don't eat like that. I know that sounds weird, but like I want to make sure everybody else has something to eat first. And then I'll eat what's left because I'll eat anything really. That doesn't sound right, but no, I don't. I'm not competing for resources because my I guess the width of what I'm willing to consider food is substantially larger.
Right. You have a
Because
large
I know what
service
real hunger.
catalog.
Right. I mean, so I'm willing to like eat stuff that many people probably wouldn't eat. So anyway,
Like, for example, what might be one of those things that most people wouldn't eat that you would be, yeah, it's all right.
I'd eat out of the trash.
Like, kind of like George with the eclair?
I don't remember that, but probably, yeah. I mean,
Adjacent to refuse is refuse.
if you're hungry enough, you'll eat anything really. But I do have limits. I'm not going to eat. What was that show? One of those survival shows. Some guy was eating poop or something. Like, I.
Oh, you mean Bear Grylls?
Yeah.
You want a recipe? Yeah, let's do it.
Take your time.
No, let's do it. All right, guys, we're going to go across the street and get bread for a tuna sandwich.
Gotcha.
I wonder if they have spring onions. Because if spring onions, how we doing with the mayo? The mayo is good. So mayo, bread, tuna, onions. Yeah. Can go great with the soup. We can have like a rustic dinner.
Well, I'll refrain from talking about Bear's Grill then. If you're going to eat, go in the space and have a nice time with each other.
Yeah. No, we're just about to leave.
Alrighty then.
We'll catch up soon.
Cool.
All right, guys. All love.
Bye.
Bye.